This child may have a peculiar way of speaking, but they seem like a kind-hearted kid. There's nothing particularly dislikable about them. Most importantly, their face is just too adorable. I really want to have lunch with them. The head of the counseling office, who has been closely observing them, nods in agreement. A look of approval appears on their face. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an inexplicably unsettling phone call comes in. I'll take it. Celine, who has gradually adapted to counseling work, picks up the receiver without hesitation, just as she prepares to respond according to the manual. Hello. You filthy dogs. How dare you restrict my access to the gate? Do you know who I am? A sharp, cursing voice pierces her eardrums. Celine's eyes widen. She blinks and asks, Who are you? What are you? I don't know who you are. Who exactly are you? I'm the second young master of the Hainian group, soon to join the future union. Now do you understand the situation? Not at all. Celine skillfully taps on the holographic screen and says, You insulted the association's gate staff and even assaulted them, causing them to be hospitalized for 5 weeks. In my opinion, your punishment is far from severe enough. You idiot. Don't use foul language. You people in the counseling office, just answering phones like wage slaves. Don't want to hear foul language? I don't work for a salary. I'm paid by the hour. What? So you're just a temp worker? Huh? No wonder the voice sounds so silly. What did you say? You think my voice is silly? This is the first time I've heard such an insulting comment. The Ice Queen's eyelids trembled slightly. Her beautiful, clear voice, like rolling, has always received nothing but praise. No need to say more. Quickly lift the gate's access restrictions. Before I get angry. I really want to see what you look like when you're angry. What did you just say? You? Huh? You've got some guts. Hey. What's your name again? The consultation room director, observing from the side, realized something was wrong and hurriedly stepped in. He quickly scanned the information displayed on the holographic screen. Level 23 player. Highest ability level is B grade. Second young master of the Haning group. Currently negotiating a contract with the future guild. This time, we've really hit a wall. With such a background, it's beyond the scope of an ordinary consultant's ability to handle. He lightly patted Selen's shoulder and said in a low voice, You've done well. Leave the rest to me. You can take a break. No. Selen firmly shook her head. A monarch who pushes their crises onto those around them, who would trust and follow her. The Ice Queen gripped the microphone tightly, her cheeks puffing up like balloons filled with frustration. Puffing up. I'll handle this person myself. No. You can't handle it this way. As the consultation room director struggled, sweating profusely, the rogue on the other end of the phone shouted loudly, Hey. What's your name? I'm Sheely. Oh. Sheely. Just you wait. I'm coming over right now. Let's see if you still act so cocky when you're standing in front of me. Who are you people? Let go of me. Ugh. Beep. Beep. The call was suddenly cut off. Sheely tilted his head in confusion. The counseling director asked anxiously, What? He's coming now? No. He made a big scene, then ran away. Sheely blinked and slowly stood up. He glanced around the counseling office. Senpai. I don't want to do this job anymore. What did I even do wrong? Why did he suddenly start yelling at me? What's so great about him anyway? He said he was coming for me. What if he really shows up? What do I do? Am I going to get fired? He looked at the other overwhelmed counselors. I get it now. The ones who need help aren't just the people on the other end of the line. Right here. So close to me. There are so many people in need of help, and I didn't even realize it. That was my oversight. A good leader should start by looking at those around them. He turned his head and looked at the counseling director. Listen. Counseling director. No, that's not right. It was. Under his unique aura and atmosphere, I couldn't help but speak with respect. The Frost Queen looked at him seriously and said, From now on, all unreasonable complaint calls will be forwarded to me. But, giving such a heavy responsibility to a temp worker was impossible. Yet within her sharp, clear, and resolute gaze, there was a special kind of power, a power that made people want to trust her. However, if it feels too hard, I will stop immediately. All right. Of course. Celine responded, clenching her fists tightly. New number. A man shouted loudly at the entrance. No. Our team arrived first. What? You. First come, first served is the rule. Where's your sense of fairness? As he shouted angrily into the phone, his teammates also frowned. A man in a black suit quietly approached him. Mr. Choi Jialhian, I'm sorry, but you need to come with me. What? Who the hell are you? The man silently pulled a business card from his chest. Korean Players Association, Mining Task Force. Jang Do-hyun. What? He's from the association's Mining Task Force. Mining Task Force. Mainly responsible for handling minor issues. They were veteran players within the Player Association. In their dealings with minors, they had developed a level of combat strength far beyond that of other players at their level. In other words, this man in front of him was a top-tier player, so strong he couldn't even look him in the eye. Honorable sir, what can I do for you? Walk and talk. Under the cold gaze of the man, Choi Jio-hyun stiffly hung up the phone and obediently followed him. New call, new call, new call. Point A has been successfully secured. Point C has also been completed. Hawk, proceed immediately to Point F. The woman commanding them nodded briefly. Everyone did a great job. Cha Seun, she used to be a member of the Secretary Division of the Player Association, but now she was just an ordinary player. At the moment, she had only one mission now, to protect the Frost Queen perfectly. After Juno left to receive treatment, it was her duty to ensure the Frost Queen was not harmed. It was a vital task assigned by the Korean Player Association. If she came back and found the Frost Queen gravely injured, there would be no excuse. As for the scale of the operation, to exaggerate a little, even if the president or royal family members of another country arrived, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. You could say the Korean Player Association operated for the Frost Queen alone. But thanks to that act, perhaps in the future, the sobs of the counseling staff will disappear completely. Thinking about that future, Cha Seun couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 432. Once upon a time in. This is the second visit. Rustle, rustle. Two little sand spirits sweeping at the April gate saw her and politely bowed their heads. A guest with such a pure soul. You've come again. Lonely traveler on a difficult journey. You've come again. Yes, it's been a while. Su Jianhao knelt on one knee, leveling his gaze with theirs, and then took out a box of chocolates prepared in advance. Here, this is a gift for you. They stared blankly at the chocolate box, drool dripping endlessly from their mouths. Can we eat it? We'll savor it well. Hero of humanity. We'll savor it well. Hero of humanity. The two little sand spirits bowed their heads, accepted the chocolate, and opened the door for her. Please follow us. Watch your step. The wise one is awaiting you. Following the two through the array, the beautiful garden she strolled through last time came into view again. Huh. At that moment, an unexpected female voice rang in her ear. Wow. Unbelievable. The guest today is actually you. Su Jianhao confirmed her identity, and his eyes widened instantly. He never expected to meet her here, let alone see her again. Miss Su Weilai. Oh my. You still remember my name. I thought you'd long forgotten it. Completely forgotten. Actually, I had indeed completely forgotten about it, but seeing your face brought it all back. You really touched my heart. A woman with a face full of dimples, giggles, asking with a cheerful expression, how have you been? I'm doing all right. Getting by, I suppose. Su Weilai. As a player in the Qinghai Union, we once tackled the wild forest dungeon together. She is a woman with the ability to foresee the future, able to glimpse fragments of the near future. I always see your outstanding performance in the Knight's Order. It's really enviable. After all, we're from the same batch, right? Wild forest batmates. That was already 2 years ago. Time flies, doesn't it? Isn't it? Su Junho teases, sizing up Su Weilai, observing her reaction. Indeed, she's no longer the inexperienced rookie she once was. Now, she's a fully seasoned player. Compared to the past, she's practically unrecognizable. Looking at her, she can't help but feel genuine joy. Don't you feel hot? Why are you wearing such clothes? Well, Su Junho, dressed in a long-sleeved coat, forces an awkward smile. The reason she's dressed this way is to hide her hands, which won't stop trembling. I'm sensitive to the cold. But you, Miss Su, what are you doing here? Well, this time, it was her turn to smile a bit awkwardly. Meanwhile, a familiar voice came over. I guess it's time for me to find a successor too, right? Isn't it? Oh dear. Old man, you should really consider using a main support cane. Su Weilai grumbled while speaking, as the elder leaning on the pilgrimage platform walked toward her. The old man, who couldn't see ahead, walked alongside her, approaching Su Jianhao. Long time no see. Kiki. Long time no see. The elder mumbled hazily. To her, it was just a yearly meeting, not feeling particularly long, but for the man before her, it was probably different. After all, this was nearly 18 years since he last saw her. You've become strong. Thank you. However, regarding the successor matter, Su Juanhao's gaze shifted towards Su Weilai. Although everything was pitch black before him, this wise one seemed to sense her gaze. He nodded gently. Right now, she looks like a mischievous kid, but with a little polishing, she will turn out very well. Indeed, she possesses the ability to foresee the future. Such an ability can almost glimpse into everything, if nurtured under the wise one's guidance. Plain text, if she can learn how to harness this ability, then, in the next generation, being called a sage would not be impossible. Of course, imagining it now might be a bit difficult. Su Juho chuckles lightly, looking at the sage. Should she indeed be called a sage? Though she lacks immense power, her entire presence exudes a sense of grandeur and authority. In a world where even living in the present is overwhelmingly busy, she is preparing for the future. And moreover, for a future generation in which she will no longer exist. Let's take a walk. All right. The sage gently pats the back of Su Weilai's hand, which is supporting her arm. Let's go for a stroll, just the two of us. Be careful not to trip. I've never tripped. Why? Are you worried about that? Su Juho follows the heartily laughing sage, beginning to stroll through the garden. As the fragrant scent of flowers fills the air, the sage speaks first. Kind-hearted kids like you are rare these days. You should find a good man soon and start dating. I'm too busy. Don't drink cold water. Even if you want to date, I wouldn't approve. She's walking a path where ordinary happiness is hard to come by. After a brief silence, Su Juho pauses to think, then cautiously asks, Lady Sage, have you also foreseen Master's death? You're talking about Lady Lei, right? She answered without hesitation. That's right. I told that friend. I said, you would stay by her side when her final moments came. Please treat her well. Just thinking of that person was enough to stir emotions. For Su Juanhao, her parents and Lady Lei were such irreplaceable beings. Was there really no other way? Like a way to save her? There was a way. But she refused it. What? Su Juanhao stopped in shock, turned around, and looked at her. She could have lived. Why did she give up? Why? Why did she make that choice? For the future. That's the only answer I can give you. She gave a helpless smile and replied, for the future. What exactly does that mean? I think that friend probably didn't want you to know about it. Didn't want her to know? The moment Su Juanhao heard that, her instincts approached the truth. The core of Zanabi. As long as there was time, she could regenerate dead cells. She had the power of cellular regeneration. If that core had been absorbed by her master instead of herself, maybe she wouldn't have died. No, she definitely wouldn't have died. Facing the hidden truth, Su Juanhao's expression twisted in anguish. So that means Master's death was because of me. Sigh. Xian let out a deep sigh. Last time, I said I liked smart friends. Now I take that back. Such a hassle. Even facing her half-joking remark, Su Juho still couldn't move. So the reason the Thunder Lord accepted death so decisively was actually because of her. Then, when both Betty Six and Jiu Tian gathered in Fifield, was the reason she didn't join them. Because of this too? I always thought it was because she was busy teaching brother to hang, but that's not it. Was it because she feared the core might tempt her? Is that why she did it? Fighting off the dizziness, Su Juho made a request. Please tell me the reason. What reason? Why couldn't it be her, instead of me to absorb the core from within? The sage looked at her. Isn't it that very power that helped you survive death time and again? If Master had gained that ability, perhaps those hardships would never have fallen on me. Illusion. Listen closely. The sage grabbed Su Juho by the shoulders and scolded her with a stern voice. That kind of thinking has no end. You'll start to believe everything in this world is your fault. But that's not right. If you want to know why she couldn't absorb the core, I can tell you. Looking at her teary eyes, clouded with confusion, the sage spoke. Only you can do it. This is a task that only you can accomplish. She understood. Rationally, she understood. No matter how strong one's spirit was, it could not endure the madness brought by the time distortion of the fourth layer. And if there were even more hardships ahead, waiting for her, her master knew that. With age, she could no longer, so she entrusted this responsibility to her. Tears slid down her cheeks. At this moment, she was like a willful child, throwing a tantrum. I'm sorry for letting you see me in such a pathetic state. It's okay. The wise one gently patted her on the shoulder. What is certain is that friend chose her own future. She held no resentment toward you. This much she knew, because the one she guarded was that person's final moment. Until her very last breath, she bore no hatred. Instead, she worried about those left behind, and then she departed from the world. Let's talk about something more constructive. The wise one asked as he resumed walking. Why did you come here? Didn't you already know that I would come? I knew you would come, but I didn't know why. After a moment of thought, Su Juanhao spoke cautiously. I heard that the wise one could heal wounds of the heart, so I came to seek you out. The wise one chuckled. Am I supposed to be a therapist? How do I heal the heart? But those suffering from heartache and anguish. After meeting the wise one, yes, they did calm down. That's because I said a few words to them, and they understood. What I need right now are those very words. Su Juanho's expression turned serious. With Master watching from the heavens, he couldn't let himself look so pitiful. Please tell me. What exactly should I do? Asterisk crack asterisk. The tremble running through his arm was full of fear. After a moment, the sage, with effort, finally spoke. You really are a strange one. Why would you ask me that question? What? He came here just to find the answer to that question. If even the sage doesn't know the answer, then where could he possibly find it? What do you want to do? How to do it? You know best yourself, don't you? Are you suggesting I try meditating or something? Huh? Do I look like the type who'd say something so cliché? The sage scoffed with her tongue, then looked up at the sky. People call me a sage, a prophet, but none of those are right. She shook her head, seeing the future. That's something only special, mischievous folks like us are capable of. A commoner like me wouldn't dare. But still, Lady Sage, haven't you always predicted the future accurately? Indeed. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I have seen the future. He lowered his head again and chuckled softly. I'm merely using past experiences and clues to paint a picture called the future. The sage gently patted Su Juanhao's chest. If our little troublemaker can see the future, then I am the one who can see through the past. You said you wanted to ask yourself. Take it literally. Suddenly, the sage's palm struck heavily against Su Juanhao's chest. Ask yourself. No sound came out, as if he were submerged in water. The sage's voice reached his ears dully. At the same time, his consciousness started shooting off somewhere. In an instant. At that moment, his consciousness began to soar. Somewhere far away. Chapter 433. Once upon a time. 2. The soaring consciousness was like being blown by a gust of wind, and instantly fell. Su Juanhao's palm covered his forehead. His head hurt, as if it were the day after a hangover. However, he had no time to wait for the pain to subside. The monsters are coming. The monsters are here. Open the door. Open the door. Run as far away as you can. The terrified, trembling screams woke him up. He opened his eyes in pain. Su Juanho's gaze was sharp as a blade. Open the door? Monsters. He quickly scanned the surroundings. A flood of information rushed into his mind. Seoul's stone walls were in clear view. A carefully arranged path. A towering structure stood before him. The location was Namsan Park, Seoul. He was just at the front lines, speaking with the sage. How did he suddenly end up in Seoul? Though unclear, he set his doubts aside for now. What had the association done to let things get this bad? Saving people came first. Su Juanho, wielding the item Ruthless Executioner, pulled out his black spear without hesitation. A man came running toward him in panic. Help, help. I am gonna die. Chasing behind him was a wolf with fiery red fur. A red-furred wolf. Stronger than a goblin, but weaker than a thinling, a low-tier monster. Even so, this was the kind of monster he despised the most. Trying to hurt someone again? Su Juanho swung his gray-frosted spear coldly. A clean, precise strike cut through. It sliced the wolf's body in two, without harming the fleeing man. Asterisk crack asterisk. Ag. The lunging wolf sank its teeth into the man's neck. He screamed and collapsed forward. At the same time, Su Juanho's movement came to an abrupt stop. What? Help. Dead. The man's screams turned into sobs. Meanwhile, Su Juanho remained frozen in place. Su Juanho couldn't move his feet. He clearly passed through it. His attack had pierced through the red wolf's body. Similarly, the fallen man seemed to have passed through him as well, as if he himself had become a ghost. What's going on? Su Juanho frowned and looked at the glowing object on the ground. A smartphone. Wasn't this the kind of antique that could now only be seen in textbooks or museums? But when he saw the date displayed on March 6th, 2019, everything became clear. Everything suddenly made sense. Ask yourself. The sage's words weren't a metaphor. He truly meant for him to find the answer from his past self. This is ridiculous. Su Juanho complained with a near-crying expression. Perhaps the sage's ability was to let himself see the past, or let others see the past. If that were the case, then there was only one reason for making him recall this day, running along his memories. He eventually saw ambulances and players Bring another stretcher. Request reinforcements. More ambulances and players. Damn it. Everything was fine. Until it suddenly collapsed. Surge upward immediately. Keep rescuing other survivors. Move up. Everywhere they passed, there were piles of red wolves' corpses like mountains. But Su Junho's gaze passed over these insignificant things and landed on a young man slumped on the ground. Mom. Dad. His face was pale. And a young man, barely 20 years old, he stared at his parents covered in white cloth. Behind him, players whispered with pity in their eyes. At first, we thought it was a pile of bodies. They probably protected their son until the very end. Sigh. How pitiful. And the condition of the bodies isn't good either. They must have taken a huge hit. The young man's hands trembled as he clutched the white cloth tightly. He pleaded, please, I'll behave from now on. I won't drink late at night. I don't even need allowance money. I won't ask anything of you. Please, just stay with me forever. Tears streamed down. His voice choked up. His body trembled uncontrollably, watching this young man as if abandoned by the world. Su Junho silently closed his eyes. His heart ached deeply. A sharp pain struck his consciousness again. He opened his eyes in pain once more. Su Junho looked around. The location had changed. The scenery of Namsan, Seoul, had vanished. It was now replaced by a dark forest, with plants not of earth, and mana thick in the air. The dense foliage blocked out all light. It was pitch black. This place felt like the inside of a gate. Wait, no way. Su Junho stiffly turned around, passing a makeshift camp. He saw 10 men and women huddled together and hiding. Then I'll leave the night watch to you guys. It's shift change time. Wake me up right away. You need to rest too. Got it. Enough with the nagging. Just go to sleep already. A young man once lost both parents and fell into despair. He had now become a player. He was much stronger than before. There was life once again in his eyes. Before long, even breathing filled the entire camp. Those guys fell asleep instantly. The moment their heads hit the pillow, even though they forced smiles, they must have been completely exhausted. Yeah. After all, for a whole week, they had been constantly moving and hunting. The man and woman who fought alongside him chuckled softly. It had been exactly a week since they entered this place. I really hope we can leave tomorrow. This annoying stage. Do you think we can do it? As long as we find the boss monster's location. But he's very cunning. It's really hard to make him show up. While the three of them talked, night deepened. The temperature plummeted. Ah, it's so cold. A tie. A tie. A chilling cold enveloped the group. The companions in their sleeping bags shivered in the cold wind. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but show a pained expression. What should we do? The kids look really cold. Yeah. We've been freezing all this time and feel cold. They must feel even worse. If the kids catch a cold, what will we do if they can't hunt tomorrow? What should we do? Inside the gate, even finding medicine is hard. It would delay the raid as well. Thinking this, the young man fell silent. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. How about we light a fire? Just a small one. A tiny flame. Are you sure it's okay? Couldn't it be dangerous? We've already set up the camp, and there are traps all around us. It shouldn't be too dangerous. No, please don't do this. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. I'm begging you. Idiot. Su Junho's face twisted. He reached out roughly and grabbed the young man's shoulder, but his hand passed right through him like a ghost. There was no resistance at all. He could only observe what happened in this timeline. Unable to exert any physical force. Foolish child. Kindness and care without foresight can sometimes bring about the worst outcomes. This was the lesson Su Junho and that young man had to learn. Within this spatial gate, crackle. In the end, the fire was lit anyway. Looks like the kids are warming up too. Yeah. They've stopped coughing now. What a relief. The three of them shared a moment of laughter, but the young man still couldn't rest easy. He spoke again. I'll scout the area once more before I rest, just to be safe. Got it. Be careful out there. Junho, remember that you're the ace of this party. If you get hurt, we're in serious trouble. Lao Dao. After letting out a soft chuckle, the young man left his companions behind and set out alone to scout. Watching his departing figure, Su Junho closed his eyes tightly, near the gate, in that pitch-black forest. Life itself was a mistake. Believing in those crude traps that couldn't even be triggered on a bright night was the second mistake. Leaving his post under the excuse of scouting the surroundings, and thereby weakening the group's overall combat strength was the third mistake. Such foolish mistakes could only be made by novices, people fresh out into the world. If only even one of those mistakes hadn't happened. Or if they had been lucky, and no monster patrols had been nearby. If that had been the case, how would things have turned out? Clang. Thud. Clang. What? What? The traps that had been set were triggered, and the bells started ringing wildly. The panicked man drew his weapon and shouted loudly, "Village chief, quickly go get Juanhao." "What? But I need to fight too. A mage won't be much help in this kind of melee. That guy is essential." "Ah, got it." Nodding, the woman used all her strength and sprinted toward the camp. "Get up. We're under attack. It's monsters. Monsters." Crunch. A goblin jumped out of the bushes and smashed the man's skull directly with its club. After that, the situation spiraled out of control. "Ugh, what's going on? An ambush? Is this really an ambush? Everyone, get up and grab your weapons." Thud. 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 Those who had just awoken in panic were stabbed in the heart by goblins, holding rough stone daggers above them. 8 players were killed, all within less than a minute. Damn it. Su Junho covered his face with both hands, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of guilt. "You bastards." The young man who had returned to camp instantly slaughtered the goblins. But still, no matter how well he fought, he couldn't bring the dead back to life. A girl who returned with him held a corpse in her arms, weeping in utter grief. It was her lover. There's no need to see what happened next. It was enough, because he already knew how it all ended. That woman took her own life, and I fell into despair. Su Junho looked at the rookie player. This was completely different from the time he lost his parents just to catch a wolf cub. He had grown a lot since then, strong enough to hunt ordinary monsters alone. Yet he was still trembling, his heart filled with fear. ****. Why won't you appear? Su Junho muttered in exhaustion. After enduring the 2 hardest moments of his life, he felt as if half his soul had been drained. To him, the third return to the past was already expected. "Please don't act recklessly for our sake. Please wait patiently until the moment you can be sure he's completely dead." Meishu was right. Defeating the Frost Queen within 2 minutes is impossible. If you act recklessly, you'll only let him seize the initiative. Did you hear that? Don't act tough and get yourself killed. Make sure you can take his phone. That's the price of compromise. "We can't do it, but you definitely can." The former rookie had now become an outstanding player. He said, "Goodbye. This is a promise." After saying that, the player rushed up the stairs. Su Junho stayed behind, watching his companion's terrified expressions. Looks like I'm going to die." "What are you saying? A big guy like you. Dying just like that? Don't be so dramatic." "What? Hey, gunslinger. Isn't that the normal reaction?" "I don't know. I really want to see Arthur. Please hang in there." Junho. Until the very last moment, they still couldn't reach a consensus. Wearing a sorrowful smile, Su Junho also quickly rushed up the stairs. At that time, I was consumed by rage. His entire body was burning with fury. The surge of adrenaline even masked his fear of the Frost Queen. "You know nothing about this world. I will kill you. Is it necessary to know these things?" However, Su Junho's gaze wavered slightly when he saw the 2 of them. Because the truth was otherwise. Even though he was overwhelmed by immense rage, he had nearly lost his sanity, but he was still trembling in fear. That player, known as a hero, shivered in fear. Was I once like this too? He couldn't remember. Back then, all he thought about was ending it quickly, to save his comrades. "Kill you. End this game." That's all I needed to know. As the 2 clashed fiercely, his consciousness surged once more. This time, there was no pain. Su Junho let out a soft sigh and said quietly, "You're more malicious than you appear. You're searching for answers, but all I can give you is this." The sage patted his shoulder and responded with a look of understanding. "So then, did you find the answer you were looking for?" Su Junho silently looked at his own hands. They were still trembling. Because of the figure in Maris's memory, he was afraid. Facing the powerful enemy he would one day confront, his fear made him want to run and hide. But Su Junho clenched his fists tightly. This wasn't the first time he felt this way. He had always lived in fear. It seemed like he had never stopped being afraid. Now, facing his past self, he finally understood. It wasn't something strange. It was completely natural. "Looks like I found my answer." The sage smiled in satisfaction. Denying fear is just a temporary escape. In the end, it's just lying to yourself. If you truly want to overcome fear, you must first learn to accept it. "Yes, thanks to you, I found the answer. To acknowledge the weakness within myself." Both past and present. The trembling of his hands miraculously disappeared. Chapter 434. Continue. 1. After the star demon that had been entangling his heart finally left, and just before Su Junho was about to return to Earth, "Be wary of demons," the sage warned. "They will continue to clash with you in the future, and will try all kinds of ways to shake your heart. If that's your concern, you need not worry." Su Junho said firmly. This review of the past had only strengthened his resolve. "The reason I decided to become a player in the first place was only one. To take revenge on the monsters and demons who killed my parents. If I broaden the scope, the demon race that created the demons is also my enemy. Until I completely uproot them, I will never get off this speeding train. Even if there are beings among them that I fear, my resolve will not change. Moreover, now it's not just about that goal. There are many things I must protect. To protect everything I hold dear, I will keep moving forward. I will support you, the sage said, placing his wrinkled hand over Su Juanhao's. No matter how hard it gets, please never give up on humanity. Keep moving forward. Maybe it's because you're a friend, but your words sound exactly like my teacher's. Su Juanhao nodded heavily. Well then, let's meet again next time. Take care. You should be even healthier than me. Hearing you say that, I guess that's true. After bidding farewell to the cheerfully smiling sage, Su Juanhao immediately returned to Earth, more mature than when he left. Asterisk. How could this happen? Shuanghua showed a look as if she had lost her entire nation and collapsed onto the ground. Hey, why are you reacting so strongly today? Is it really that amazing? Su Juho asked with a tone of annoyance. At the time, he was performing a special show to celebrate his recovery for Shuanghua. It really is amazing. In the shadows cast on the wall, there were doves, puppies, and rabbits. Shueli whispered softly. Those shadows were all created by the hands of the contractors in front of the lamp. She didn't expect the trembling that had troubled her for days would be cured in just one day. Can you get a refund for traditional medicine? She pulled out a crumpled receipt from her pocket and carefully read it. The medicinal ingredients you purchased are non-refundable and non-returnable. Ugh. My money. That was traditional medicine worth 399,901. Now it's completely useless. To earn that money, she went through so much hard work. This is just memories of dealing with them flashed across her mind like scenes from a movie. She had barely saved enough money, and when she bought the medicine, she was even more excited than when buying cake, because finally, she could repay those who had always helped her. But all of it suddenly felt meaningless. Even though her tears were already welling up, she covered her lips tightly with both hands, because she felt she might say something awful. Are you crying? I'm not crying. Shueli stubbornly replied. No, you're definitely crying. I'm not. I'm not crying. You said you wouldn't cry, so why are your tears falling like chicken poop? Then why are you crying? Forget it. Shirley walked into her room, and even closed the door. Su Juanhao hurriedly called out for Juanxi. The summoned guy's face originally carried a look of detached amusement, but it quickly turned stiff. No way. Why would I be dragged into this? There's no choice. We don't even know why he's acting like that. Hey, I'm your clone, you know? You recognize me, right? Then let's think of a solution together. Fine. Su Juanhao and Su Juanji huddled together, trying to figure out why he was crying. Su Juanhao suggested. Could it be that he got beaten up somewhere? Interesting idea. If that's true, the opponent by now must have become a beautiful ice sculpture. If he cried because he froze the other person and felt guilty about it, that would make sense. What the heck? Isn't that just crocodile tears? The two of them continued their foolish conversation. Suddenly, Diju, are you here? Have you taken all the Chinese medicine Shuangho gave you? Hiki. Isn't it strange? The two exchanged glances. Chinese medicine? The main body? We need to ask about that in detail. Su Juanhao immediately. Hello, what's up? Chinese medicine. What do you mean by that? You haven't received it yet? So what exactly does it mean? No. Shuangha said he would cure your illness, so he went and earned money to buy herbal medicine. He earned money? Yes. He worked at a call center, dealing with difficult customers, and it turned out he was surprisingly good at it. Alright then, I'm hanging up. Hey. Hello. Why did you even call if? Asterisk beep. Beep asterisk. After Su Junho hung up, Juanji nodded slightly. He finally understood. Shuangha is crying now because he's sad. Don't make a cute face with my face. It's annoying. Oh, okay. Su Juanji said with a cold expression. He worked hard and even bought the medicine. Then you just disappeared. Of course he'd be upset. Damn it. Then what should I do? I already told him I was okay. I even made shadow animals for him. Humph. But if Su Juanji steps in, Su Juanji bared his teeth and gave a meaningful smile. Then things might be different. I can resolve. Su Junho looked extremely skeptical. He clearly didn't believe it. After thinking a moment, Su Junho said, alright. If you can fix it, I'll treat you to whatever food you want. Eat till you burst. Teacher. Looks like we're finally communicating. Su Juanji smiled faintly, then immediately pushed open Shuangha's door and stepped inside. The Frost Queen lay face down on the bed like she was dead. Why is our queen so heartbroken today? Judging by that tone, it's you, Juanji, isn't it? Get out. Sigh. There's no affection between us at all. Here, wipe your tears with this first. Su Juanji approached kindly and handed him a handkerchief. Tremble, tremble, tremble. The hand holding the handkerchief was naturally shaking. What's wrong? Shuanga saw this scene. His eyes widened. Why are you trembling? Didn't you say you were already healed? Actually, it's a secret, just for you. Su Juanji glanced around, and after confirming no one was nearby, whispered in his ear, the real body is doing this so you won't worry. He's actually not fully recovered yet. Really? Shuanga shot up and asked, if you're lying, I'll scold you. You're unbelievable. Look into my clear eyes and say that again. They're not clear at all. They're a little cloudy, actually. TSK. You know the real body better than even this clone of mine. Su Juanji stubbornly stuck to his story. Shuanga was at a loss for words. Fine. I admit, you understand the contractor better than I do. See? Come to think of it, it's actually quite possible. That's just how the contractor is. Always thinking of others first. I'm such an idiot. I should have suspected something first, but instead, I cried like a kid. His face flushed bright red with shame. I used to be a calm and intelligent person, but after my body got smaller, even my mind and emotions became childish. That really made things inconvenient for Shuanga. Thank you for telling me all that. He got out of bed and carefully took out the traditional. Juanji nodded seriously, looking at him. Go. Only you can heal the real body. All right. He gently approached the contractor's room. A faint sound came from inside the room. Peeking through the crack of the door, he saw the contractor sitting painfully on the bed. His hands were trembling. Although it was kept secret from Shuanga, the trembling couldn't be stopped. How troublesome. Is there any medicine? Juanji was right. Shuanga's eyes had never been so bright. Since becoming a spirit, he resolutely pushed open the door and walked directly up to the contractor. He handed him a packet of herbal medicine. Su Juanhao exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What's with this spice smell? This is Chinese medicine, Shuanga said crisply, wearing a proud smile. I can't bear to see the contractor suffer like this. Come on, eat up. Get well soon. What? What are you talking about? Where did you get the money to buy something this expensive? You're that curious? Then I guess I have to tell you. He quickly sat down next to Su Juanhao and fluently recounted his day's adventures. In the end, even the head and staff of the information office tried desperately to stop me from going. Wow. Impressive. He roughly understood the overall situation. DG must have intervened to deal with those troublesome clients. But even so, the fact that he worked so hard couldn't be denied. Moreover, it was out of a desire to heal him. He didn't hesitate, even when doing this kind of work for the first time. It was truly admirable. Su Juanhao smiled gently and ruffled his hair, then swallowed a piece of the herbal medicine. So bitter. How is it? I'm really curious. Su Juho silently held out his hands. Whoa. That's a big difference. Look. They're not shaking at all anymore. Can't help it. This feels weird. The teary-eyed Frost Queen shrugged and smiled happily. Asterisk. There's a saying. When you lie, hide the lie within the truth. Demons are very skilled at using that trick. Damn it. Is the 6th floor really opening in 100 days? I thought that was just a rumor. Looks like from the 6th floor on, it's going to be tough. Otherwise, even halfway through the climb, they wouldn't give us 100 days. Friends they hadn't seen in a while gathered at Su Juanho's place, discussing in hushed tones. The 6th floor will open in 84 days. Most players during this time will be training and improving themselves. I'll hunt to keep my combat instincts sharp. Going to hunt on the 4th floor? Of course. After Ramadat spoke, Su Juanho said, the 5th floor is good too. The 5th floor. There aren't many monsters there. Just go and see for yourselves. His smiling expression left his friends looking confused. Kiki, if you see it for yourselves, you'll be totally shocked. The 5th floor now is nothing like it used to be. Su Juanji proudly sipped his orange juice, while Su Juho looked visibly displeased. Hey, all the hard work on the 5th floor was done by me. Why are you taking the credit? Because we are one and the same. One and the same? Neither one nor the same. You better rein it in a little. How boring. You're even wearing my underwear right now. What? Are you crazy? No, I'm your clone. What's the problem? The two of them started bickering as usual. Ring ring. Ring ring. Buzz. Everyone's terminals started ringing madly. It wasn't an ordinary call or message. It was a disaster alert. Everyone's expression turned serious instantly. They hurriedly tapped open their terminal screens. At Samay, Kazakhstan, the largest portal in history has been confirmed to have formed. All available players nearby are requested to assemble immediately. Just those 2 lines of text were enough to shatter their peaceful lives. Chapter 435. Continuation 2. Kazakhstan is located at the center of the continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Samay is usually an extremely quiet plain, but today was completely different. This is H. I've arrived at the scene. Korean player Agent H surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but gasp. Thousands of players had gathered here. It was a sight rarely seen in everyday life. However, H did not feel reassured. On the contrary, while gazing at the gigantic structure named the Gate of Samay, he took off his sunglasses. Oh my god. Crackle. How should one describe the scene before him? A massive ring stretching from the ground all the way into the sky. Calling it a gate almost seems too casual. Such a massive object had suddenly appeared just an hour ago. This was not a good sign. Up until now, no object of this size had ever appeared on Earth. Some major change was about to happen. Normally praised for his foresight, he now furrowed his brow, because he felt as if he were being swept into a massive vortex of fate. Excuse me, but what's the situation? It has entered a stable state, meaning it's no longer expanding. A member from the France Players Association answered. At first, it was expanding rapidly, but for the past 20 minutes, it has remained unchanged. That's terrifying. The gate of Samay itself had not caused any damage so far, but just looking at that enormous gate was enough to send chills running down their spines. What do you think it is? First of all, that's not what we would call a gate. The member from France stated firmly. More specifically, it doesn't fall into any of the categories we use to classify gates. You mean the 3 stages of a gate? Decades ago, humanity had clearly defined gates. When a gate appears, it is blue. During an active raid, it turns red. Once cleared, it turns green and disappears after about an hour. Anything with these characteristics, we call a gate. That's true. This doesn't look like any gate we know. H furrowed his brow and said, the gate of Samay didn't show any distinct color. Instead, each time mana waves rippled across its surface like waves, they could faintly glimpse a different scenery beyond. It did seem to be connected to somewhere, but no one knew where. It's a real headache. No players have gone inside yet? Who would be crazy enough to rush in? As players, you have to know when to act. Knowing when not to act is key to surviving for a long time. Now everyone's instincts were loudly screaming. Absolutely do not act recklessly. Please hold on over there. Listen carefully to me. At that moment, a Westerner with a distinctive hooked nose raised his hand. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, he began to speak. I am Cotton, an agent from the American Players Association. Oh, Cotton, what is it? I would like to use one of my abilities, vision sharing, to explore the inside of the gate. Does anyone object? Vision sharing? What kind of ability is that? It's roughly like this. Cotton whistled sharply, and a hawk circling above descended onto his arm. At the same time, Cotton's eyes began to emit a blue glow. Even though I'm facing forward right now, I can see a man wearing a red scarf behind me. Oh, so basically, you're sharing the hawk's vision? Like operating a drone? Exactly. After hearing his explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. With this ability, they could indeed explore inside the gate, without risking human lives. Of course, some expressed concerns. Wait. This is equivalent to sending a living being into the gate. That's too dangerous. What if it triggers something unpredictable? What if it causes a disaster? But we can't just stay like this forever. The gate has only been here for less than an hour. At the very least, we should observe it for a few more days. The two sides clashed fiercely, and the argument seemed endless. Welcome. Plain text. The hero has arrived. A group of people walked toward the third gate. Su Juanhao immediately drew everyone's attention upon appearing. He spoke up. What happened? Well? After speaking, Su Juanhao looked around at his friends and asked, what do you all think? I think maintaining the status quo for now is better. We know nothing about this thing. Acting rashly makes no sense. But just because a gate opened, gathering so many people here, seems a bit like a waste of resources. Even if it's a waste, it's better than risking greater losses. As his friends' opinions clashed, the discussion reached a stalemate. Thump thump, thump thump. Something rolled over from the other side of the gate, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Whoa. Isn't that a buffalo? No, it's a bit different, Gilberto started to say. To be precise, that's a cova. It has two tails. A cova. Really? Wait, that's an animal from the frontier zone. The pioneer buffalo, now the focus of everyone's gaze, panicked for a moment, then crossed back through the gate. Kaduan, watching this scene, nodded. It seems there shouldn't be anyone opposing my exploration now. This time, the opposition didn't speak up again. After all, Kova had already traveled through the gate once, without any major problems. On the contrary, what concerned everyone more was why Kova had appeared there. Because, the moment Cotton's eyes turned blue, it quickly disappeared to the other side of the gate. It began a live broadcast. It was a plain, somewhat like a desert, with no signs of any civilization. There seemed to be something in the distance. Wait, what? Cotton's face stiffened, as if he had encountered something At the same time, a magical backlash made him cough up blood. What happened? Medic. Is there a healer? I'm here. A healer who was acting alongside the 5 heroes immediately began treating him. Huff, thanks. Damn it. What happened? Were you attacked? No. It's just that the distance was too far, and the connection was forcibly severed. Cotton had just regained consciousness when Su Juanhao worriedly knelt beside him and asked, so, on the other side of the gate, what exactly did you see? Cotton swallowed hard and replied with a flicker in his eyes. Absurd. He continued, with an expression even he himself couldn't fully understand. The event beyond the gate is a prelude. The Samei plain fell into silence. *****. Confirmation of a supermassive gate. It connects to the western wilderness of the Vanguard sector. Breaking news. A new colossal gate has also been discovered in the eastern confirmed to connect to the Falbo altar. The World Player Association has issued an emergency directive to agents. They are currently searching for more colossal gates on the 3rd layer. Are layers 1 through 4 now interconnected? If so, what is the reason? The World Player Association has called an emergency global meeting. Confirmed, the royal delegation from the 2nd layer Ruben Empire will attend. This is an unprecedented event. We used to think that only by ascending layers could we reach another dimension. Now, we can arrive there simply by stepping through a colossal gate. Skaya, what do you think? Faced with Su Juanhao's question, Skaya didn't answer right away. When he's deep in thought, even someone shouting beside him won't register. In that case, how will things unfold? Ramadat scratched his head and spoke up. Does that mean people in a hurry no longer need to use the dimension elevator? It's not that simple. Gilberto interjected. Previously, traveling between layers required at least going through the dimension elevator. Each elevator trip could transport up to 10 people. Even using artificial islands in the Pacific, it still took time to move hundreds of people. Because of that, when the Minor Guild arrived on Earth, we gained valuable time. But now it's different. If terrorists want to instantly deploy hundreds of thousands of troops to Earth, they absolutely can. This must be the work of the miners or demons. Meishu frowned. Because in a situation like this, only they stand to benefit. Even a direct connection between Earth and other dimensions That's something we've never seen before. The wider the goal, the harder it is for the goalkeeper to defend. This is only natural. Sigh. There will be so many things to worry about in the future. Gilberto sighed deeply. Ramadet scratched his cheek. I don't quite get it. Wouldn't it be fine if we just stationed more troops near the gate? It's not that simple. After thinking for a while, Skya finally spoke. First of all, through these supermassive gates, we can clearly see both the pros and cons. Oh, there are advantages? Of course. The connection between dimensions means that exchanges have officially begun. This means Earth's stagnant culture, economy, and technology could experience explosive growth. Sounds pretty good. The problem is, the benefits are far outweighed by the losses. Skya pointed out there were 3 major losses. First, as Gilberto said, our defenses have become vulnerable. Players were able to safely explore the upper floors because Earth was safe. Earth, having entered a time of peace, had safe zones, and gate explosions had become rare occurrences. Even when there were gate explosions, there were plenty of top players who could easily handle them. So what's the second major loss? Chaos. Unprecedented chaos. Skya's gaze grew deeper. Ramadet, what do you think of the Reuben Empire? They're a reliable ally. We help each other, don't we? That's true, but that's only because we were too far apart to pose a threat to each other. In the past, neither. But now, things are different. As long as one side harbors thoughts of war, this peace will shatter like a brittle cookie. But there shouldn't be any reason for that, right? In every world, there are always extremists. Relations between Earth and the Reuben Empire must now be handled more cautiously than ever. Furthermore, chaos brought by each species will follow closely behind. The Vanguard Zone is unlike Earth. It's not a place inhabited solely by humans. Elves, dwarfs, orcs, lizardfolk, merfolk, and many other races coexist there. It is a multi-species ecosystem. Some humanoid races are recognized as human and enjoy equal rights. What would happen if these races wanted to live on Earth? Laws would be required to stop it, but the gate is already open. No matter how strict the law is, it's no longer as impossible as it was yesterday. Just the increased possibility alone is enough to cause concern for Earth. But the biggest issue is still the third point. Skya's gaze shifted to the colossal gate. First layer, second layer, third layer, at least 3 dimensions, are now connected together. And perhaps the fourth is connected too. This has never happened before in human history. Are you worried about the side effects? Exactly. The worst-case scenario is that the dimensions may collapse. Hearing that, everyone took a deep, solemn breath. This might be more serious than they imagined. But based on what you said, there doesn't seem to be anything we can do right now. That's true. Then let's just wait and see for now. Players became highly alert, standing guard before the colossal gate, sealing it off as tight as a fortress. And just like that, 2 days passed. A shocking piece of news swept across Earth. Shirwang, Nazad, and Harlow. The Reuben Empire's invasion had begun. Chapter 436. Continue. 3. An old man walked into the dim, dusty hall filled with mist. Surveying the interior, the sturdy man who followed him snorted disdainfully. What's wrong, old man? Did you get lost in memories? There's nothing here worth reminiscing about. Humph. But you did raise a few disciples here, didn't you? The man's previously casual attitude suddenly turned pale. The old man's cold gaze made him uneasy. Yes, I misspoke. If you're upset, I'll withdraw the comment. Don't casually mention my disciples. The man nodded, muttering inwardly. This so-called heartless old man cares about his disciples more than anything. Indeed, that must be why he's so furious at Phantom. Because all of his disciples had been killed by Phantom. Wiping the sweat from his neck, Colonel Chalbach spoke up. Still, thanks to you, we finally completed the plan. Honestly, I thought we would fail. How laughable. Talking about failure in front of me. The grand plan to connect all layers actually started more than a decade ago. The blueprint was obtained from the demons. In order to transport the materials, the entire Miners Guild was mobilized. Recalling that glorious era, Colonel Chalbach gave a bitter smile. If only the Miners Guild hadn't collapsed, it would have been better. If that had been the case, they could have used the supermassive portals to launch terrorist attacks freely from the 1st to the 4th floors. Thinking of his subordinates killed by Phantom, he swallowed a trace of regret and changed the subject. Now then, why did you suddenly come to the Outlands? I hid something here. The old man Nazad Harlow tapped the ground lightly with a black wooden staff. The flat land cracked open, revealing a hidden staircase. Oh, is this a secret room? This is my first time seeing it. Even Colonel Charbach, who had visited many times before, had never seen this place. It must have been hidden with magic, because he had never sensed a hollow space beneath his feet. So what exactly is this place for? Colonel Charbak widened his eyes as he followed Nazid Harlow into the basement. My God. The spacious basement was filled with dozens of massive shelves, like the warehouse of a giant discount store. Thousands of black beads were neatly arranged on them. Are these demonic seeds? They're objects that can be forcibly injected, causing them to lose reason and go berserk. However, every time I reached a critical point in my research, fandoms would interfere, and I would fail in the end. Wasn't the demonic seed project discontinued after the test subject Telgia? Nazid tilted his head and looked up, as if deep in thought, just like someone pondering a complicated question. Yes, the Demon Lord did issue such an order, but why? At the time, the Minor Guild no longer had the capacity to continue, but I was different. He continued researching the demonic seed in silence, and these are the results. Even if the Minor Guild failed, I succeeded. Nazid. Harlow picked up a demonic seed like cradling his own child, gazing at it tenderly. Colonel Charbak cast a nervous glance at him. Does the Demon Lord know about this? There's no way he does. What? Colonel Charbak's eyebrow twitched. As one of the executives, everyone knew that Nazid. Harlow never acknowledged the Demon Lord as a superior, but this time, he had clearly gone too far. To build a demonic seed facility like this, among the required materials are humans infused with demonic energy. So, Nazid, where did Harlow get so many humans infused with demonic energy? Colonel Charbak's eyes turned cold. Not kidnapping. Did you use minors from the association? They're just trash anyway. To us. Whether they're alive or dead doesn't matter, right? Is that what you think? He tightened his bulging travel bag as he spoke, but I absolutely cannot turn a blind eye. I will report this in detail to Lord Tianma. Listen, Charbak. Nazid of the Demon Realm stared at him, exuding thick death energy. His murky eyes slowly locked onto the colonel. Why do you think I let you see this space? Damn it. Realizing he was trapped, the colonel immediately threw the travel bag at Nazid. At the same time, he activated Beast Form S. His legs instantly turned into those of a cheetah. The colonel kicked off the ground fiercely and shot up the stairs like lightning, moving so fast it blurred the eye. I can shake him off. His beast transformation wasn't just physical. It amplified animal traits by several folds. When the colonel reached the temple entrance and leapt into the sunlit space, a loud boom resounded. With a thud, a massive hand reached from behind and gripped his throat tightly, slamming him hard into the ground. Damn it! A towering knight clad in pitch-black armor. The colonel gritted his teeth, staring intently at him. Death Knight. As he struggled under the knight, a flat, emotionless voice sounded. Please stop resisting. It doesn't matter. The result will be the same. You little brat. The colonel glared furiously, fixing his eyes on Nazid as he climbed the stairs. Do you think you'll get away with this? If the Demon Lord finds out, he might never find out. More importantly, Nazid gave a cold smile. Even if he does find out, do you think he'll avenge you? He knew. He had sworn allegiance to the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord had no such mercy. The Archlord's trembling eyes fixed on the demonic seed in Nazid's hand. Don't look at me like that. Nazid. A crazed smile appeared at the corner of Harlow's lips. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Shirwang Nazid. Harlow. The Reuben Empire's invasion had begun. Nazid. Harlow. Ayaz. Aslan. Sigurd. The government territory was quickly breached. A necromancer who wields divine fists in a human body led a horde of corpses to the north. With every blink of an eye, among so much news, not a single piece of it was good. In a situation like this, what are we supposed to do? Nazid, Harlow's target isn't Earth. It's the front lines? Maybe it's a diversion tactic. If we leave, they might change course and attack Earth instead. Exactly. And even though they've already opened one colossal portal, there's no rule saying they can't open another. Over the past 2 days, it's finally been confirmed that from the first to the fourth layer, they are indeed connected. And worse still, and there's also news that Nazid Harlow is moving north. However, despite all this bad news, Earth remains unusually quiet, quite unexpected. I thought there would be a lot of reports supporting them. I told you, the era of Earth and the Reuben Empire, calling each other surveillance allies, is over. Skaya answered briefly. Although the floors have been connected, that only happened 2 days ago. Family and lovers live on Earth, while friends are on the front lines. If you were them, which would you choose to protect? It's obvious which side the players would choose. Yeah. I understand it rationally, but I still feel regretful. The problem is, giving up the front lines is also a terrible move. A terrible move? Skaya sighed deeply. Though the situation is complicated, Earth will continue to have new players registering. They will challenge the portals, level up, and attempt to reach the second floor. But if on that second floor, a terrifying enemy awaits, namely the Empire, their growth will be restricted, right? Exactly. That's why we cannot abandon the front lines. More precisely, because of the Reuben Empire. Perhaps this is a clever scheme by the Demon King and his demons. The problem lies with Nazid, Harlow. He's forcing people to make a choice, and he's moving with an overwhelming legion. He's marching with countless corpses. The observed numbers are already in the tens of thousands. Of course, players who can operate on the 4th and 5th floors are each worth 100 men. The problem is, there aren't many players at that level. In fact, what they want to protect are their families and lovers on Earth. After all, fighting against Nazid, Harlow is a massive risk in itself. Is that guy really that strong? Strong enough to strike fear into elite players? Yes, very strong. Cha Seun answered firmly. Although the order of the 9 heavens doesn't reflect power, the lower the number, the longer one has remained among the 9. That's an undeniable fact. And Nazid, Harlow, is currently the 2nd heaven, right below the Demon Lord. In fact, the World Player Association has declared that his threat level equals that of the Demon Lord. And that's no exaggeration. Even when moving alone, he's considered a legion, because he can resurrect the dead and make them stronger. He can summon them anytime, anywhere. I thought necromancers were weaklings. Didn't expect them to be this powerful. He's an opponent we can't underestimate. Listening to their conversation, Su Juanhao fell deep into thought. The Empire is formidable. The Emperor commands knight orders and millions of soldiers, court magicians, and magic tower collaborators. There's no doubt, the Empire's combat strength is the most powerful across all layers so far. But it has one major weakness. The greater the power, the larger the size. Gathering everything in one place takes time. The Empire's elite forces are spread across the front lines in every direction. The knight orders are stationed in the capital. The magic towers are scattered throughout the Empire. To assemble them requires a massive amount of money and time. By comparison, Nazid, Harlow is different. Once the situation turns unfavorable, he can relocate without hesitation. If necessary, he can even launch guerrilla warfare. There's a huge difference in mobility. To fight such an enemy, we must also improve our mobility. And here's where the problem arises. To enhance mobility, a smaller force has the advantage. But Nazid, even though Harlow is highly mobile, he's also leading a legion, which means, if mobility is matched, we can't guarantee victory in an all-out war. That's what makes him so terrifying. Phew, headache. Dealing with him is truly difficult. It really is a headache. While the group was resting at the temporary camp, their hair stood on end. The appearance of a stranger put everyone on alert for battle. Don't rush. Everyone calm down first. The smiling man took off his gray hat, revealing a pair of long, slender eyes like stars and moon, and a smiling face. It's been a long time. Mr. Gray, the first floor administrator. He smiled and said, I've come with good news. Chapter 437, Continuation. 4. Juanshi whispered from the back. He's not a scammer, right? I've never seen anyone who actually brings good news when they talk like that. Quiet. Su Juanhao replied softly, then turned his gaze to Gray. Please, go on. First, the administrators held a meeting. As soon as the result came out, I rushed down. As expected, everyone nodded in agreement. They had already suspected that this portal wasn't created by the system. What's more, they had long suspected the demons. Did you come to shut down the portal? That was my intention at first. GRE, the first floor administrator, looked at the scenery gate with a slightly stiff expression, but I didn't expect things to become this complicated. What do you mean? We believe that it was the demon race who opened that gate. GRE continued explaining. If that's the case, then the demons have already infiltrated. The administrators can take countermeasures immediately. Simply put, it's like the relationship between hackers and programmers. Hackers and programmers? In other words, before the enemy attacks, the admins can't make any overt moves first. The complication is part of the whole issue. GRE let out a soft sigh. The blueprint for the device that links dimensions seems to have been provided by the demon race, but the one who completed it was Main. Wait, are you saying this wasn't done by the demons, but by Main? Everyone's face was filled with shock, especially Skaya, who nearly shouted in protest. That's impossible. No matter how good a player mage is, no one could reach a... Ordinarily, that would be true. GRE admitted without hesitation. But if he had the blueprint, then it's a different story, as long as there's enough time and materials. Skaya, Kiraland, even you can do it now. Yeah. Simply put, this means it's very difficult for an administrator to shut down this portal directly. Then what if you just pretend not to know and close it anyway? That wouldn't be hard. Gray turned his calm gaze toward Ramadat. Ramadat. But if an administrator is the first to break the rules, the demons will gain even greater freedom of movement. Can you handle them? In other words, the demons are hoping for the administrator to directly shut down the portal. This might have been part of a plan laid out decades ago, Gray said, looking at the portal. To connect different dimensions, it's not just about gathering materials. More importantly, it's about linking the key vertices. Vertices? Simply put, they buried devices at the locations where the portals would open. Upon hearing this, Ramadat frowned. Wait, that means those devices were buried when Tianma and the demons came to Earth. I always felt the Demon Association's operations were going too smoothly. Never thought there would be such a hidden secret behind it. Su Juanhao asked grimly. So then, Mr. Gray, are you saying you can't close that portal? Yes. However, I have an enticing proposal to offer next. Gray smiled slightly and continued. First, all the administrators from the first to the fourth floor will work together to prevent the collapse of the dimensions. Phew. Skya let out a sigh of relief, because for him, the greatest concern, it's the collapse of the dimensions. Moreover, just as the demons provided the blueprint for connecting dimensions, we will provide you with the blueprint to shut down this device. Oh. That's definitely the best proposal the administrators could offer. Do you agree? Of course, we're very grateful. However, based on your current capabilities, shutting down this device may take months or even decades. Humph. Skya sneered with disdain. Leave this matter to me. The demons spent decades on this research. I'll catch up in no time. How reliable. Excellent. Just knowing there's a way to shut down the colossal portal gives us peace of mind. In that case, the most urgent problem has been resolved. What remains is to ensure that before the gate is closed, no further losses occur. Now then, Skya, Kiraland, StyleClan, please listen closely to my explanation. At first, everyone was listening to GRE's explanation, but except for Skya, the others gradually drifted away. Dimensional formulas and such. No matter how many times I hear them, I still don't get it. It's honestly frustrating. I didn't expect you'd feel the same as I do. Ramadat and Gilberto sighed together. And at that moment, Su Juanhao's phone buzzed as well. He also let out a sigh. Before even opening the inbox, a strong hunch rushed into his heart. The player, Su Juanhao, please proceed immediately to the World Players Association headquarters. He had a feeling that he was about to get involved in something troublesome. Su Juanhao quickly set out for the Helvetia Federation, better known as Switzerland, because there, the headquarters of the World Players Association was located. Welcome, Mr. Su. A middle-aged man waiting at the entrance reached out his hand gently. I am Eurus, the current president of the World Players Association. Hello. Su Juanhao shook his hand and asked straightforwardly, if I'm not mistaken, it's not President Eurus who actually wants to meet me, right? Faced with such a direct question, Eurus froze for a moment. Then he nodded. As expected of your reputation, your intuition is sharp. Yes. Although I would also like to meet you, I wouldn't issue an emergency summon for such a simple reason. After all, I'm not that short-sighted. Then, I would like to meet that distinguished person immediately. All right, I'll take you there right away. Following the president into the inner building, he saw members of the association of various races from around the world, busy at work. What? The Three Gorges Dam incident? That's something China can handle on their own, isn't it? There's also a reported murder involving players in the Alps. Immediately dispatch witnesses to investigate. Send players with building skills to the Sanmei Gate area to first construct accommodations. Although everyone was busy working, whenever someone met his gaze, they immediately froze, eyes wide open. Oh my god. Is that really Phantom? What nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't he just over at Sanmei Gate earlier? Really? A Phantom? Whoa. Su Juanhao, I'm a huge fan of yours. I understand everyone's excitement, but please stay focused on your work. No. The guild president, scolded by the association member, walked into a quiet hallway and spoke cautiously. If my attitude made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize again. These players have deep roots in the industry, so your presence was particularly shocking to them. I understand. This level of admiration, I'm used to it by now. As he followed him into the large conference room, Su Juanhao nodded. Just as I expected, these instincts of mine are never wrong. How long has it been? Count Rennie of the Japanese Empire reached out his hand. Su Juanhao took his hand and responded. It's been a long time. You know. It wouldn't hurt to show up now and then. He clearly looked a bit disappointed. I've just been too busy lately and haven't checked in on you properly. Have you been well? Thanks to you. I'm doing just fine. My wife's been in good health too. Count Rennie is someone with deep ties to us in the borderlands. As such, he's been hailed as the imperial saint of the Reuben Empire, and granted an audience with the emperor. He single-handedly crushed the main association. You didn't just want to check in on how I'm doing, did you? That's right. The smile on Count Rennie's face suddenly turned serious. You also know, the current situation of the Empire is not optimistic. It's because of Nazit and Harlow, right? Since it's just the two of us, I'll be blunt. With the Empire's strength, it's very difficult to catch up to his mobility. Then let me be frank, Su Juanhao said. To be honest, I'm not confident I could defeat him alone either. To be precise, he could defeat Nazit and Harlow personally, but if they act together with their legion, then there's no chance of victory. Tens of thousands of corpses. That's an overwhelming force. If the other side doesn't engage in full-scale war, we would be the ones ultimately at a disadvantage. However, Count Rennie seems to understand this very well too. What if it's not just you? Who else will be joining us? Including Sir Hart, members of the Royal Knights, the Master of the Magic Tower, the Heresy Inquisitors of the Sun Church, and the Archbishop will all participate. Su Juanhao's eyes widened like a startled rabbit. Just hearing the names of those participants made it clear. The Empire was placing great importance on this operation. Why me? There should be many knights, stronger than me in the Empire, right? Actually, I opposed it at first too, but Sir Hart insisted that it had to be you. Indeed, he had once thoroughly assessed his own strength. Since then, quite some time has passed. He might think you've grown into an outstanding assistant. Of course, he probably didn't expect you would become this powerful. After a brief moment of thought, President Eurus of the association spoke. Mr. Su, if possible, we hope you can become one of us. Are you able to accept the same request? Is it a request from the World Players Association? Yes. President Eurus nodded gravely. For Earth and the Frontier Zone to survive right now, they must work together. However, even though everyone understands this, they still can't avoid a state of mutual suspicion and conflict. I see. In short, we need someone to serve as a bridge. Both the World Players Association and the powerful nations want you to take on that role. If you join this operation, the Empire will forever remember your contribution. Su Juanhao fell into deep thought. He was human too. Rather than going to the Frontier Zone, he would rather protect Earth. But there were many others on Earth who could take his place. There was Jutian and the 5 other heroes. But only I can be the bridge. More importantly, someone is in danger, and they need him. That alone was enough reason for him to act. Then let's give it a try. Su Juanhao firmly grasped Count Lenny's hand. Su Juanhao quickly headed to the second floor, toward the street location he had been informed beforehand. The last time I saw Hart, I could barely breathe. I nearly died. But this time was different. Welcome. Long time no see. Even facing dozens of royal knights including Hart, the Tower Master, the Inquisitor, and the Archbishop. I am player Su Juanhao. It's an honor to work with all of you. Even his breathing remained calm and steady. Only Hartmann greeted him with a faint, elusive smile. Chapter 438, The Night of the Corpses. 1. Hart studied Su Juanhao with a gaze full of curiosity. He observed him carefully and thoroughly. After all, even though it had only been a few days, he was still a student he had once taught. Therefore, seeing his improvement should have been gratifying. However, what first arose was surprise and confusion. This kid, what on earth had he done? The aura he gave off was even more obscure than before. Did that mean Su Juanhao was weaker than before? Absurd. Those eyes were as pure and cold as blood on a winter mountain. That straight back and broad shoulders seemed to hold up the sky itself. He exuded an air of composure and confidence. Is that man the Phantom? Indeed, his skills were extraordinary, far beyond what someone his age should possess. It was said he was one of the top players. Clearly, the rumors were true. Hearing the murmurs around him, Hart couldn't help but chuckle. How could he suppress such laughter? It must have been because they were seeing him for the first time, that they thought that way. If he were seeing him for the first time too, he might have said the same. However, this was already their third meeting. More importantly, he had already surpassed that level. Su Juanhao had surpassed him, who had lived for over 100 years, and was once called the continent's #1 swordsman. The strongest evidence was that he could no longer fully gauge Su Juanhao's strength. With a look of amusement, Hart fell into thought. Then, should he tell the younger companions the truth? There seemed to be no real need. Although revealing the truth might temporarily boost morale, but it could also make them overly reliant on him. After making his decision, Hart simply gave a small nod. You're truly considerate. After casting him a grateful look, the elderly man All right, now that everyone is here, let's begin. The old man tapped his cane on the floor, and a massive golden map appeared in the air. First of all, this is the target's movement pattern discovered earlier this morning. As soon as he finished speaking, a part of the map began to rot and wither away, turning black and lifeless. Seeing the devastation, Su Juanhao muttered, "There's no discernible pattern." At first, he mainly attacked southern cities, but now he's launching strikes all across the nation. His movements are completely erratic. Even harder to predict than Hong Jidong. The Empire's dignity is probably in ruins by now. The Frost Queen let out a soft chuckle, just as she said. Zatahallo's current actions seem to declare, "I know everything about your Empire's strength and how you'll respond." Troops the Empire carefully arranged for ambush were mocked as he appeared from the opposite direction, freely trampling over cities. The losses must be substantial. Supplies and rations for relocating soldiers, plus the damage to cities. You don't even need to ask to imagine the Empire's current state. The people tremble in fear, while nobles clamor for military protection of their territories. This isn't sustainable if this continues. It's no surprise if rebellions break out. Even so, would rebellion really happen? Rebellion. Defying the Emperor's orders is rebellion. How many will refuse to send their knights and soldiers just to protect their own land and family? As a former ruler, his way of thinking is certainly different. Indeed, if this situation drags on, the Emperor's authority will fall to its lowest point. Once things reach that stage, the Empire will fall into a disorganized mob. It will become a tempting piece of cake. Seeing Su Juanhao's serious expression, the master of the magic tower continued speaking. The terrifying thing about this guy is not just the unpredictability of where he appears. More importantly, it's his army. Tens of thousands of corpses, right? This morning, the report from Hamelin's conquest stated the enemy numbered 100,000. From tens of thousands to 100,000. It's unbelievable. Not just Su Juanhao. The others also showed disbelief on their faces. Impossible. How could a mere mortal handle such magic power? Isn't that the amount recorded in history that only demon lords could command? Could it be they used illusion magic to demoralize us? While that's possible, we must assume the worst-case scenario now. The entire group's morale clearly took a hit. We're operating as a small elite team, while the enemy has 100,000 troops. It's hopeless. Even he himself had only once faced tens of thousands of enemies before. That was during the battle against the gears from another world. Duke Phantom, I heard that in your world, you once stopped this necromancer. What method did you use back then? That. Facing the Archbishop's question, Su Juanhao looked slightly awkward. He had only learned about that event through reports. At the time, they had launched hundreds of missiles. As a result, although the Turkish region was turned into ruins, they did manage to force NASA down to the second layer. However, in this world, such a method couldn't be used. Emperor Gauss had strictly forbidden 21st century technology from entering this world to prevent disrupting the era of magic and languages, and rightfully so. Because such weapons would destroy the balance here. Then all we can do is pray for the god's protection. His Majesty would never allow such weapons to be brought in. Let's hope that guy shows up at the next location, just as we anticipated. Hearing their concerns, Su Juanhao cautiously raised his hand and asked, "Wait a second, are you saying, if he shows up somewhere unexpected, we won't be able to catch him?" That's right. Su Juanhao couldn't hide his confusion. Why not? If we learn that Zatahallo is invading a certain city, can't we just teleport there? While teleportation magic isn't something everyone can use, the border has magic towers. With the mages gathered there, they should be able to transport people reasonably well. Because of the rifts, the cracks. We can't do that. Rifts? What are those? The tower master let out a soft sigh and explained, teleportation allows instantaneous movement. Of course we thought of such a simple solution. When Zatahallo appeared, the magic tower immediately dispatched 30 mages. And the result? Their upper or lower bodies were severed. Su Juanhao frowned. Did he create numerous rifts in the surrounding space? You catch on fast. That's right. That's why we can't use teleportation recklessly. No one knows which space is hiding a landmine. We don't even know the full range of the rifts, so we can't risk gambling with our lives. If that's really the case, what's the point of us all gathering here? If he appears on the other side of the continent anyway, we still won't be able to reach him in time. However, the Magic Tower Master gave a slight smile. Don't underestimate the Empire's wealth and the Magic Tower's persistence. He snapped his fingers, and thousands of scroll-like objects appeared behind him. What are these? Taking a scroll with complex magical runes, Su Juanhao asked. These are magic scrolls. We'll tear them open to pursue it. But didn't you say teleportation wouldn't work? Of course, these aren't teleportation scrolls. The Magic Tower Master patiently explained. These are imbued with tracking, flight, high-speed movement, and air resistance magic. They're scrolls with multiple enchantments. What happens when you tear one open? It will instantly take you to the pre-designated target's location. Of course, the one you're holding is a blank scroll with no designated target. I see. Su Juanhao nodded in understanding. So that's why we deliberately met at the continent's center. This ensures that no matter which direction, east, west, south, or north, it appears, the travel time remains the same. The Empire's strength is truly astonishing. Creating so many scrolls requires countless mages and vast funds. As I said, when the Empire's wealth combines with the mage's persistence, nothing is impossible. The Tower Master smiled, looking at the scrolls. Of course, this method has its flaws. If the designated target isn't at that location, it's completely useless. In other words, we can only hope Nezade and Haluo attack the castle where the target is. Exactly. Also, as he was about to add more, a mage hurriedly approached. Tower Master. A request for aid. Nezade has appeared at Meyerhang Castle. Halo. What? Melhin. The Tower Master quickly turned to look at the map. At the same time, his expression twisted, because next to the word Melhin was a red X mark. Damn it. There's no target there. Then let's head to the nearest place. The Archbishop shifted his gaze to Meidiu, just below the Melhin territory. Tower Master, please distribute teleport scrolls to everyone heading to Meidiu. We'll begin our operation from there. Understood. As the scrolls flew to each person like birds, Su Juanhao's eyes sparkled as he silently watched the map. Wait. Give me a teleport scroll to the Lakis territory. What? Did you say Lakis territory? That city is even farther north of Melhin territory. It's much farther than Meidiu. The Tower Master furrowed his brow. Are you planning to strike from above and hit the rear? No. If that were my goal, then Heruin, south of Lakis, would be a better choice. Logically speaking, you can't reach Melhin in time from Lakis. The situation is extremely urgent. If you go there, by the time we regroup, everything could already be over. Even so, I still requested. It seemed his insistence was misunderstood. The Tower Master showed a hostile expression. He casually tossed the scroll at Su Juanhao's feet. I thought a hero from Earth would value his life more. Everyone's gaze turned hostile. After all, deliberately asking to teleport to a city in the opposite direction could only be seen as trying to run away. Except for one person now. Hartmann gave him a trusting look and spoke up. Very well, let's move out then. Swoosh swoosh. Came the sound of scrolls being torn. The elites disappeared across the night sky like comets. Watching this scene, Su Juanhao also picked up a scroll that had fallen to the contractor. Do you have a plan? I always have a plan. I just don't know if this one will go smoothly. Let's go. Search. With a light floating sensation, he instantly flew north. Asterisk. Standing atop the city wall, the Lord of Melhin showed a slight change in his expression. Melhin's walls stood 15 meters high, higher than those of any surrounding city. This was the first time he had ever wished the walls could be even higher. That feeling came from the countless corpses covering the Melhin plains. An elderly man in a black robe coldly swung his staff, summoning these corpses without the slightest concern. At the same time, 4, 5, the corpses emitted sickening sounds as they began charging at the city walls. These undead creatures, at astonishing speeds, shattered the stereotype of zombies moving slowly. The Lord of Melhin gritted his teeth and raised his voice. These creatures who have already died once, who should have returned to dust. Send them back to where they belong. Yes, my lord. Clang, clang. Hundreds of flamed swordsmen slashed across the night sky, lighting up the heavens. It was a hellish scene. However, even when struck by swordsmen and engulfed in flames, the corpse's speed showed no sign of slowing. This is unbelievable. My lord. Our attacks are ineffective. Damn it. According to the king's plans, once the battle begins, a special task force composed of the continent's finest elites will appear. But to reach our castle, they'd have to travel from the Meidiu region. Even on horseback, it would take at least 3 hours. That's assuming they depart immediately. The moment the request for aid is sent, Lord of Melhin closed his eyes. Carrying the hopes of many, he couldn't show a trace of hesitation. Reinforcements are coming. Just hold on for 3 hours. 3 hours, that's all. A nearly hopeless cry burst from his lips. Chapter 439. Night of the Corpses, Part 2. A child held his mother's hand as they walked along the road. He suddenly pointed to the sky and said, Mom, someone's flying through the air. What are you saying? That's impossible. A small scream echoed from afar. Su Juanhao, gliding through the night sky like a meteor, slowly opened his eyes. Impressive. Thanks to the air resistance magic, his body didn't suffer even a scratch. Phew. Am I here? Moments later, That thrilling sense of weightless floating slowly faded. His figure gently descended in front of a small cabin. This magic. A knight tracking the scroll's target looked at the black-haired man in astonishment. He must be part of the elite strike force. But why is he here? According to reports, Yahello is currently attacking Melhen. In that case, heading to the Mateo territory is far more urgent than Lakis. The knight furrowed his brow. Could he be a deserter? It was hard to believe that someone from the elite unit would flee in such a sorry state, but people can be unpredictable. However, he wasn't the first to speak. It's about the enemy. Which direction should we take to reach Melhen? Melhen. The knight estimated the direction and hesitantly turned his head. If you keep following this road, you should get there. No, wait, if that's where he was going, why would he come here? The knight straightened his neck, his face showing a look of surprise. He looked around, only to find that the man who had been standing right in front of him had completely vanished without a trace. Humph. The knight stood there as if facing a ghost, wearing an utterly confused expression for a long time. Thus began the most intense night in the history of Melhen. Block them. Don't let them get up here. Yes, sir. The corpses surged like a tide, trampling over each other's heads and shoulders, starting to climb up the walls. Creak, crack. In the process, their heads and shoulders rubbed against each other, but none of them cared. Ugh. These guys. They have no sense. Ugh. Some soldiers with weaker stomachs couldn't hold back their vomiting. Even those with stronger stomachs trembled with fear. The enemies who desperately wanted to kill them were crazily piling themselves into a wall. The scene itself was pure terror. Get a grip. Don't just stand there. The night is still long. Over here. Bring over the big cauldron. Pour the boiling oil down. Don't stop the magic and life stones. Keep firing. Keep shooting. Yahello watched the fierce battle on the plains with indifference. The walls of Melhen were taller than any city he had previously conquered. Looks like this will take some time. Although the enemy looked fragile, they had already held back his legion for an entire hour. Ironically, in this tense atmosphere, the enemy's faces began to show hope. An hour had passed. Just like before. Hold on 2 more times. Just 2 more times. Hold on. If they held out, reinforcements would come. They would definitely come. So we must hold on. On the city walls, the Lord of Melhen and the knights roused the soldiers' spirits. At that moment, Yahello revealed a cold smile at the corner of his lips. Now this is getting interesting. It was one of his twisted pleasures. When people began to truly hope for that flower, crushing that hope became one of his rare joys. A buzzing sound arose. From the wrinkled fingers surged a dense wave of magic power, instantly forming something. The 5-meter-tall monster was covered in stitched seams, as if pieced together from flesh. Goliath, destroy the walls. The massive Goliath took a step forward, responding. Stumble. Stumble. Another stumble. He looked as if he might fall at any moment, but with every step, he grew more stable. Thud. 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 Soon, he remembered how to run. His red eyes lit up sharply. Grrrr. Ah. Just one roar was enough to rupture the soldiers' eardrums. The sound was overwhelmingly oppressive. Goliath trampled over corpses and charged across the plain. Boom. Bang. Rumble. Like a long jumper. He sprinted 3 times and then soared into the sky. I am flying. He's getting closer. No. In the moment of terror among the soldiers, someone poured all their magic into their throat and shouted loudly, shields. Forward. Raise them. Quick. Raise the shields forward. Raise the shields forward. The soldiers hurriedly regained their senses, just as they raised their shields. Rumble. A Goliath descended from the sky, grabbing tightly onto the city wall with both hands. The impact sent more than a dozen soldiers flying, causing them to crash to the ground and die instantly. Damn it. Attack. Sever his fingers. Stop him from climbing up. Push him down. Swords and spears stabbed into the Goliath's body, and magical explosions followed one after another. Gurgle. However, frustratingly, he endured all the attacks. He began groping for the top of the wall with one hand. Soldiers caught by his rough hands were immediately thrown backward. Gah. The soldiers who fell onto the plains had no time to even cry out in pain from broken bones before being torn apart by the corpses. The terror this scene brought to the soldiers was beyond imagination. Damn, I'm going to die fighting against something like this. The difference in numbers is just too great. There's no way to survive here. The cunning Goliath took advantage of the soldiers' panic and swiftly climbed the city wall. His split mouth seemed to mimic a human smile. Monster. A knight commander who had served for many years drew his sword in fury. Today, I'll cut off your head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The knight commander's neck suddenly went limp. His body remained standing for a moment, then collapsed. Blood stained the city walls. Asterisker. Asterisk. Goliath let out another laugh and began pounding the wall with both fists. Asterisk boom. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Quick. Get down. Lie flat. The massive tremor felt like an earthquake. The soldiers all dropped to the ground, but that was the worst choice. Asterisk crash. Crash. Asterisk. As the wall crumbled, the long-waiting corpses rushed in and began attacking them. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Would have been an even match was suddenly overturned. My lord, please retreat immediately. Escape to the inner castle. The wall has collapsed. We can't establish a defensive line here. Now is not the time to stay here. The nobles and surviving knights pleaded with the Lord of Melhen to evacuate, but the Lord, quietly watching the devastation, slowly shook his head. If the outer wall couldn't hold them back, how could the weaker inner city walls withstand them? But as long as you are alive, my lord, we can start over anywhere. Is that how you all think? The Lord of Melhen looked at the nobles with reproachful eyes. If it were ordinary people, perhaps they would think so and act accordingly. Their own life is more important than others. Their own family is more important than others' families. Their own property is more important than others' property. But if everyone thinks that way, then I must not. He was a noble, entrusted by His Majesty the Emperor to govern the people on his behalf. Then, what is the meaning of nobility? What is the meaning of being a lord? For the people living in this city, those who have lived, and those who will live in the future, he is their noble, their lord. Without hesitation, the Lord of Melhen drew his sword. All survivors, everyone who still has their senses, pick up your weapons. Form a defensive line. From the body of the old warrior, a deafening roar erupted. Even on the chaotic battlefield, he still calmly commanded everything. Carlton, head to the inner city immediately. Use the secret passage to evacuate the women, the elderly, and the children. Yes, but during wartime, those who disobey orders will be punished under military law. The youngest knight in the order bit his lip, tears bursting from his eyes. My lord, I will obey. After confirming he had left, the lord turned his head. The surviving soldiers, knights and mages, stood protectively at his side. Please blame our foolishness. The long peace made us forget our vigilance. Thank you for awakening us. Hundreds of corpses had already flooded in. Through the collapsed city walls, the Lord glared at the vile creatures and raised his sword high. For Melhen. For Melhen. The Lord and the knights charged forward, cutting down the corpses one by one. To train knights. These walking corpses were easier to deal with than practice dummies. But the rag giant was the exception. Huff. That thing drooled as it grinned, and in its eyes was the image of the Lord wildly swinging his sword. Though the rag giant was a mindless idiot, it still retained instinct, and that instinct screamed that on this battlefield, the first to be killed must be that old man. Huff. As it swiftly reached out to grab the Lord's head. Boom. Its body exploded violently. What an ugly thing, I can barely bear to look at. An old man hovered in the air. He muttered coldly. The Lord of Melhen, realizing his presence, showed a look of surprise. M.O. Tower Master. Meanwhile, the number of corpses inside the city rapidly decreased. The royal knights in the Sun Church had arrived. Reinforcements. The reinforcements that the Lord of Melhen had been anxiously and doubtfully waiting for had finally arrived. The Lord of Melhen couldn't help but wipe away his streaming tears and shouted loudly, Reinforcements! Reinforcements sent by His Majesty the Emperor. Long live! The people within the city walls shed tears of emotion. Meanwhile, another battle was unfolding outside the city walls. Nazid, Harlow calmly surveyed those who surrounded him. The Emperor's swordsmen, the Sun Church's inquisitors, and even the Archbishop had arrived. It made him realize how thoroughly the Empire had prepared just to capture him. Your arrogance ends here. Maine, facing Heart's cold gaze. Nazid, Harlow responded aggressively, a frontier monster who's lived for centuries. Indeed strong. But it wasn't as if he hadn't anticipated their strength. After all, he had analyzed the Empire's capabilities in detail years ago. However, his skin felt a prickling sensation. It meant, even as a mage himself, at such close range, he couldn't easily handle these opponents. It was beyond imagination. So, are you afraid now? Humph. Nazid, Halo let out a cold sneer. Quite the opposite. Because the Royal Knight's captain, Hart, was already someone he had marked down as a soldier. Archbishop, may the blessings of the gods be with you. Blessing of the sun, as golden light wrapped around Heart's body. Asterisk scorpion slash. Asterisk. Heart swung his sword like a beast, cutting a line through the world. Humph. Nazid. Halo slightly furrowed his brow. Even though he had been prepared, he couldn't completely dodge the strike. 5 layers of defensive arms were destroyed at once. Though the loss wasn't enough to shake his composure. Fine then. If you're going to use a monster, then I'll send out one of my own. As Nazid, Halo's body released a thick, murky aura of magic. A dozen different types of corpses appeared around him, but that wasn't all. Ugh. Ugh. Knights, soldiers, mages, comrades who had just been fighting at their side, had now turned into wandering dead. They all began to rise again. The city of Lakis, also known as the Source of Water, was a famous tourist destination in the Borderlands. Just like Earth has the water city of Venice, the Borderlands had Lakis. Upon hearing that, the Frost Queen blinked. It's certainly beautiful, but even so, what are we even doing here in the middle of a war? He stomped a hoof. Right at this moment, the people of Melhen are suffering. Let's move quickly. I really can't. Calm down. Take a look at the map. Sujuinhao lightly tapped his nose bridge and unfolded a map of the empire. He asked, all right, where are we right now? In Rakis. Looking at the map, this place is a major water convergence zone. That's right. Although the water here splits into dozens of streams, in the end, Sujuinhao lightly tapped a large water vein with his finger. Look here. All these streams eventually. I plan to make use of this water system. A water attack? Are you planning to flood all the corpses at once? 10,000 corpses. How could we possibly kill them one by one? That would take countless days and nights. He had fought against tens of thousands of monsters in another world before. No matter how weak the enemies were, when their numbers reached the tens of thousands, the pressure they exerted was overwhelming. No matter how strong the Empire's knights and soldiers were, their mental stamina wasn't infinite. He believed that the key to this battle was speed, especially since tonight's opponent was Nazid. Harloya. He possessed overwhelming power, yet had remained dormant for over a decade. Who knew what kind of strength he had been cultivating all this time? It was unimaginable. Oh. The Frost Queen seemed to understand what he meant, and nodded. Her eyes were filled with admiration, as she looked at Su Juanhao. Since we don't know the enemy's true intentions, we should respond with unexpected tactics. It's not a bad plan at all. If I had to define it, it's actually a pretty good plan. However, there is a major flaw. The Frost Queen looked up at the map and pointed to a certain spot. The waters of the Hennis River are several kilometers from Melhen Castle. Did you overlook that detail? Impossible. So you're saying you figured out a way to change the rivers? So the contractor had a plan after all. Su Juanhao turned his head to look at Xinglan Shueli. But I'll need a little help from you. Help from me. The Frost Queen widened her eyes, trembling slightly. Asterisk. That's right. Hart agreed in a low voice. The Melhen plains were littered with corpses. Their screams were enough to rupture the eardrums. I thought she'd lost her power after years of inactivity, but it's quite the opposite. In the Outland Sea, that barren, arid land, she had been waiting tenaciously all this time. Perhaps it was for this day, for this moment. As the ancients said, patience is bitter, but its fruit is sweet. Nazid. Halo nodded coldly. Indeed, things are heating up now. As Hart stood in silence, the Archbishop and Inquisitors began gathering around him. In reality, they had already abandoned the idea of surrounding Nazid. Halo. Lord Hart, we're completely surrounded. There must be tens of thousands of corpses around us. And what's more, those few corpses around him, they look incredibly powerful. From the very beginning, Nazid Halo was never the one being surrounded. On the contrary, she lured them here herself. She tossed out her own life as sweet bait. I have a proposal. Nazid. Harlow lightly raised her hand. The noisy wailing of the corpses instantly fell silent. She gestured for Hart to continue speaking. If you are willing to offer your head, I will abandon Melhen and retreat. Nonsense. How dare you mock us like this? Lord Hart must not believe a word she says. The Inquisitors glared furiously at Nazid. Though they had converted to religion, they still harbored a deep-seated prejudice. Their admiration for Hart, a living legend, was beyond words. Why? Do you intend to add me to your ugly legion as well? Of course. A perfect body like yours is not easy to come by. If I could turn it into a corpse, it would greatly boost the legion's strength. Nazid. Harlow truly believed that if she could obtain him, places like Melhen could be abandoned without hesitation. Hart looked around and then snorted. I refuse. I have no intention of joining a stinking legion like yours. The negotiations have broken down. Nazid, as if expecting this, nodded. He tapped the ground lightly with his raised staff. Kill them all. Bring their corpses before me. Gra. Gwa. Like hounds unleashed from their chains, the corpses charged at them. Swish. Heart's sword swung rapidly, cutting down dozens of charging corpses in an instant. His eyes quickly scanned ahead. Breakthrough. Target Melhan Castle. Falling back and waiting for reinforcements, there is our best option now. Inquisitors, follow me. Form a spearhead formation. Like a spear. The Inquisitors tightly followed behind Heart. Their swords and spears. Under the moonlight, it reflected a cold, sharp gleam. We are the spikes. Maintain speed. Stay close. The spike formation is most effective against layered enemy encirclement. Asterisk thump 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 asterisk. The corpses facing the spike formation had their necks and limbs severed, or were pierced by spears, left dangling in the air. What's going on? Why is it so easy to break through? As expected. These things only have numbers. They're actually quite weak. In that case, we can break through. We can break through. In an instant, the group pierced through. About 1/3 of the corpse army. Morale soared. Confidence multiplied. Heart felt it too. This feeling. It had been a long time. He sliced a charging corpse, clean in half. Rotten blood splattered on his face. Immediately after, he thrust his sword into another corpse that appeared nearby. That foul-smelling, gaping mouth. I'm still alive. This era had seen no wars in a long time. It was an era of peace. As a result, he had been living a dull, uneventful life within the royal palace. Why am I even still alive? A knight who can't wield his sword. What use does he have? Why does this era still raise knights that may never see battle? Recently, these doubts that had haunted him vanished like a mist. Maybe it was all for this moment. The moment he set foot on the battlefield, deep within himself, that monster he thought long gone began to awaken. It opened its eyes. I am still alive. Heart's concentration grew even sharper. Every time he cut down a corpse, every time they failed to kill him, that long-forgotten feeling reawakened. All of his senses were now fully under his control. He could even feel every drop of blood flowing through his veins. How surprising. Nazid, Harlow commented briefly. Heart's performance had far exceeded his expectations. According to the information from the Dark Foot, he wasn't supposed. At this rate, he really might break through the wall of tens of thousands of corpses and return to Melhan Castle. Unable to sit back and watch any longer, Nazid Harlow lightly raised his hand. Go. 3 corpses bowed their heads slightly. Their aura was completely different from the ordinary corpses. They were not only larger in stature, but also clad head to toe in pitch black armor. Each of them even had a downward embedded sword in their chest. Hold on a little longer. Push forward. Heart shouted loudly, encouraging his comrades, because he could feel the Inquisitors were already exhausted trying to keep up with his pace. Huff. Huff. We don't need to worry. Clear a path for us. The Inquisitors gritted their teeth and responded, because both the Archbishop and Heart were determined to protect their safety. Just 5 more minutes, and they would break through the wall of corpses. As they counted down the remaining time and pushed forward with all their strength, something suddenly poked a black head out from the rear. The moment their eyes met, a surge of primal terror flooded their hearts. That's not human. Those eyes seemed to see through the weaknesses of the soul and tear them apart mercilessly. They were filled with pure violence. The Inquisitors who met the gaze of the Death Knights even stopped breathing. Heart cursed inwardly. 2 more corpses had appeared behind them. What? Heart glanced slightly backward, biting his lip tightly. In a standard large formation, the most experienced knights are supposed to be at the front and rear of the formation. But that's not the case with the true charge formation. It's a formation that only charges forward, never looking back. The bravest and most skilled knights are gathered at the front, leaving the rear relatively weak. Don't stand. Run. What? Is that why? Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The heads of the 2 rearmost knights twisted together like braided dough. They fell forward at a running pace, and seemed like they'd never rise again. But like springs, they jolted back up. Heart sharply drew in a breath. Blood oozed from his tightly clenched lips. His sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. Normally, he would praise their perseverance, commend their mental fortitude. But now, Gra. Grgich. He could no longer offer praise to comrades who rose again, as corpses. Heart fought back his tears, turned his head, and looked straight ahead. Abandon those who've fallen behind. No matter what, we have to break through the front, but even that couldn't go as planned. Gra. A tattered ogre, slightly smaller than the rag giant, blocked his path. Get out of the way. Heart swung his sword in fury like a bolt of lightning, instantly tearing the ogre into dozens of pieces. And yet, the one who frowned was Heart himself. Damn it. To deal with the ogre, the spike phalanx, whose life depended on mobility, had lost its momentum entirely. Asterisk rumble rumble, asterisk, with Heart's halt. The spike phalanx that had followed his charge fell into chaos. The spear formation had clear advantages, but its weaknesses were just as glaring. Its rear had weak combat capability, and it lacked flexibility in turning. Once the formation is broken, they will fall into a completely defenseless state, just like now. Ah. Damn it. Corpses swarmed in from all sides, stretching their heads toward them. The Archbishop quickly moved closer to Hart, who was fighting desperately. I'll support you. Thanks. Hart vaguely realized that perhaps tonight this plane would become his grave. If the Imperial army was coming, they at least had to hold until dawn. However, the 3 Death Knights approaching slowly from behind clearly had no intention of letting the battle drag on. Huff. Removing his helmet, Hart tossed his blood and sweat-soaked hair back. He lifted his head and looked north, muttering softly, "Hurry up. It's time to pay your overdue tuition. You're late." Player, censored, just as Hart was muttering while staring northward, boom, rumble. Like a flood gouging the earth, the raging river swept through everything, surging downstream. Clinging to Juno like chewing gum, the Frost Queen had her eyes shut, trembling all over. "See, contractor? I don't think we can change direction anymore. It's too fast, so scary." "No, you can do it." "No, wait." After a moment of thought, Juno corrected himself. "We should say, we can do it. That's the right way." On the raging river surface, Juno balanced on an iceboard while checking the map in his hand. "Roughly 40 minutes left until we reach the destination. Please, hang in there. Just a little more, and I'll bring this all to an end." His eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Chapter 441. Night of Corpses 4. Footsteps, one after another. Just as the Death Knights approached Hart, he drew the sword lodged in their chest like shoes. Such ignorance. Even if they're undead, using their bodies as scabbards is going too far. They can only do that because they feel no pain. The Inquisitors immediately frowned. Only 2 people noticed something. Only Hart and the Archbishop. The sword wasn't embedded to show off. That ominous aura emanating from their chests. Just sensing the foulness of that energy made one want to vomit. It was entirely concentrated in their swords. This isn't demonic energy. The stench-laden aura must be death energy. I agree with you. The Archbishop nodded. Death is meant to be sacred. When people die, they return to the God they believe in. To the devout, it's not something purely tragic. But how should this be described? Desecration of the sacred. That's all the Archbishop could call it. They forcibly suppress the aura of death. Nazit. Harlow. This must be the work of a necromancer hiding behind those corpses. How many experiments did it take? How many lives were sacrificed to create this? The enraged Archbishop burst forth with dazzling light. "In the name of the Sun God, I shall judge these abominations." Sob, 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 sob. The fluctuation of the golden halo stained the Melon plains. As expected, it clashes with the power of divinity. Nazit. Harlow. They muttered softly. With a burst of divine power from the Archbishop, the weaker corpses vanished instantly. Oh. As expected of His Grace the Archbishop, the Inquisitors cheered loudly, but Nazit, Harlow, showed a satisfied smile instead. After all, the chance to wipe out tens of thousands of corpses at once was rare. Wow. As expected, the Archbishop coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His face pale as a corpse. He was supported by the Inquisitors. Your Grace. Please stay seated. I'm fine." Although he unleashed his divine power, it only managed to clear out the ordinary corpses. What a pity. He was afraid. Nazit. Harlow lightly tapped the ground with his staff, summoning tens of thousands of corpses once again. No. The miracle performed by the Archbishop was rendered utterly meaningless. How many corpses had that guy gathered? Since there hadn't been any massacres, it must be grave robbery without a doubt. It was a whole new kind of terror. The enemies were not strong, but the sheer endlessness of their numbers brought an overwhelming fear, like an unstoppable tide. Steady. Hart gripped his sword tightly. Strength surged into his hands. If he used it, he could probably kill that guy. This was the enlightenment he had gained in his later years. It was also the ultimate secret that had once cleaved mountains. However, this requires tremendous mental focus, concentration, and physical stamina. Juno. I once told him, though I could cut through mountains, I might still lose to him in actual combat, because this isn't a skill you can easily use in a real fight. But today, he knew he had to break through this bottleneck. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with these foul-smelling creatures forever. Protect the Archbishop. Kill all the approaching corpses. Hart gave a brief order. then walked forward alone. Because he had realized, ever since a moment ago, the Death Knights had been watching only him. If he stayed, the others would be dragged in too. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Hart moved. The Death Knights, moving in sync, appeared on either side of him. How amusing. To draw swords against the continent's greatest knight, Hart revealed a cold smile and charged at them first. Censored. The Death Knights were powerful. They must have been famed knights in life. Only no one knew whose graves they came from. What a tragic fate. In moments like these, there isn't even a chance to mourn the dead. Asterisk crunch, crunch, asterisk. A Death Knight sliced in half by Hart's sword, crumbled into dust and vanished. This battle was far from easy. Normally, even after fighting for days, Hart wouldn't be short of breath. But now, his breathing was clearly heavy. This wasn't a duel. It was a life or death battle, and the odds were 3 against 1. On top of that, he had many things he needed to protect. He couldn't afford to fall here, not when so much was on the line. Even though all conditions favored the enemy, he still managed to claim a victory. But was this truly his limit? Hart lightly checked his own body. At the last moment, he barely managed to kill one enemy, but he sustained several injuries because of it. Normally, these would have been just scratches. However, the sword imbued with the aura of death quickly caused necrosis around the wounds. There was no time to delay. Hart made his decision. Can you still use that skill once more? Was that Lord Hart's voice? The Archbishop wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his robe sleeve, his lips trembling slightly. If only once, I will do my best. That's enough. When the Archbishop unleashes his holy explosion, all eyes will be drawn to him in an instant. On top of that, Nazid and Harlow are determined to seize my body tonight. Their continuous summoning of corpses to maintain the encirclement is probably for this reason as well. In that case, an opportunity will arise. It definitely will. At the moment when the Archbishop eliminates all the corpses, that guy will have to act to summon new. That will be the opening. It will be the first. And also the last. During this endless dawn, Hart spoke up. The Inquisitors listened intently. He gave the order in a firm voice, without a trace of apology or sympathy. The moment the Archbishop releases the holy explosion, charge at the remaining Death Knights. In this operation, the only ones who could possibly obstruct us are those guys. Understood. We will complete the mission. The Inquisitors responded at that moment. They had witnessed Hart battling against the Death Knights before, and knew how powerful those enemies were. Yet there was no fear in their hearts, because they bear the responsibility of judging evil and making it pay the price. Where there is sin, we will be there. As 18 fearless Inquisitors were about to strike. O Sun God. A light radiated from the Archbishop once more, weaker than before, but still undeniable. A golden halo flared again, covering the plains of Merkin. That move again. How annoying. Kill him. Harlow spoke coldly as he uttered the words, just as he was about to raise his staff. Now's the time. Hart instantly dove into his inner world. First, he cleared his mind of all distractions. Then, he even erased his own sense of holding a sword. Only the sword remained in this world, perhaps sensing the sudden shift in his aura. The 2 Death Knights who were watching the Archbishop suddenly turned and lunged at Hart. Stop him. Don't let him take a single step. Orders received. The head seized by a Death Knight was crushed like a rotten tomato. Their stomachs were kicked and ruptured instantly, spewing blood and entrails. Grab him. The Inquisitors shouted through tears. They fought to suppress the fear of death being etched into their minds. With limbs that could no longer move, they grabbed tightly onto the Death Knight's ankles, even if just for a moment. The resistance of these worms that should have been trampled enraged the Death Knights. They separated the Inquisitors' heads from their bodies. But, glory, please grant us victory. O Sunday. In an instant, I saw the corpses of the Inquisitors, torn into pieces. The Death Knights, finally freed, drew their swords, and rushed toward Hart. Huff. The white mist from his breath spread through the cold morning air, yet tears of burning heat fell from his eyes. I am the sword. A part of this world. I can cut through anything, reach anywhere. I am the mirror sword in one with myself. The red aura that once always stained its blade suddenly dispersed. It was nothing more than a sword, a weapon made to wound, toward Nazid, Harlow, and Taith Mountain, who appeared as tiny specks in the distance. He charged. 2 Death Knights, who rushed toward him, instantly turned to dust. Nazid and Harlow's faces stiffened for the first time. This oppressive force was something they had never experienced. They must evade. At the moment they realized this, they also realized it was impossible to dodge. A sharp slicing sound pierced the air beside them. Everyone's gaze fell upon Nazid. And Harlow. The right hand holding the staff was no longer attached to the shoulder, but lay on the ground, staring at his severed arm. He commented briefly, "Too cheap." No matter how strong a person is, when an arm is severed, they cannot help but scream. Yet, he didn't even let out a groan, as if they couldn't feel pain at all. "All right, now it's my turn." Just as Nazid, Harlow picked up the cane that had fallen to the ground with his left hand, and opened his mouth. Rumble. A strange sound echoed from afar. "Who's there?" He furrowed his brows, and looked back. All he saw was a plain, and the Hearn's river at the end of it. Was there something wrong with my ears? Even if there's a river there, it shouldn't be making a roar like a tsunami. Maybe when my arm was severed, my hearing was affected too, he suddenly thought. Rumble. Ruyumble. With a sound that grew clearer, Nazid, Harlow quickly turned around. This time, he saw it clearly. Water. Water. No, that's... The surviving inquisitors stared blankly ahead. It was a tsunami, a massive wave that didn't belong to a river, and was rarely even seen in the ocean. Wait, there's someone on top of the wave, with eyes infused with magic. He confirmed the figure riding the tsunami. Nazid, Harlow's face, twisted like a crushed soda can. Hajuno, the enemy who had killed all his disciples. He swore to kill that enemy no matter the cost. And yet, Nazid, Harlow paused for a moment. Was he really going to come straight over? The distance between the Hearn's river and here was at least several kilometers. Unless the flow of the river could be redirected, it wouldn't pose a threat to him. Of course, it would be hard for just one person, but there were two people here. Su Juanhao and Shuang Han exchanged a glance. Mana surged endlessly from their bodies. The two clasped hands tightly in the air. Yes. They created a massive ice slide, the once raging torrent, which devoured everything in its path, now glided smoothly down the beautiful ice slide. The torrent turned with exhilarating force, rushing accurately toward Nazid, Harlow, and the tens of thousands of corpses. Boom. This disaster struck the Melhin Plains. Chapter 442. Night of Corpses. Part 5. How is this possible? Faced with a disaster caused by humans, this catastrophe, Nazid let out a shriek. But now was not the time to deny reality. He needed to devise a countermeasure. Damn it. Bleeding from his eyes, he summoned all his reserves. Damn it. Damn it. These things shouldn't have been consumed here. These corpses were originally meant for the future, for the day he would embark on his path of vengeance. For that day, he had left these bodies to rot for decades in desolate wildernesses. Su Juanhao had not only killed his disciple, but also crushed his dream. Nazid's eyes burned with intense hatred, as if he wanted to tear Su Juanhao to pieces. Shuangxue, the next step is critical. However, Hajuno's mind was elsewhere. Flowing like water. Like sitting in a frog pond. I know. Yes. At the same time, he felt his mana rapidly draining. The rushing river froze in an instant, forming a wall of ice. Lord, I'm going to die. What? The Inquisitors, ready to embrace death, blinked as the tsunami was about to crash down. Ice? Roof. We're alive. The frozen river had formed a thick, solid dome of ice, protecting them without even a drop of water touching them. Only enemies and corpses were swept away by the torrent. Tens of thousands of ordinary corpses, and the special ones Nazid had carefully cultivated, no matter who they were struck mercilessly by the river, their bodies torn apart. Damn it. Move. Quickly. Nazid, Harlow used the bodies of tens of thousands to build a massive slanted wall in front of me. He intended to do the same as what Hajuno had done, change the direction of the river. If he could add a layer of defensive arms in front of that corpse wall, it would be enough to redirect the flow. Nazid was certain of it. And the moment he placed the defensive arms on top of the corpse wall, Frost, Hajuno, drifting with the river's current, stood before those corpses. He issued the command in an icy voice, pierced through it. Understood. Boom. In an instant, the world spun wildly in his vision. His mental strength suffered a tremendous blow. Ice soul. Crackle. The river surging across the plain froze instantly. It shattered the wall of corpses into pieces. As the defensive barrier vanished in an instant, Nazid, Harlow was struck by the impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Asterisk cough asterisk. Asterisk cough asterisk. However, he had no time to adjust his stance. A chilling sensation made his hair stand on end, and he swiftly darted to the side, sharper than imagined. Where he had just stood, A slender, long spear was now embedded. Asterisk buzz, buzz, buzz asterisk. Su Juanhao pulled the white dragon spear from the ground. He gazed at Nazid with a heavy stare. Harlow, he coldly declared. No matter how you struggle, today you will die. Even the heavenly demon would not dare to be so brazen before him. Nazid, his pride utterly shattered, gritted his teeth. Fine, I admit. You are strong. Just meeting his gaze made him tremble all over. This was a true powerhouse. When did it happen? How did he become so powerful? Why did I let him grow to this extent? Such regret came far too late. Too much time had already slipped away. This situation should never have come to pass. The number of corpses he brought was an astonishing 180,000, even with Hajuno's strength. Facing such an overwhelming number, he normally wouldn't be able to get close. If he had to take on each corpse individually, he'd run out of stamina long before even seeing my face. However, the river, a force of nature, a sudden variable, completely changed the situation. It was like everything flipped in an instant. Tens of thousands of corpses vanished meaninglessly, and I was left in a completely unguarded state. Come forth. Nazid. Harlow let out a sigh. A sturdy corpse appeared before him. When he saw the 3 orbs embedded in its chest, Hajuno murmured. A puppet. You know it well. I'm a senior officer of the Coin Miners Union, Colonel Chalberg. He stood like a puppet, his hollow eyes staring blankly into space. I can confidently say, this surpasses any Death Knight creation. This is my masterpiece. The foundation was excellent, and I poured my utmost devotion into it. Not to mention, 3 magic cores are embedded inside. Even calling it one of the greatest ever wouldn't be an exaggeration. And then what? What else? Hajuno asked coldly. Nazid. Harlow let out a snicker. You're far too arrogant. Even if you are who you are, still, you'll have to deal with the colonel first. Nazid. Harlow's expression suddenly stiffened. His body came to a halt. Only his eyes slowly shifted to the side. Snap. The colonel's lower body collapsed to the ground. The upper half had vanished completely. There was no sign of it anywhere. Only a rough, beast-torn wound remained. When did it happen? He had been staring at the opponent's body, without blinking. He originally thought that if he assisted the colonel in a 2-on-1 fight, victory would be within grasp. Is there more? Bring out everything you can use. Facing Su Juanhao's cold demand, Nazid and Harlow could no longer laugh. His mind raced frantically. How much chance did he have to escape? Although he had a teleportation scroll in his inventory, if he used his remaining mana entirely to set up a defensive shield, then tore it open and fled, he might survive. Nazid and Harlow feigned calmness, crossing their arms and saying, I have to admit, you are far stronger than I expected. As expected. That guy just now was your last line of defense, wasn't he? Su Juanhao raised his left hand, smiling contemptuously. What's wrong? Planning to run? The ring your disciple wore. I'm wearing it now. Don't you want it back? Nazid and Harlow's facial muscles twitched violently. Disciple. His last disciple. Alma. A prodigy with extraordinary talent. A miner who would have made a name for himself. If only he could have reached the 2nd floor. Blood trickled from Nazid. From the corner of Harlow's lips, he wished he could rip the man before him to shreds. But reality in its place was today's humiliation. No matter what, it had to be avenged. Nazid, eyes brimming with bloody tears. Harlow layered dozens of defensive arms upon himself, then opened his inventory and pulled out a teleport scroll. He tore it quickly, though he heard Hajuno mutter something under his breath. His body successfully escaped the scene. What did he say at the end? No one would ever know. However, he didn't seem nearly as frantic as expected. Why was that? Nazid frowned. Harlow shook his head. This was a morning of devastating loss. He had lost his entire legion, and even an arm. But he could always start over. Just as Nazid, Harlow turned around, trembling, as if he'd seen a ghost. His entire body quivered, like someone haunted by a demon, because Hajuno, a being more terrifying than a demon, had torn through space and was heading straight for him. That look on your face isn't very welcoming. Hajuno landed gently on the ground and murmured in a cold tone. What's the matter? I'm just here to deal with a miner. It wasn't just a day or two. With just one look, he could tell what the other was thinking. From Nazid and Harlow's eyes, he read surrender. Those who give up fighting often choose to flee rather than die. Therefore, the moment Nazid and Harlow tore open the teleportation scroll, Su Juanhao whispered, Target mark. Nazid. Harlow. Thanks to this, he was able to tear open a tracking scroll and instantly teleport to their location. Nazid and Harlow's minds went blank. This was completely outside of their calculations. It was something that absolutely shouldn't have happened. They had prepared themselves mentally for the possibility of failing and fleeing. But for the opponent to instantly catch up, it was unimaginable. He had crossed a distance of 10 kilometers in an instant. It was simply impossible. Nazit and Harlow racked their brains. They tried desperately to think. No. The harder they thought, the stronger the despair. It was as if they were being pushed into the abyss of death. Everything before their eyes became blurry. They couldn't find any method to escape this disaster. 4. Sujuinhao suddenly began counting. He thrust the spear in his hand into the ground. What did this mean? Was he planning to let them go? Or was it just toying with them for greater amusement? Was he letting them run? Nazit and Harlow couldn't understand this action at all. But suddenly he understood. He realized the meaning of the number 4. Valencia, Kofalin, Isaac, Dvor, the chef, and the archdemon. If he died, only those 4 names would be left behind in this world. In that moment, Nazit suddenly awakened. He realized he was already dead. Censored. Nazit, inside Harlow's memories, was a wealth of useful information. At the same time, he let out a breath of relief. If not for his plan, he never would have won in a head-on clash. If the enemy had simply kept fleeing, charging recklessly with 200,000 troops, his stamina would have been depleted long ago. And the connection to the archdemon was also quite intriguing. As the president of the demonic cult, Nazit did follow the archdemon, but never acknowledged him as his superior. On the contrary, he harbored ambition. If the chance came, he would challenge him again and defeat him. All these matters would need to be sorted out later. This time, even the soul collector's ability had not activated. Juno stood up from his seat, looking down at the pathetic corpse, and gave a warning. Even in death, you won't find peace. For those who show no regard for others' deaths, have no right to feel anything at all. The peace that comes after death. Sujuinhao hurried back to the Melhin Plains. The battle there was already nearing its end. The corpses that had lost connection with Nazit were now moving chaotically. Sir Hart. The frozen Melhin Plains. Sujuinhao found Hart surrounded by the Inquisitors and the Archbishop. Happily waving, he walked toward him. You're finally here. I thought my neck would grow long waiting. Just as Sujuinhao was about to say something to that exhausted but smiling face, something made him freeze. Sujuinhao's face froze stiff as he noticed something he hadn't expected, that he would bring the river water with him. It was completely unexpected. Sir Hart. That. You mean this? Hart murmured softly. There was a sword embedded in both his chest and his side, each piercing deep, as if they were another's words. It was in the final moments, as the Death Knights charged forward, that while dying, they managed to thrust their swords into his body. What a pity. If these swords hadn't pierced him, I could have cleaved his torso instead of just his shoulder. Although it was regrettable, he had no regrets, because that strike earlier was Sir Hart's Heartweeper, a sword technique into which he had poured his entire life. Swift and true. Heal him. Hurry, heal him. Juno shouted at the Archbishop. But he only shook his head with tears in his eyes, because what pierced his body was no ordinary sword. It was a sword laced with the aura of death. Even a light scratch would cause the skin to rot, let alone being stabbed through twice. Don't make that face. There's no chance of survival left. Juno frantically pulled out every healing potion he had. Maybe one of them. I brought a lot. Maybe one might work. That's enough. I know my own body better than anyone. Hart smiled faintly. He raised his hand. His body was already dead, in truth. It was sheer willpower that kept him standing. His heart had stopped beating long ago. I held on until now. Because there was something I had to tell you. Hart looked at him with firm eyes. Will you help me fulfill my final wish? Juno clenched his fists, biting his lip hard. If only I were a little faster. No. If only I'd been ready to sacrifice myself from the start. We could have acted together. If we had. We might have happily died together. Is that what you really want? Hart shook his head and spoke. Young hero, don't blame yourself. Hart's cold hand, cold as a corpse, rested gently on Juno's head. You made the best choice you could. Because of that, the people of Mercenary, my comrades, the Archbishop and the Inquisitors were saved. Not only that, but even the citizens of the Luan Empire, who had been trembling in fear, were saved as well. Truly thank you. Hart knew this. In a situation where everyone was urgently tearing open tracking scrolls, there was no time to explain his plan in detail. Battlefields were always like this. Everyone had to trust and follow their own judgment and take responsibility for the results. It was a ruthless place. His vision became blurry. Su Juinhao, Su Juinhao, are you still listening? Heart's eyes quickly clouded over. Now, in his vision, there was only a blur of darkness. Death was approaching. But he wasn't very afraid. Because in that place, waiting for him were senior comrades who had gone ahead, friends, subordinates, and the loved ones and family he cherished. Yes, I'm listening. I'm here, listening. Su Juinhao choked as he answered. Facing him, Heart Weeper showed a gentle smile. Just one thing I ask of you. Don't cry. Please protect this world. The one who spoke were two voices overlapping, and as that faint whisper ended, the man once hailed as the first knight of the Luan Empire, and the continent's greatest swordsman, sat there, wearing a gentle smile, and closed his eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You may now use the soul collector. Hey, are you going to collect hearts? Fading soul. Chapter 443. The Soul Collector. 1. The Frozen River, the Weeping People, and the red-haired knight who would never open his eyes again. Staring at the surreal scene, Hajuno instinctively reached out his hand. Heart the Peerless. He understood, more than anyone, that a blooming life will flourish, blossom with radiant petals, but will eventually wither. And yet, the knight's expression was far too calm, too gentle. As if a light shake of the shoulder would cause him to open his eyes and say, I just took a quick nap. Heart the Peerless. With trembling fingers, he gently shook Heart's shoulder. Like a puppet with cut strings, he collapsed into Hajuno's arms. How could someone in armor feel so heavy? So heavy, too heavy. Compared to Retina's light frame, this weight was even more pronounced. Contractor. The Frost Queen looked on with pity at the pale-faced Hajuno. Heart did everything he could. Don't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault. How could I not feel that way? If I had just been faster. If I had been just a bit stronger. Even if I'd arrived 10 minutes earlier. No. Even 5 minutes. If that had happened, maybe I could have saved him. Why wasn't I more desperate back then? Why didn't I try harder? Why was I so arrogant to thinking he would not die? Su Juinhao twisted his face and closed his eyes. I keep repeating the same mistakes and failures. When he laid down ladies, limp, light body, missing her limbs, beside him, he made up his mind. I must become stronger, strong enough to never again feel the pain of losing someone precious. So I became stronger. If I fought the past me now, I'm confident I could defeat him easily within 10 minutes. He had accumulated more than 17 years of combat experience and had constantly taken medicines to keep his body in top condition. He had even mastered 3 forms of the Black Moon dance, and yet it still wasn't enough. Su Juinhao gave a bitter smile. Several knights approached him. They bowed slightly, then carried away Sir Heart's body. Although we walked different paths, he was someone we always respected. In front of Su Juinhao, who had lost Sir Heart, came the master of the magic tower. First of all, I apologize for doubting you earlier. At the time, the situation was too urgent, and there was no time to ask you why you acted alone. He glanced at the tears sliding down Su Juinhao's cheeks and continued speaking. I don't know how things are on Earth, but here, people believe that when a great knight dies, their soul journeys to the Hall of Knights. The Hall of Knights. It's a place known as the Paradise of Swordsmen. It is said that there, they spar daily with other great knights. He didn't seem to know any more details than that. The tower master cleared his throat. He cut himself off. Sir Heart must have already gone there. So, don't blame yourself too much. After the tower, Hajuno slowly opened his eyes. The knight's hallway. If noble knights truly go to a place like that after death, if it isn't just a lie made up by the tower master, you can use the soul collector. Are you going to collect Heart's fading soul? What is this? Censored. Thank you so much. Truly, thank you very much. The spirit lord of Merkin kept repeating those words. Normally, hearing such gratitude would have warmed his heart, but today, it brought a chill instead. If someone had blamed me, maybe I would have felt a bit better, but no such thing happened. On the contrary, for defeating Nazid and Harlow and saving the Empire, he was hailed as a hero. Everyone was exhausted. Go back to your rooms and rest well. See you tomorrow. Hajuno, assigned a good room, sat on the soft bed. He rubbed his face with both hands and forced a bitter smile. The Empire's rising star, being treated like a hero. From the outside, doesn't this just look like a comedy? The Frost Queen nearby just moved her fingers slightly. He wondered whether he should comfort her or leave her alone for now. Who? At that moment, Su Juinhao let out a light sigh, raised his head, and called out, Shar. Shaj pricked up her ears like a startled rabbit and responded. What is a soul? A soul? That's a sudden question. Su Juinhao looked at the information floating before his eyes and muttered. It really is sudden. You can now use the soul collector. Eh? Are you going to collect Heart Weeper's soul? He hesitated, wondering whether to accept or refuse this offer. If I collect this soul, what will happen? On the other hand, if I refuse? He was deeply confused. Even though he understood what a soul was, this was his first time being directly involved with the concept. If I accept, will I be able to apologize to Sir Hart? Or would collecting his soul be an act of offense to him? The Hall of Knights. The place all knights dreamed of, although he wasn't entirely clear about it. Sir Hart definitely deserved to enter that place, but if I collect his soul, he might not be able. Su Juanhao let out a soft sigh. Why didn't this activate at other times? Why only now? So frustrating. I don't understand what you're talking about. The soul collector has been activated. What? The Frost Queen widened her eyes. This was something the two of them had racked their brains over, and now it had appeared. A mystery that couldn't be unraveled. Chuang-er ran over and grabbed his sleeve, shaking it. What happened? What triggered it? How did it activate? I'm dying of curiosity. I don't know either. Ever since he gained this ability, he had witnessed countless deaths. Not only enemies he killed himself, but also other fallen players. But this was the first time the ability activated. Then, what was different between him and Hart? Juno cautiously proposed a few theories. First, the death of someone close to him, combined with a strong desire to revive them. Second, a soul of great merit, worthy of being called a heroic spirit. Third, a soul possessing the character that the demon Maris once mentioned. After hearing his reasoning, the Frost Queen nodded in agreement. They all make sense. Maybe all three conditions need to be met at once. That's way too strict. Juno frowned. A cold hand pressed gently against his forehead. Don't frown. You'll get wrinkles. I don't care. Juno replied flatly. The Frost Queen chuckled lightly, like dealing with a sulking child. He shrugged and said, what's there to hesitate about? Just collect it first. If you don't like it, release it later. He's right. If we don't like Heart's soul, we can always let it go afterward. I'll think about it. After a moment of thought, Su Juanhao answered with his eyes closed. He was not yet ready to face Heart's soul. Asterisk. Why do you always drink those smoky cocktails? Strong liquor has its own unique flavor. Someone like Miss Thea, a child, wouldn't understand such a profound taste. Isaac, Devil said casually while sipping a hacker and smoke cocktail. How foolish. After shaking his head and walking away, Isaac continued drinking, then suddenly paused. His eyes lit up. He set down his glass, reached behind him, and pulled out a few remaining cards. Seeing a card cut neatly in half, he chuckled softly. The false death is dead. Someone who believed he could become death itself, yet seemed so pitifully small. Upon learning of his old friend's death, Isaac immediately went to find the heavenly demon. He respectfully bowed before the sealed entrance to the cave. I regret to bring bad news. Following Major Chalberg's death a few days ago, Nazad Harlow is also dead. Although the heavenly demon's body had not fully recovered, he was no longer lost in rage as before. A dry voice came from the cave. If you bring me useless news again, I'll slit your throat. That was his reaction to the death of a companion of over 10 years. If I died, he would probably react the same way. To the heavenly demon, Baharan people were merely tools that could understand his words. That was what I liked about him. That merciless indifference that treated all beings as mere ants beneath his feet. Isaac, Devil shivered with a chill and involuntarily bowed his head. I look forward to the day you emerge once again. Censored. His gaze was as wary as a stray cat's, scanning the surroundings. Juno quickly assessed the situation. What is this? Clearly, he remembered everything before falling asleep. The problem was what happened afterward. Was it a kidnapping? But no one came near my room. If someone had, he would have noticed first. Even if he had been careless, Shuanghua and his instincts would have raised an alarm. Then what really happened? In front of him stood a massive temple, built from pristine white stone. Behind him, a boundless sea of clouds, an endless sky sea. That must mean this place was floating in the sky. Was it the work of demons? But how did they bring him here? His mind swirled in confusion now, becoming more and more chaotic. You may now use Soul Collector. Do you want to collect the soul of Heart Viper? You better disappear, he growled quietly. At the ill-timed message, then, a voice came from behind. Was that meant for me? A voice. Without the slightest sound. How did he do that? Juno quickly turned around. His eyes trembled violently. Heart the Peerless. Impossible. He was dead. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the Soul Collector prompt. but the knight before him was undoubtedly Heart Viper. Didn't expect to see such a pitiful expression on your face. He sighed. He shook his head. Su Juanhao, staring blankly at the scene, muttered to himself, "Is this illusion magic?" No, with the spirit of a hero, Yek's rank, ordinary spells wouldn't work on him at all. Seeing Su Juanhao's dazed expression, Hart turned around. "If I keep watching, I'll become an idiot too. Come on, we'll talk as we walk. Stay alert and keep a certain distance while following." After a moment, he finally spoke. "Your occiput. If you've got something to say, just say it. The Sir Hart I knew is already dead. If you're talking about that Sir Hart." "Yes, I'm already dead. Now I exist only as a soul." Sure enough, there was no sound behind him. "That's because he has no physical body. Wait a minute." At that moment, Su Juanhao suddenly had a thought. He asked urgently, "Does that mean I'm dead too? Did I die in my sleep?" Young people really have vivid imaginations these days. Don't worry. I merely invited you here, to the entrance of the temple. Later, Hart chuckled softly and pushed open the giant doors. A long white corridor stretched out to welcome the two of them. "Welcome to this place. The souls who arrived before us." This is what they called it. The final destination longed for by all who bear a sword. The Knight's Corridor. Chapter 444. Soul Collector. Part 2. The Knight's Corridor is a place where the souls of renowned and distinguished knights gather. On either side of the red-carpeted corridor hung all kinds of armor and weapons. Each piece was clearly crafted by master artisans of 10 generations. There was a sacred feeling in the air. Strictly speaking, this is heaven. Responding casually, Hart continued forward slowly. Su Juanhao followed closely behind and asked, "What do you mean you invited me here?" "Exactly what it sounds like. As a rightful resident of this corridor, I simply summoned your soul temporarily. There's really no need to ask why. You were simply invited." Although he said not to blame yourself, seeing you bearing all the guilt alone really made me call you over. Ah, how embarrassing. As I turned my head slightly in shame, I heard a soft chuckle. "It seems you realize where you were wrong." In that kind of situation, remaining completely calm and acting openly would be strange instead. "That makes sense. That's pretty cool." Su Juanhao cleared his throat and spoke. "Then, what was Sir Hart doing at the time?" "Here I encountered many warm and nostalgic bonds. It was quite a good time, even though it only lasted a few hours." Warm and nostalgic bonds. Su Juanhao's footsteps suddenly stopped. Upon reflection, this seemed to be a place where souls gathered. In that case, could it be that my master, or Tianguang, or other players I knew? He grew anxious, just as he was about to ask, as if reading his mind. Hart shook his head. "This place is where only souls recognized as great knights are able to come. The people you know probably aren't here." "I see." With a slightly awkward smile, he covered up his inner disappointment. At that moment, the souls of other knights also gradually appeared. New souls have arrived again. 2 in a single day? Could it be that a large-scale war has broken out? I'm not sure. He probably used some kind of authority to bring you here. If that's really the case, then he's quite the cheapskate. As those curious eyes fell on Su Juanhao, he carefully studied them in return. How fascinating. It felt like walking through a history museum. Their armor and weapons were clearly crafted in the old-fashioned way. Is this corridor all there is? Of course not. There's a dining hall, dormitories, personal training rooms, baths, and of course, hundreds of training grounds. This place is truly a knight's dream come true. A place to wield your sword without restraint. Isn't that the ideal? What's more, this place is filled with rare and powerful warriors. Even sparring every day would leave you looking forward to tomorrow. Even the history of the border continent goes back a long way. Surely the number of souls here must be astonishing. Actually, not that many. Maybe around 500 at most. Only that many? Su Juanhao looked at him in surprise. Looks like the standard for selecting souls is stricter than I imagined. That's true. But there are also souls who choose to dissipate on their own rather than be summoned. Ah, I see. After all, no matter where you are, there will always be those who are simply tired and want to rest. Su Juanhao nodded and asked, "So where are we headed now?" "Training ground." "Why?" "Seeing that dumbfounded look on your face really makes me want to punch you. That's why I invited you here." Oh my god, that's so brutal. But at the same time, he also felt a hint of anticipation. It had been a long time since he sparred with him, especially because he really wanted to show off the Black Moon dance skills he had learned. Walking to the end of the corridor, he pushed open another massive door, and a new scene unfolded before him. Well, white staircases connected several islands floating in the sky. This place was filled with huge statues of knights, Anyone who saw it would believe this was a paradise for knights. Swoosh. I win. Ugh. Damn it. I'm just not in good shape today. Stop making excuses. Right now the score is 12,000 to 12,021 losses. I'm ahead. The souls of the knights were freely swinging their swords, helping each other practice, discussing martial techniques. Even when severely wounded, these souls could recover instantly. Even death no longer frightened them. Doesn't this look fun? It does look fun. Very fun. Su Juinhao's eyes sparkled like a sunlit ocean, glistening brightly, because no matter where you look, all you see are powerful warriors. Heart thought, can I have a good match here? A fill-out duel? I'm afraid not. Why not? I'll tell you in a moment. Heart walked forward and suddenly drew his sword. At the same time, his entire aura changed. The air around them grew heavy. Heart. Weber has drawn his sword. I've heard his strength is exceptional. Finally, we get to witness it ourselves. But who's his opponent? I don't recognize that face. Maybe a newly arrived soul? Or perhaps his guest, Heart. Weber is a newcomer here as well. Of course. Many knights are curious about his true strength. They stopped what they were doing and sat around from afar, watching the two closely. Heart. How old is Webu again? By human standards, he's over 130 years old. He didn't just stop aging. He even reversed and grew stronger? Truly a formidable individual. Heart. Weber is quite well known. Even in this corridor, the knights and disciples from his generation often talk about him with admiration. Please promise me one thing. Heart said, his voice more serious than ever. From now on, I will give it my all. Please also respond with your full strength. I will. Facing such a serious request, Su Juinhao nodded. Then, as he drew a sword, darkness like silk threads emanated from his body. The knights who were watching instantly froze. Their faces stiffened. Hey, Heart. Who exactly is Weibo's opponent? I don't know. When I was alive, there was no such knight. From what I see, it looks like he has also rejected a human lifespan. 150. No. Maybe 200 years old. That was a face that looked young, but radiated a massive and fierce aura. They would never believe the age Su Juinhao appeared to be. All right. Take this. With that warning, an astonishing aura erupted from Heart. This sword carried the spirit of Knight Heart, and Weibo's resolve to win. Crack. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered instantly. The debris flew, scattering in the storm-like aura. The sword swung in that state was more perfect than any swing of his life. Mountain Hunt. The attack twisted the space and roared forward. Watching this scene, Su Juinhao's gaze turned icy cold. As expected, the sword was filled with killing intent. You are serious. You're serious. Back when he trained with Juanqi, he never used this kind of killer sword technique. But now it's different. Death in soul form doesn't really matter. So he swung his sword with everything he had. A slight smile appeared on Su Juinhao's lips. Faced with a technique like this, how could he not go all out? Although Heart had made a separate request, as a warrior, he couldn't help but want to win, to pit himself against the finest swordplay of one of the greatest knights. Overdrive, 100%. As Su Juinhao exhaled a puff of heated breath, the dark aura he released dyed the sky black. The moon is usually a symbol of growth, but once turned black, it only signifies death. Black Moon Dance, final technique. Black Moon. Black Moon. A moon that proclaims death to all who see it. A sword drawing a black circle, aimed directly at Heart's heart. Even a sword that could split mountains collapsed helplessly and was torn to shreds. Seeing all this unfold, Heart didn't show a trace of pain. Instead, he grinned widely. With just one clash, he understood clearly. He had finally achieved it. The ascending sword technique he had always pursued. A single move of Phantom embodied the essence of a lifetime. Su Juinhao stared ahead, expressionless. The blackened moon held world-ending power. It cleaved everything in utter silence. It cut through everything in front of him, without mercy. Maybe that was too much. The slash not only hit Heart, but also sliced through the island ahead, the stairway, and even dozens of knights. An unbelievable level of destruction. Heart's narcissistic soul quickly reformed itself. Though he was a bit disappointed, there was still a satisfied smile on his face. He opened his mouth and said, I said, thanks to Sir Heart for teaching me to pursue the ascending sword technique. I am truly grateful you said that. Heart showed a gentle smile. By the way, do you know why you can't spar with other knights? As he watched the quick and the souls of the knights, he continued speaking. The souls that come to the night corridor have only one chance. What? Su Juinhao asked back in surprise. Only one chance. Then why would such a precious opportunity be given to me? Shouldn't you have used it to meet His Majesty and the other family members? Sorry. Even without them, I would still be fine. However, this foolish junior Su Juanhao was different. If he wasn't told here that Hart had been happy, he would surely carry that burden for the rest of his life until death. When you wake up from the dream, you will forget everything that happened here. At most, only fragments of memory will remain. That is why the night corridor has become a legend, probably for this very reason. Then, carrying these fragments of memories and the guilt towards Hart, he would continue to live on without even knowing the truth. Su Juanhao bit his lip tightly and lowered his head. He saw his own body gradually becoming transparent. Now, the real farewell seemed to have arrived. Farewell. Hearing those words, Su Juanhao looked up. If there were a way, what would you do? Hart showed a look of surprise. Are you acting all soft now? I'm not being soft. He possesses the Soul Collector A-type ability. Though the activation conditions aren't fully known, he does have the authority to collect hearts and Weaver souls. Please, help me save this world. That look in his eyes. He's serious, isn't he? Those eyes were clear and resolute, devoid of any falsehood. After a brief gaze into those eyes, Hart sheathed his sword and turned around decisively. Watching Hart walk away into the distance, Su Juanhao lowered his head. He didn't say a word to stop him. He was tired too, and more than anyone, he understood Hart's desire to rest. Besides, Lord Hart had lived over 100 years. That sense of weariness must be far stronger in him than in me. Rationally, he understood. Emotionally, Su Juanhao deeply empathized, and in the moment Hart turned away, he felt a wave of loneliness. It settled then. Hart's voice came from behind. I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to postpone my promise to forge your sword for a little while longer. We've already waited decades. What's a little longer? Next time you come, make sure to bring some thrilling adventure stories. Surrounded by his disciples and friends, Hart walked away. After bidding them farewell, he returned to Su Juanhao's side. Hey, why are you making that dazed face again? I really didn't expect you to agree. You're really no fun. Let's go. As the two of them walked forward, hundreds of knights drew their swords and held them against their chests and Seeing this scene, Su Juanhao couldn't hide his admiration. Although he had already known that Lord Hart was renowned, he hadn't expected that he would be so highly respected even here. Hart glanced at his expression and spoke. Your expression is much calmer than I expected. Of course. I admire you greatly. What could it be? Hart chuckled lightly and gently punched him on the shoulder. It's not me. It's you. What do you mean? The person they are paying respect to is you. Hearing those words, Su Juanhao widened his eyes and looked at the surrounding knights. Every gaze met his directly, which meant they were not looking at Hart, but at him. Why? Isn't it obvious? At your age, no one has ever reached such a realm. Moreover, those who wield swords and devote themselves naturally understand this. They know how much effort Su Juanhao has put in to reach this level, how many hardships he has endured, and the countless trials. Throughout the process, he had endured so much pain and hardship, and because they understood all of it, the knights honored him with such deep respect. Master, a knight waiting at the end of the line, stepped forward and blocked their path. He handed Hart a piece of red silk. I've been holding onto this for you, even though it took me decades to find this place. Now you're about to leave. I'm truly sorry. No. You came too soon. I was going to scold you, you know. Hart chuckled, his eyes warm as he looked at the knight. Then he said, I'll be back soon. The red cape on his shoulders fluttered in the wind, unfolding in majestic splendor. All right then. Let's go, my lord. Chapter 445, Soul Reaper. Part 3. Rolling over, Su Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. A strange ceiling came into view. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a satisfied smile, because he had a truly wonderful dream. Wait a second. Was it really a dream? Su Juanhao rubbed his drowsy eyes, then sat bolt upright. What was that all about? Was all of that really just a dream? The reunion in the corridor, the duel with Sir Hart, and everything that followed, including Hart leaving the corridor with him. Was it all just a dream? Now that he thought about it, Sir Hart really did say something like that the moment we leave the corridor, I assumed those memories would all fade away. However, the memories are so clear, which means, maybe it was just a dream. Su Juanhao gave a bitter smile, showing a helpless expression. Startled, Shueli, who was sleeping on the sofa, rubbed one of her eyes, and slowly sat up, hugging a cushion. She staggered over and stared straight at Su Jianhao for a while, then yawned. Huh? What are you doing? Picking up the hobby of collecting stones again? What stones? What stones are you talking about? Little stones. Raw stones. Following her gaze and turning his head, sure enough, there was a roughly the length of 2 segments of his index and middle fingers. When he saw the unique patterns carved into the stone, Su Jianhao's expression changed. Wait. This pattern is exactly the same as those on the walls and statues of the night corridor. Su Jianhao carefully held the stone, his expression gradually brightening. Ah. It's Sir Heart. Although it's hard to describe in words, the moment he grasped it, that feeling naturally arose. Within this stone was imbued the soul of the night heart, which meant, what happened last night wasn't a dream. Then why didn't the memories disappear? Su Jianhao searched the system log and found the answer to this question. Upon leaving the corridor, all memories of the corridor were supposed to be deleted. Heroic spirit power, EX activation. Memory deletion invalidated. S. So that's the effect. Just as I thought. Honestly, compared to double EX, I thought this ability, even if it's the same level, was pretty much useless. Never expected that it would come in handy in such an unexpected situation. What's more, this is a soul-infused stone. I never imagined I would be reunited with Heart in this form. He said he wanted to save the world together. But a stone? How can a stone save the world? Su Jianhao held the soul stone in his hand, completely unsure how to use it. Then, at that moment, the girl beside him licked her lips. Contractor, is that a spirit stone in your hand? Can I eat it? No. Absolutely not. Not under any circumstances. Su Jianhao shook his head. As if revealing a great secret, he lowered his voice. Because this isn't just an ordinary spirit stone. It's Heart himself. Huh? The girl frowned instantly, giving him a look of pity. After a moment, she let out a gentle sigh. Looks like I'll have to step in again. Step in. Nothing. She shook her head, sat down at the edge of the bed, and then flashed a radiant smile. Oh. So that's how it is. This stone is actually a heart controller. I didn't recognize it before. I'm really sorry. Hey. I know it sounds crazy, but this really is a heart controller. Oh. I see. Then is the head here too? No. By now, they simply think I'm a lunatic. Su Jianhao chuckled and explained in detail what had happened last night. What? If something like that happened, you should have run straight to me and explained. You didn't even understand my explanation and already thought I was crazy. Honestly, I was pretty startled at the time. I really thought you went insane. After realizing Su Jianhao wasn't mentally unstable, he breathed a sigh of relief and showed a look of relief. Contractor. So what are you going to do with that stone? I don't know either. Can't you talk to it? Oh. Talk? Why didn't I think of that? Su Jianhao placed the stone to his ear and whispered softly. Heart controller, heart controller. The two of them perked up their ears and waited for a response when suddenly, Well? Controller. No. It's just intuition, I think. What he's trying to tell you is that communicating with the stone might not be possible. What? The two of them instantly looked visibly disappointed, especially Shueli. She looked particularly upset. She even crossed her arms and scolded her intuition. You're such a blockhead. Don't you even know when to read the room? What does that mean? You strike when it's time to strike and let go when it's time to let go. That's kind of odd. Is that really what you meant? As the two of them bickered as usual, Su Jianhao spoke to the soul stone. I'll figure out how to use you soon. Please bear with me a little longer. He carefully put the soul stone into his backpack. Just then, a visitor arrived. His Majesty specifically instructed that you be brought over immediately to the palace. I think I know why I've been summoned. Su Jianhao nodded heavily. Let's head out right away. Asterisk. Since it was the Emperor's order, all the complicated entry procedures were skipped. This is our second meeting. The Iron Emperor of the Empire, a man who wouldn't bleed even if pierced by a needle. During our last meeting, Heart was also present. He looked extremely empty inside. He silently watched as Su Jianhao knelt on one knee. Then he continued, our relationship defies classification. Sometimes like friends, sometimes like a teacher, and sometimes like a loyal subordinate. He closed his eyes, and with a complex expression, asked, how did he die? Like a true knight. If Heart had focused solely on defense at the time, he probably could have survived. It wasn't fatal, but after seeing the outer city collapse, the first thing he worried about was the citizens of Marin. So he personally led the Butterfly Cave Squad, trying to kill Nazard and Harrow. But they failed. He always put the citizens first. You truly are a real hero. That comment just now, if Hart had heard it, he would have been very happy. Gauss smiled faintly. All this time. Phantom, I really enjoyed hearing your stories. When you were young, I even praised you, saying you were amazing. Is that so? I had no idea, because Hart never showed any signs of that. Gauss spoke as he rose from the throne. A great star of the Empire has fallen. That battle must have been extraordinarily fierce. A necromancer capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of troops alone. If it weren't for you, the Empire would have suffered even greater losses. He slowly descended the stairs and came before Su Juanhao. Su Juanhao, raise your head. Yes. I am very pleased with your achievements in this war. I hereby grant you the title and territory of a count. Thank you, your majesty. Clearly, this was a political ceremony. Since that brilliant star had fallen, to comfort the people, it was necessary to proclaim that a new star had been born. In addition to that, Emperor Gauss gestured to the knight at the door. The knight, holding a treasured sword, marched over neatly. Even though you are an outsider. An outsider. But for the help you've given the Empire, I bestow upon you the national treasure, Dusk, as a token of gratitude. It was a sword radiating a wooden glow, as if it had been forged from the night sky itself. Isn't this the sword once used by Sir Hart? Su Juanhao silently gazed at the sword wrapped behind his back. Dusk. Rank. Unique. Description. A famed sword forged during the Age of Glory. Focused precision. When wielded, the user's mind becomes extraordinarily sharp. Clarity boost. After sunset, the sword's effects double. The lower your stamina, the stronger your power. This sword's effect is truly outstanding, especially its synergy with the Hunter's Knight's skill. Type A is a perfect match. Am I really allowed to accept this sword? On the contrary, Gauss said firmly. It's precisely because it's you that I'm entrusting this sword to you. Hart, who rarely showed emotion, never stopped praising that man. His eyes sparkled, because that man was Phantom. I'll immediately send a message to Earth. Outland. That's where it appeared. Because of the colossal portal connected to Earth, we've already deployed troops there, the Emperor said. The Forward is Earth's eternal ally. When you are in danger, we will be the first to stand by your side. *****. Hart. Weber's funeral was held as a national ceremony. Contractor. I saw it on TV. You can understand a person's life through their funeral. If that's true, then Hart truly lived a glorious life. Because the streets were filled with people who knew him, shedding their tears without holding back. After staring at the scene for a moment, Su Juanhao, along with the imperial delegation, returned to Earth through the Sime Gate. Aren't you going to check your territory? Maybe later. Anyway, he had already asked Emperor Gauss to appoint a steward to manage it, so there shouldn't be any issues with its operation. He only used the territory as a base for his intelligence organization, Moonlight. With strong backing, it would be easier to act. Returning home, Su Juanhao placed his hands in front of the TV and immediately headed to the association office. You're here. An old friend greeted him warmly as always. I heard you two are quite close. If you ever need someone to drink with, just call me anytime. You can't even hold your liquor. You get drunk after 2 glasses of soju. Still. Isn't Jusa always quietly listening to others? True. So drinking alone feels a bit pretentious. When feeling upset, drinking together feels more comforting. If you think of it, just call me. After sitting down, Su Juanhao asked, how's the situation with the Sime Gate? Skya is in charge of closing the gate. According to him, it will take 5 years to fully close it. 5 years. That's far longer than expected. Especially, during this critical period, when the demonic ones are lurking. Even though he's still recovering now, he should be fine for the time being, but in about a year, he'll fully regain his strength, and that'll be a real headache. By then, the 6th layer might only be conquerable by a few. It's true. Someone already raised that point. To protect Earth, we still need players like Phil involved. Even so, Shin Dgu emphasized the positive side. Let's try to stay hopeful. The Rewen Empire also promised full support. Maybe the gate can be closed earlier than expected. Of course, this cooperative attitude from the Empire is all thanks to Su Juanhao. Alright then. Let's leave it there. So are you planning to just keep hunting until the 6th layer opens? Not exactly hunting. I just plan to wander around and take a look. What's wrong? Shin Dgu looked surprised. He knew better than anyone just how much Su Juanhao loved to fight. True. After Namdang Jition and the Demon of Layer 5.5, there was also Nazid and Harlow. Even you must feel exhausted. All right then. Give me a raise. Cut it out. The Korean Player Association already gives you most of its annual earnings. That's way too much pressure. Then how about cutting it back a little? Cut it out. Use that money to strengthen the intelligence guild instead. That's what really matters. It will also make it easier to find ways to use soul stones. As Soo Ji-won stood up, Shin Ji-woo also stood up with him. Not planning to visit the kids? They're very busy right now, although it's nice to be with friends. Now is a time when everyone needs to be alone. Is there anything you need help with? I almost forgot. There actually is something. Soo Ji-won recalled the main reason. He came to Earth this time and made a request. Prepare some alcohol. A lot of it. Chapter 446. The Soul Collector, Part 4. At the northernmost end of the Vanguard continent, a cold and rugged place. Even players rarely venture there. Some friends live there. They abandoned height, but inherited the craftsmanship of the gods. Phew. This spicy smell even froze my nose. As expected, Russian vodka is still the best. How can you endure such a spice? Try this rice wine, you fools. When it comes to alcohol, of course it's beer, isn't it? In Del Ice. An impromptu drinking party was taking place. The dwarves of the Bajan tribe were arguing about what the best alcohol was, while enjoying themselves. Say what you will. Human alcohol truly can't be denied. Graham gulped down a full glass of cream beer in one go. He showed a satisfied expression on his face. He turned his head and looked at Soo Ji-won. Then he said, "Good wine. Puts me in a great mood. So then, can you tell me now why you came here? What? You don't buy good wine like that for no reason, do you? Was I that obvious? I'm used to it by now. Jujung is always like that too." Haha. Soo Ji-won scratched his nose awkwardly. Without trying to explain himself, he simply said, "I'll be direct. I have 2 requests today." "Go ahead. Let's hear them." "First, please take a look at this stone." Soo Ji-won took from his backpack a soul stone of the stars and handed it over for inspection. Graham carefully examined the stone, his brows furrowing slightly. "I can't hear anything from it. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. What is it?" "It's a stone infused with a soul. We call it a soul stone." "Oh." Graham inspected the stone again, then handed it back with a slightly disappointed look. "You're not asking me to forge a weapon from this tiny thing, are you?" "No, I'd like to ask how to use the stone." Sorry. I don't have any knowledge in that area. Besides, isn't handling souls the domain of black magic?" "Black magic?" Soo Ji-won's expression darkened slightly. "This isn't something you can inquire about at the Magic Tower either. The Empire is extremely hostile toward black magic. After all, the Empire upholds the Sun Church as its state religion, and given the recent Nazard and Harrow incident, this hostility will only grow stronger. So for information about soul stones, it will have to be collected through mobile moonlight. That's exactly why I kept investing in an intelligence organization, so it could be useful at a time like this." Soo Ji-won then took out a weapon. Numbered embroidered sword 317. "My second request. I want you to remove the rust from this weapon." Upon seeing the weapon, Graham immediately put away his drinking attitude and switched to a craftsman's serious demeanor, carefully inspecting it. After a thorough examination, he asked, "Today I've seen so many unusual things. Where did you get this?" "I took it from the demons." "All right. Let's remove the rust first." "Wait a moment." Graham left carrying the sword and only returned 3 hours later. Soo Ji-won blinked as he looked at the sword Graham brought back, because it looked almost exactly the same as 3 hours ago. Clang. Graham slammed the sword onto the table roughly and said, "I can hardly believe it. What the hell kind of weapon is this? I tried all sorts of methods, but the rust just won't come off. Why?" "I have no idea. This weapon seems to reject any form of modification. Just what kind of material is this sword made of?" Soo Ji-won was unable to hide his shock. "Del Ice's furnace is famous for being the hottest in the borderlands. In a place like that, even Baoku Greensleeves failed? That really is surprising. At a glance, it seems to hold the essence of nature. It might have been made from the branches of the legendary tree that existed beyond the gates during the Age of Glory." "Wait a second. What was that tree called? You must have heard the name before, right?" Graham moved his jaw slightly, then continued, "The mother of all spirits, the world tree. To collect information about the soul stone and how to use it, referencing text related to black magic would be much faster. After contacting Moonlight, Su Juanhao was preparing to go to the 4th floor to meet the world tree. But midway, he made a stop elsewhere. There was a dusty old bench and a house. In one corner of the yard stood a grave he had built with his own hands. Contractor. Here. I just want to be sure. He walked briskly to the grave and sat down, waiting for something. But no matter how much time passed, the soul collector didn't activate. Nope. He murmured calmly to himself, then smiled faintly. Yeah. A stubborn old man like you was never going to listen to me. He rolled up his sleeves, and silently pulled the weeds growing around the grave. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Vines, leaves, and flowers swayed in the wind, as if welcoming Su Juanhao. Following the path, he ran a short distance. Long time no see. My savior. The great mother tree greeted him with a kind voice. The world tree gently shook its leaves and asked, You rushed over in such a hurry. Is there a hunter chasing you with a shotgun? I don't think I look that miserable. Su Juanhao shrugged and sat down on the trunk of the world tree. How have you been lately? Thanks to you, I've been doing very well. Recently, I've started taking care of the children again. That's wonderful, Su Juanhao said with a smile. Today I came to you because I have a favor to ask. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to help you. Shuanghua, the Frost Queen standing nearby, holding the corroded sword number 317, handed it over. Muling, can you repair this? This. The world tree's voice carried a hint of surprise and affection, and gently said, This weapon was made from my branches. I remember. Where did you find it? The demons had it. Her voice immediately turned displeased. Those vile beings actually possessed a part of me. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Thank you for retrieving it. You're welcome. Is there anything you would like as a reward? I originally planned to use it to make a weapon, but even the dwarfs couldn't remove the corrosion. Then I can help you with that. Suddenly, from the surrounding air, a soft aura rose up and gathered toward the sword, with a crisp cracking sound. The rust was cleanly shattered like glass. At last, the sword revealed its true form. Su Juanhao stared at the sword, his brows slightly furrowed. Contractor, this sword, it doesn't even have a hilt. That's true. When it was still rusty, I just grabbed it casually. Could this be an unfinished sword? No. This sword is already complete. It just doesn't have a hilt. Then how do you wield it? Actually, this weapon isn't meant to be held and swung, the world tree said with a light chuckle. At the same time, asterisk shlala, asterisk, for black blades, opened up like a fan, and slowly rose into the air. This. Weapon rank, 524. Freedom blade. This is a sword once used by one of my children. The blade spun around Su Juanhao like satellites. The world tree looked at the scene and said, Though I often believe in fate, this is still quite the surprise. What do you mean? Originally, this weapon could only be wielded by those blessed by nature. Could it be the world tree's benefactor? That title grants the effect of having nature always on your side. So naturally, the sword is obedient to you. From now on, that blade will act according to your will. This is totally a scam, right? This isn't an ordinary numbered weapon. Numbering. However, this sword isn't all. While it might be tricky for enemies, its speed and destructive power aren't overwhelming. Without these flaws, it would actually be abnormal. No. Precisely because of these flaws, it is an innovative weapon. If used well, it could create a completely different fighting style. Not only can it surround the enemy, but also launch surprise attacks from above and below. Item information. The sword known as Embroidered Sword number 317 finally revealed its true power. Blade of Freedom. Grade. Unique. Description. Ranked 524th among weapons. A famous sword forged by Pavna, one of the 17 night palaces of the universe. Effects. Mana purification. This weapon can store unlimited mana. Customization function. The handle automatically adjusts to fit the user's palm shape. Flight system. This weapon can fly through the sky. Auto system. This weapon can automatically attack, defend, and return. Wielding restriction. Only those favored by nature can wield it. If determined, it can be grasped, although it's not a necessary function. He carefully gripped the sword. The blade quickly retracted, forming a handle that perfectly matched his hand. Not bad. But just as he thought, this weapon doesn't really need to be held. In fact, gripping it to swing would only become a burden. Su Juanhao put down the sword. He conjured a strategy in his mind. And so, for sword blades swiftly shot out, slicing through the air. Wow. Just by imagining it in his mind, this sword could act according to the envisioned strategy. Because it was so fascinating, he played with it for about 10 minutes straight. His head began to throb faintly. Though this sword was incredibly powerful, it consumed mana, focus, and mental strength at an alarming rate, easily causing fatigue. After all, it wasn't a weapon designed for humans. Su Juanhao silently reaffirmed the effects of the Twilight Sword bestowed by the Emperor. Focus enhancement. When holding this weapon, the mind becomes exceptionally clear. Fatigue resistance. When holding this weapon, fatigue is barely felt. Twilight hour. After sunset, the sword's effects are doubled. The lower the stamina, the greater the strength. Oh. This must be how Beethoven felt when inspiration struck. Probably something like this. She felt a fierce desire for battle, surging in her heart. Her whole body itched with excitement. Thank you. Thanks to you, I received a wonderful gift. Those foolish demons had no idea of this weapon's value. It simply chose its master. Su Juanhao smiled faintly. As he was about to sheathe both swords, the world tree spoke up. The sword in your hand was forged in the era of glory. You mean the Twilight Sword? The item description does indeed say it was crafted in that era. Su Juanhao looked down at the sword and asked, it seems the age of glory was truly extraordinary. Judging by how remarkable this sword is, it certainly seems that way. Indeed, that was the most glorious era of magical studies. Countless great knights rose during that time. Back then, the Flonit continent, even from a cosmic perspective, it was a true powerhouse. But so what? In the end, they still perished, unable to stop the enemies beyond the gate. That was 1,000 years ago. All right. After adjusting his sword, Su Juanhao took out a soul stone. Great world tree. Do you know how to use this? That's a soul stone. Although I know a few ways to use it, as the administrator, I cannot tell you. In that case, nothing I can do. Just as he regretfully put the soul stone back into his bag, the world tree added one more thing. I don't get it. Why ask me? Don't you have the Frost Queen by your side? What? That sounded like the Frost Queen knows how to use the soul stone. She immediately turned to look at Shuang. Kiki. She looked like a student who forgot what chapters were on the exam. Chapter 447. Insect Farm. Kiki. Shuang's laughter gradually faded. He tried to use it to lighten the mood. But seeing the contract holder's unwavering stare, it clearly wasn't working. Honestly now, you don't know, do you? I've been wronged. Wronged how, exactly? Su Juanhao gave a wry smile. He asked. He crossed his arms. Trying to stay calm, he said, this is not my fault. It's actually your fault. Shifting the blame. What nonsense are you talking about? I told you from the beginning. After becoming a spirit, many memories from my previous life disappeared. He glanced at Su Juanhao with a hint of sarcasm. So it's your fault. Anyway, it's your fault. Speechless. But he had indeed severed her neck with his own hands, turning her into a spirit. Su Juanhao scratched the back of his head. He asked, hey, can't you really remember anything? I still remember a little at the beginning. That's good. If they combined what he knew with the information from the moonlight, working together, they could surely find a solution. The Frost Queen cautiously asked the world tree. Almighty tree. First, we need to prepare a vessel to carry the soul, right? That's correct. Such a basic question. Answering it was no trouble. That's right. Wow. Frost's expression was as bright as a child who had gotten a perfect score on a dictation test. Then, as if saying, this is just the kind of doll I am, she proudly shrugged her shoulders. How delightful. Su Juanhao, the expert guardian of Frost, keenly sensed her change in mood and said, truly impressive. You really are the one who can freeze the world. The Queen of Niflheim. The Frost Queen. No, it's not that extreme. But you're not entirely wrong either. Shuang hummed a little tune. He seemed to be in a good mood. Then he began enthusiastically explaining a bunch of things no one asked. Did you know? A vessel that holds a soul has to be sturdy. Once a soul settles in, it's very hard to move it again. Also, since the new soul harvester is human, preparing a human-shaped vessel would make more sense, right? Of course, using living beings as vessels is forbidden. Not living beings, but a sturdy human-shaped vessel. The first thing Su Juanhao thought of was the fifth layer starfield, using the robots or androids there as vessels. That might... He then thought of Isaac. Devil. That guy. He has the ability to shut down all nearby machinery. Even though machines are sturdier than regular humans, the fatal risk just isn't worth it. This is really troublesome. Using a dead person's body as a vessel is also taboo. While Su Juanhao was lost in thought, Shuang's shoulders kept twitching. Oh boy. I really have to teach you everything from scratch. What exactly do you intend to do with your powers? What do you mean? Are you saying to use Shuang's power to create the vessel? Su Jianhao looked puzzled. Durability could definitely reach the max, but mobility would take a hit. The joints would become stiff as solid ice. Of course, that's why I've never succeeded in creating a human-shaped vessel. In fact, the ice giants I control are heavy and clumsy. But you're different. You have a power I don't. After realizing what it meant, its eyes widened. I see. You mean using shadow guardians to create the joints? However, even knowing the method, the problem wasn't completely solved. Just imagining it seemed difficult. Of course, because humans are more complex and delicate than any machine. The toughest outer skin, combined with bones that allow soft, human-like movements, cartilage, ligaments, and tendons. To create all of this, one must first have a deep understanding of human anatomy. Let's go back to Earth to gather information. After thinking for a moment, Su Jianhao shook his head and decided on the next destination. Let's head to the 5th floor. There, not only had human research been completed, but it had also been further advanced. Asterisk. It's been a while. Your Majesty. A hologram identical to a human greeted them with a gentle voice. Su Jianhao stood at the new imperial palace, at the top floor of the Yuanwell Incorporation building. Looking at the city, he asked, "Is everything all right? How could it be all right? Listen to me." Lian Yi walked up to Su Jianhao, chirping nonstop. The main point was, the new city was developing at an incredible speed. Of course, the players were at the core of this development. Recruitment for the West District Cave Raid team was underway. Meanwhile, they were trying to obtain as many oxygen respirators and filters as possible, along with equipment preservation fluid. Someone was offering 3,000 credits to buy a radiation purifier. Although the community wasn't as prosperous as on the 1st or 2nd floors, but compared to before, things have become much livelier. Of course, all of the players' earnings are in money. Just as His Majesty said, this structure guarantees a flow of funds. Those citizens who were wandering the streets due to unemployment, they finally found a new livelihood. Players have consistently required oxygen masks, filters, equipment preservation fluid, and other supplies. If His Majesty doesn't lower taxes, he might accumulate a huge sum of credit points. I'm not really interested in bleeding people dry for money. In fact, as soon as Su Jianhao took the throne, he drastically reduced the previously outrageous tax rates. That's one of the reasons I like His Majesty. So, are you here to hear my report? I have a request. Su Jianhao requested research data on human anatomy from the new city. That's not hard to get. Once he obtained the data, he and Shirley locked themselves in a private cultivation chamber. The two of them stared at the holographic data floating mid-air and said, "Hey, this looks far more complicated than expected. Organs like the kidneys probably don't need to be created, right? That depends on the contract holder's will. However, tendons, cartilage, and ligaments, those need to be implemented as much as possible, because what he was building wasn't just a sculpture. It was a combat-ready vessel for a heart." Su Jianhao looked up at the human anatomy diagram and let out a heavy sigh. All right, let's begin. Asterisk. In order to complete this vessel, Su Jianhao, they even reduced their sleep time. The two had been trapped on the 5th floor for 73 days. Finally, the first circular structure design was completed. It took longer than expected. Yeah, but as long as we follow this design, it won't collapse easily like before. Despite being exhausted, Shirley's eyes still sparkled with excitement. She picked up the tablet. Let's start recording. This is experiment number 3841. Phew. A structure design diagram they had completed together surfaced in her mind. At the same time, Su Jianhao focused all his energy on the void before him. First, he molded the bones. They were the framework supporting the vessel's form. Crack. The void instantly froze. Starting from the toes, smooth human bones gradually formed. Phalanges, metatarsals, tarsals, fibula, tibia, patella. From the phalanges at the toes to the skull at the top of the head, the entire process only took 2 minutes and 47 seconds. It was the result of thousands of studies, practices, and relentless effort. The tips of Su Jianhao's fingers raised up a dark watcher. He kneaded it repeatedly, like kneading dough. Focus. And focus again. Because the dark watcher was not solid, even a slight distraction would cause it to disperse, crash. The darkness twisted to the limit, became incredibly tough and resilient. If embedded between the bones, it could grant the vessel top-tier flexibility. With the mindset of an artist, Su Jianhao carefully began the inlay work. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat the size of pimples poured down his forehead like rain. To create this vessel, he had to wield magic, concentration, and mental fortitude all at once. The final step, using translucent ice to encase the entire skeleton. Crack. A pristine layer of ice, gently wrapped around the entire frame, ultimately forming the shape of a human. This vessel was even larger than Sir Hart's kidneys in life. reaching a height of 202.43 centimeters. A towering ice knight stood before the two of them. This is the prototype. It's beautiful. The Frost Queen remarked sincerely. Agile and solid. As a knight's vessel, it couldn't be more suitable. I want to add another layer of ice armor. Wouldn't that drastically reduce its speed? It would become even more durable. Besides, if the armor is designed to be detachable, wouldn't that solve the issue? Over the course of 2 months, the two of them had practically become researchers, continuing their serious discussions. True. If it's removable ice armor, that's actually a pretty good idea. However, the scheduled time has arrived. That fast already? Su Jianhao checked his Vita and nodded. Today marks the 100th day since conquering the 5th layer. In other words, today is the opening day of the 6th layer, Triumph. As they entered the Association Space elevator room, Skyer and Ramadart were the first to appear. Skyer, Ramadart. Welcome back. I heard you've been training non-stop for the past 2 months. Did you gain any weight? These guys are just the same as ever. Su Jianhao casually scanned the room. Familiar faces came into view one after another. Hello. Yeah, hello. Ji Yuzhong was still not quite used to speaking to them as equals. It feels like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Since that meal with Juanxi, this is the first time we've met again. Gao Shuxia, wearing a minifan, was beaming with happiness. How's your hand recently? It doesn't tremble anymore. The treatment was very thorough. Che Shuren, who was responsible for the team's medical treatment, was also present. After confirming who was there, Su Jianhao asked Dijiu, the scale is smaller than I imagined. Yeah. This time, the gathered members' task is not to attack the 6th floor, but to conduct an investigation. Shin Dijiu quickly explained. As we climb higher, the enemies get stronger and stronger. It's almost unbelievable. Now, fewer and fewer players can challenge the top floors. We must ensure the raids are conducted safely, just like we did on the 5th floor. We have to avoid reckless sacrifices of elite players. Moreover, there's always the threat of the dangerous Tianma appearing. We need to preserve Earth's defensive strength. So, after various discussions, we decided to form a 7-member investigation team. 7 members? Counting without you. There are only 6 people, right? There's one person who hasn't shown up. He might be operating solo. Who is it? Greetings. Alexiv. He's from the 8th heaven of the 9 heavens. The 8th heaven? He's shrouded in mystery, just like the mysterious gentleman. All we know is that he's from Russia. Nothing else. Then, Meishu and Gilbert. Shin Sunghyun and Wei Tianxue will all stay on Earth too? Yes. If all of Earth's elites join the expedition team, Earth would be left vulnerable. Dijiu glanced at the time, then looked around at the players. Your task is to collect as much information as possible about the 6th floor, but only under safe conditions. Then return. If anything happens, don't push yourselves. Retreat immediately. No worries about that. No one wants to die. When all 6 boarded the dimensional elevator, the space felt a bit cramped. Good luck to all of you. As Dijiu bid them farewell, the elevator doors slowly closed. Gao Shuxian nervously swallowed hard. Should I press the 6th floor button? Am I really pressing it? Miss Shuxian. Just press it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the glowing 6th floor button. As Gao Shuxia carefully pressed it. 6th floor. Doors opening. The exploration team slowly stepped out of the elevator. An alleyway. So this is the 6th floor? They curiously scanned their surroundings. By now, the dimensional elevator had transformed into a red telephone booth. Huh? Why did the elevator become a phone booth? If you're that curious, why not go check it out over there? Skyer said, and Ramadut carelessly walked out of the alley. Oh. What greeted his eyes was a wide, clean road, with carriages and classic automobiles driving along it. There were medieval-style buildings reminiscent of late Victorian-era Britain. Skyer approached him and said, Look, they're speaking a language I've never heard. This definitely isn't Earth. However, the architecture and clothing here are similar to 19th century Europe. So, this must be an era without... Indeed. So, the phone booths here were probably made to fit the times. Gao Shuxia looked at the beautiful street and tilted her head slightly. But for a place that looks so peaceful, to have 6 floors, there must be something suspicious. Jianhao, what do you think? Skya shrugged and asked, but received no reply. Jianhao. Su Jianhao? The investigation team looked around and finally realized a problem. Since the moment they pressed the 6th floor button, Su Jianhao had disappeared. Chapter 448. The Insects Farm 2. A huge ship, crafted from the bones and leather of those defeated by him, sat there. A Demon Clan member slowly opened his eyes. It was done. A deep sense of helplessness and exhaustion weighed heavily on his body. No wonder, for he had just summoned players from several floors below into this world. Berilu. The giant goat horns on his head trembled uncontrollably. Gwa. Spitting out black, dead blood, the demon's eyes grew darker. He had infiltrated a fortified system, abducting players who were supposed to be protected. He had expected his body to suffer, but not to this extent. He'd likely need at least 6 months of rest. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself quietly, "Heron, you summoned me, sir?" Lord Gorgon. As his words fell, a trusted subordinate appeared like a phantom. Bowing respectfully, the demon Gorgon gave a brief order. From this moment on, seal off the southern region for 6 months. Should all demon forces under your command cease external activity as well? That would be for the best. After thinking it over briefly, Heron asked cautiously, "Pardon me for asking, but why would you accept such a heavy loss? Just to kill one human? Suffering injury and wasting half a year for that?" Given Gorgon's usual rationality, this decision was clearly a poor trade. Facing his subordinate's doubts, Gorgon looked him in the eye and slowly spoke. "It's just a feeling. That worm must be eliminated. No matter the cost, that's just how it feels." Heron, with his head bowed, wore a look of deep doubt, skilled at reading emotions. He now felt a sense of wariness toward the man before him. Could it be that Lord Gorgon believes this human has the potential to threaten him in the future? Even if he downplayed it as just a hunch, it was exactly that instinct that had allowed him to rise to the rank of Demon Earl. Heron swallowed hard, then spoke. "We must begin tracking that human, find Arthur, and kill him." Faced with such a cold and resolute order, Heron bowed his head even lower. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Curled up under a blanket, Leiji lay on the couch. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At the same time, a man in a gray suit appeared, tearing through space, and shouted loudly, "Lord Leiji, don't make such a fuss. Sit down." After settling down, Leiji casually bit a cigarette. With a snap, he lit it, exhaling a few streams of choking smoke. Gray genuinely admired his unruffled attitude. As expected of Lord Leiji, staying so calm, even in this situation. The system, I already expected, it would be breached someday. I just didn't think it would be today. Do you know who did it? After investigation, it seems that Count Galgan from the Demon Realm was personally involved. That cautious guy actually did something like this, and this time, was the target the World Tree again? No, this wasn't a terrorist attack against us. They summoned a player to the 9th floor. Huh. I thought it was something serious. Leiji chuckled lightly, leaning back against the sofa, crossing his legs, even resting his arm on the back of the sofa. Looks like he's got too much free time to cause such a commotion, just to abduct a player. Any way you see it, it's a win for us. Good. Analyzed the infiltration path and sealed off completely. That way, they'll never be able to attempt such pointless experiments again. Yes, I heard the higher-ups have already taken swift countermeasures. Leiji chewed on a tough piece of dried cloud jelly, then suddenly blinked. His guarded gaze turned to Hui. "Gole, hold on. Why did you rush over here? In such a hurry? The kidnapped player is Su Jianhao? Still not awake?" Leiji rubbed his ears and asked again, "What? Who? Su Jianhao? You mean the Su Jianhao? Born June 6th, 1999 in South Korea? That's right. The phantom Su Jianhao." Through the swirling smoke, Leiji's twisted face, devoid of any calm, emerged. "Why are you only saying this now? Is there a reason? Do you want to die?" "Please don't overreact. I don't want to die." "Huh?" Leiji crushed out his cigarette hard, both hands covering his face. The harsh smell of the nicotine snapped him awake in an instant. Right. That demon couldn't have done something so extreme without a good reason. If Su Jianhao was the target, then it all makes sense. Just like a beast, he sensed the danger on instinct. As Leiji slowly stood up and slipped on his coat, "Hui," Gray asked with a confused expression, "Where are you going?" "To the tavern." "No way." "Then what? Should we kneel down and pray for his safe return?" "Absolutely not. Never. We must never do that, because that player was a VVIP client who could let him retire early. However, according to system rules, floor managers cannot directly harm demons. I know." Leiji's eyes gleamed fiercely like a wild beast. "So, I'm just going to bring my client out peacefully." Although he was exuding a fierce aura, he still emphasized peace. Gray let out a deep sigh and asked, "What about your job?" "I'll just take a leave." Watching Leiji pat his shoulder and walk away, Gray thought, didn't he already use up all his vacation days? My heart, my heart, my heart. So thirsty. Thirsty. Along with the blood he coughed up, his blurred consciousness slowly returned. He opened his eyes and saw a ceiling as dark as a cave. Su Jianhao struggled to breathe and tried to recall what had happened. Then I'll press the 6th floor button. Really? Should I really press it? Gao Shusha's finger hesitated for a moment. At the moment she pressed the 6th floor button, space suddenly ripped open and swallowed him whole. He was engulfed and immediately lost consciousness. Damn it. First, he needed to figure out what was going on. Where was he? How were his friends? Ugh. Like a mosquito hit by an Evkira shot, the weakened Su Juanhao struggled to prop up his upper body. Just that movement had already left him drenched in sweat. His physical condition was utterly dreadful. Asterisk cuff asterisk. Asterisk cuff asterisk. The light flickered for a moment. Someone entered the cave. Ah. You shouldn't be awake yet. Wah. A young man holding a candle approached. He screamed and pushed Su Juanhao back to the ground. Su Juanhao's heart was filled with resentment. The emotions in his eyes were plainly visible. The long-haired man explained with an apologetic tone. When they brought this patient in yesterday, his entire body's bones were shattered and twisted, though his recovery speed is astonishing. For now, he still needs to lie still like a dead rat. Stay in bed and don't move. Who are you? Tess. I'm the doctor at this farm. It was a language he'd never heard before. Su Juanhao glanced at the vita wrapped around his left wrist. It seemed the simultaneous translation function of the 5th floor modified vita was indeed working. Meanwhile, Tess carefully examined Su Juanhao's body. He clicked his tongue. These bones. They've realigned so quickly. What kind of body is this? Are you a half-demon? Half. A half-demon. A hybrid born between a demon and a human. Some demons do have peculiar tastes. Absolutely not. Ah, fair enough. Half-demons are indeed rare. This kind of regenerative ability must be innate. Thank the heavens. Su Juanhao didn't miss Tace's voice. It disappoints me, said Tace, who was sitting on the ground, as he took out clean ointment and bandages and began dressing the wounds. His voice lowered after confirming no one was nearby. Just a reminder. You must act extremely low-key here. What? The king here is a half-demon, and anyone who threatens his position will be mercilessly killed. Tace's voice was filled with deep concern. Judging by your physical condition, you must have worked at one of the farms before, but even so, we're talking about a centaur. I don't want to see, this patient dying again soon. So even if you hate it, you must endure and survive. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, you really don't know anything? Yeah. This innocent look suits you too. Tace chuckled lightly and was about to leave. Su Juanhao hurriedly grabbed him. Besides me, were any others found? Yeah. There were. This time, including you, there are a total of 7 people for the supply team. Su Juanhao suddenly sat up, grabbing Tace's sleeve tightly. Where are they? They're lying right next to you, aren't they? The Tace he grabbed nodded weakly with a pale face. Su Juanhao quickly scanned the surroundings. The people lying next to the waterfall, they were all strangers to him. He let out a long sigh, as if a great burden had been lifted. So that means I'm the only one who got swallowed by the spatial distortion. Is that luck or misfortune? Su Juanhao weakly let go of Tace's sleeve and apologized. Sorry. Well, it startled me a bit, but it's fine. Besides, I do appreciate the treatment you gave me. Honestly, this is the first time someone has ever thanked me for treating them. Su Juanhao gave another bitter smile, then left with the words, I'll be back in 3 hours, and disappeared again outside the cave. The cave fell into darkness once more. Su Juanhao laid back down and began to sort through his current situation. Cell regeneration. The effect of A and the protagonist buff was still active. Once enough time passed, his body would recover. Crack, crack. In fact, his bones were already regenerating, slowly resetting into place. Bone distortion. Was it a side effect of being swallowed by space? The recoil from spatial movement usually depends on the distance traveled. So then, where exactly is this place? For every bone in his body to be shattered and twisted like this. To find the answer, Su Juanhao pulled up the system log. 9th floor. Tidal effect spring unlocked activated. All attribute values plus 30. The answer wasn't far off, but the contents of that answer were far different from what he expected. The 9th floor. A bitter smile crept across his lips. He hadn't even set foot on the 6th, 7th, or 8th floors. Yet he had suddenly ended up on the 9th floor. What's more, he didn't even know why he had been brought here, clinging to a sliver of hope. He wrote a letter at the community window, but there was no response from anyone on the 9th floor. More importantly, his mana had been completely drained. That must be one of the side effects of being transported to the 9th floor. Normally, he wouldn't worry about it. His mana regeneration rate was extremely high. Even if that wasn't enough, he could still borrow mana from the surroundings, using the Black Moon Heart technique. But now, there was nothing. No matter how much he closed his eyes and searched, he couldn't feel any mana in the air. Even with a powerful regeneration ability, he wouldn't be able to restore mana like this. Su Juinhao's expression grew serious. Was this floor, like Mianyao City, a place where mana was suppressed? The only source of mana he could currently sense was the tiny bit left in his. He could absorb it to recover a small amount of mana, but doing so would make communication impossible. And what I need to do now is to first recover my body, and then figure out how to gather mana. Having made up his mind, Su Juinhao immediately grabbed his ankle and twisted it to the left. Crack, crack. A slightly terrifying sound accompanied a refreshing sensation. Normally, an ordinary person would never be able to reset a dislocated bone on their own, but he had the mental power of a hero. Crack, crack. The sound of bone resetting echoed through the cave. Chapter 449. The Insect Farm 3. Be honest. You're really not a centaur? I told you. I'm not. Tais, who arrived right on time, looked at him again with suspicion. Then what exactly are you? Human. 100% purebred human. Listen here, Mr. Patient. For an average person, it's impossible for a twisted leg bone. I never said I was average. He said human. Su Juinhao shrugged. Tais let out a helpless chuckle. Fine. Whoever you are, as long as you recover quickly, I'll be relieved. He stood up, saying there was nothing more he could do. What do you want to do? If you were a regular patient, I'd strongly advise complete bed rest for a while. Can I try walking a few steps? Tais thought for a moment, then nodded. You're still unfamiliar with the area. I'll give you a tour. Much appreciated. Su Juinhao used a wooden pole to help himself up, and gently moved his body. His leg bones, spine, and neck bones were nearly aligned. His shoulders would likely align soon as well. However, it would still take time for the shattered bones to fully heal. I was born and raised on this farm, so I don't know for sure, but I've heard people from other farms say this is the biggest one ever built. As they exited the cave that served as a clinic, countless lanterns hung from the walls and ceiling, pushing back the darkness. Su Juinhao held on to a wooden railing, scanning the levels of the cave. There were 10 floors in total. Yeah, it's massive. The population here exceeds 1,000 people. Speaking of which, Mr. Patient, my name is Su Juinhao. Su. Chioma. Just call me Suni. Apparently, some pronunciations were still difficult for the translation function to handle. Good name. Mr. Suni, are you also from another farm? Yeah, something like that. Su Juinhao nodded casually. What role did you have at your previous farm? Just defeating bad guys, protecting people, that sort of thing. Ah, so you were a sheriff. No wonder you have so much muscle. Ace recalled his muscular physique and nodded in agreement. He continued explaining. The 10th floor is where the king lives. Even from below, it looks extravagant, right? The 9th floor houses nobles and knights loyal to the king. Going up there without permission will get you punished. The 8th floor is where professional affairs are handled. My medical office is also located there. The 7th to 4th floors are residential areas for commoners. Nothing much to see there. Let's head down quickly. This is the 3rd floor. It's very lively. Here we have trading posts, markets, and restaurants. It's the most crowded floor. As they descended, the number of lanterns and people around them noticeably decreased. Walking to the railing, Su Juinhao leaned over and looked down at the wide open space resembling a school playground on the 1st floor. He asked, "What's down there? What would you even use such a huge space for?" Of course, that's the county area. The county? For that king named Half? Yeah. Looks like you're not very good at humor. Tace gave him a helpless glance, and then stepped back from the railing. That's probably the same for everyone. This isn't the kind of place you make fond memories in. Let's head upstairs. As he followed him up the stairs to the 2nd floor, Su Juinhao could feel eyes watching him from both the 1st and 2nd floors. He glanced back without thinking, and asked, "Who lives down below?" "People who defied the king's orders and were reduced to slaves." Slaves. Su Juinhao furrowed his brow, quietly listening to their movements. Wait, there must be at least 400 of them, in a place housing 1,000 people. 40% are slaves? When he gave Tais a questioning look, Tais looked back with surprise in his eyes. Aren't you the sheriff? Shouldn't you know all this? Why are you so curious about the people below? Because where I come from, there's no slavery. No way. There are still places like that? Tais widened his eyes and shook his head. In that case, you really might not understand how this farm works. He scratched his head awkwardly, while cautiously glancing up the stairs, then lowered his voice. Let me give you a bit of advice. On this farm, you better not show any sympathy toward the lower class people. Otherwise, you might be accused of rebellion or resistance, and end up a slave yourself. That's impossible. There's no way. It's not impossible. It happens for real. That's why I'm warning you. Like I said, Tais's face turned serious in an instant. The king here is ruthless. If you displease him even slightly, he'll find any excuse to push you into the lower class. People, are we just going to stand by and watch this happen? What could they even do? The questioning voice shot back like an arrow. He was the king's right-hand man. No matter how many humans gathered, they couldn't possibly defeat him and his knights, especially in a dungeon where magic was sealed. Even more so. You understand what I mean, right? I understand. Su Juanhao nodded without hesitation, at least until his body fully recovered. It was best for him to keep a low profile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Please give me 1 serving of roasted salt pork and 2 bowls of Taisian soup. Tace entered a restaurant on the 3rd floor, ordered skillfully, and sat down. Sitting across from him, Su Juanhao observed the people around them, then asked, "Do they pay with money here?" "No, it's meal coupons distributed based on profession. People use these coupons to trade. Doctors must get quite a few, right?" "Yeah. The patients I treat easily cover the cost of a meal," Tace said with a smile. He smiled. And when the Taisian soup was served, he scooped a big spoonful and tasted it. As expected, this flavor is still the best. You should try it too. In the green soup floated the Taisian, which didn't look particularly appetizing, but seeing the people around them eating heartily, Su Juanhao closed his eyes, bravely scooped a large spoonful into his mouth. The moment he tasted it, Su Juanhao's eyes widened. He immediately scanned the kitchen. Meishu? Is Meishu here? However, the one standing in the kitchen was a middle-aged man with a full beard. Su Juanhao quietly put down his spoon. Tace asked curiously, "No appetite?" "Yeah. My body still isn't quite used to things yet. It's the recovery period, after all. You still need to eat more to get better." Tais looked regretful as he prepared to eat some salted root meat. Suddenly, the sound of utensils clashing echoed through the dining hall. "Caught him. This little thief. Let me go." Pinned beneath the restaurant owner was a child of about 10 years old. He was severely malnourished, his skin clinging to bone. His ribs were clearly visible. Smack! The owner slapped the child across the face. Blood instantly appeared on the boy's lips. "You little thief. Today you've really signed your own death sentence." The merciless beating continued, but no one stepped in to stop him. Su Juanhao couldn't stand it. He was just about to get up when Tais grabbed his hand and shook his head, then stood up himself. "That's enough." "What? Who the hell are you?" The furious owner spun around, glaring at Tais. Tais flinched at the look, raising both hands to calm him down. Hey, sir, you know very well the king has already been putting pressure on us because of reduced or output. If this continues, we'll lose even more laborers. But that kid stole from me first. If you keep hitting him, he's going to die." "Huh? All slaves are the property of the king. Normally, he might not care, but if you make him angry, you could be punished too." The restaurant owner spat contemptuously. He slowly stood up. "Next time you get caught, be ready to die." After harshly warning the child, he casually began tidying up the restaurant. After this, a few other slaves came over, picked up the child, and left. Tace returned to his seat, calmly tearing apart the rock rat meat. "If you're lucky, you survive. If not, you die." Su Juanhao said nothing, only glancing behind him at the 2 men who had been watching them. They quietly left. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Night fell. The lanterns inside the cave went out one after another as the night spiders and scorpions began to stir. Su Juanhao also got up and headed outside the cave. So dark. Only the 10th and 9th floors still had faint lantern lights. The whole cave was enveloped in deep darkness. But after his body reconstruction and strengthening with Juan fruits, his vision was sharp enough to see clearly around him. "All right, let's see where you're going." Standing by the railing, he saw some figures hurrying through the darkness. Su Juanhao easily flipped over the railing and began descending floor by floor. First floor. A chilling aura filled the area at night. He heard faint voices talking. "Where?" Over there. Lead the way." As he approached the cave with voices, the conversations became clearer. "Sir, our child can't breathe properly. There's a gurgling sound from his throat. Is he going to die? Is my brother going to die? Wah." As the children cried, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "That's why I came. Don't cry, everyone. Too much noise will cause trouble." Tais. The young doctor checked on the child's condition and carefully fed him the medicine he brought. After tending to the child for a while, Tais finally said, "His fever has gone down a bit, but he'll need at least a week to fully recover." "A week? I brought some salted root meat and bones. Boil it into soup for him. Make sure he eats as much as possible." Su Juanhao watched the scene for a moment, then turned to look behind him. Even though the steps were light, he could still sense figures with spears stealthily approaching. Su Juanhao touched his chin, lost in thought. Such kindness, such compassion. Apply this ointment every 6 hours, directly on the wound. When not in use, bury it underground to preserve it. "Oh my, thank you so much. You saved my child. Really, thank you so much. I swear I'll repay this kindness. I'll work as hard as I can." I'll become a commoner one day to repay you. In the dim candlelight, the tearful faces of the parents and their children came into view. Tais, who had been watching them the whole time, quickly lowered his head to hide the bitterness in his eyes. He knew, no matter how hard these people worked, they would almost never become commoners. It was almost here. Time for the guard rotation. I have to get going. Oh, please, go ahead. Thank you very much. After bidding farewell softly, Tace lowered his hat and quickly walked out of the cave. When he saw a few figures waiting outside the cave entrance, his heart dropped. Yeah. One of the men lit a torch in his hand, instantly brightening the area. Jupiter. Upon confirming the man's identity, Tace's face turned deathly pale. Jupiter was a knight serving the king. Even if he somehow escaped now, getting caught would only be a matter of time. When the captain told me to keep an eye on you, I thought it was a joke. Didn't expect it to be true. Jupiter sighed. With a scornful look on his face, he shook his head. Sigh. Why did you have to do this? A guy like you, living here on the farm, wasn't doing worse than anyone else. Wasn't that good enough? Tace bit his lip tightly, saying nothing. Under the torchlight, Jupiter revealed a mocking smile. Yes, both of your parents were lowly people. That shared sense of misery is indeed quite strong. Shut up. Thais, furious, suddenly lunged at Jupiter, but the other was a knight. Even holding a torch, Jupiter was still as swift as lightning. He struck Thais hard in the face with his elbow. Ugh! Thais fell, blood streaming from his nose, and Jupiter mercilessly stomped his head with his boot. Thais writhed on the ground, his mouth full of dirt and sand, but Jupiter's foot stayed firmly in place. TSK. The doctor only has this useless brat. I really can't kill him then. We'll have to take him upstairs and re-educate him from scratch. Think that'll work? I remember he did the same thing as a kid. In the end, it's a matter of bloodline. With parents who rebelled against the king, of course the child turned out like this. The knights murmured among themselves for a bit. Suddenly, Jupiter exclaimed, "Oh right. I almost forgot." He looked into the cave with a more amused smile than ever. The king has decreed, anyone who has received treatment must be executed as a warning to others. No, please don't. Thais struggled desperately, but he was completely unable to move, even if his body were intact. He knew he had no chance against these three knights. The truth was too cruel and painful. Thais couldn't help but cry. Huge tears rolled down his face. Please. Spare Iman. We'll take her punishment instead. Please, I beg you. How dare they lay hands on anyone? The parents were kicked in the stomach and collapsed. Their faces were pale and lifeless. Even the dying child was dragged out. Hey, last time you were the ones who did the killing. Now it's my turn. The knight, cheerfully dragging the child, blinked. Excited, he pulled the child out with a smug grin. Including himself, but after he left, there should have only been two people standing on the clearing. Then what was that? Who was the one wearing the black mask? While he was puzzled, that ghost-like figure, the one smiling beside his companions, who exactly was it? At that very moment, the ghost slowly raised his head. Initially, he had no intention of revealing himself. His bones hadn't fully healed yet. His physical condition was far from recovered. If the knights were merely giving Thais a minor warning, he absolutely would not have intervened. However, this was unacceptable. Su Juanhao had encountered quite a few knights so far. Elf knights, knights from Dongji City, knights of the Ruben Empire. If you counted the martial artists as knights, it would also include the members of the Jinui. Even though they differed in language, race, nation, and even dimension, they shared one common trait. They all understood honor. They didn't use their trained strength to bully the weak, but to become a shield protecting them. In his memory, all knights had been that way. Yet now, these guys dared to call themselves knights, and still act so arrogantly? Su Juanhao sneered coldly. He quietly opened his inventory. To avoid causing a commotion, he planned to hide his identity as much as possible. In this area, I'm actually pretty good at it. In a dark cave, one mask was enough to conceal his identity. Asterisk. Hey, why are you just standing there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Jupiter's question caused the knight carrying the child, Pagaro, to break out in a cold sweat. Those guys. You seriously didn't notice anything? That thing definitely wasn't there at first, because before he left, there was definitely no one there. Could it really be a ghost? Pagaro swallowed nervously and asked the other knight, Fongel, hey, who's that person on your left? Childish. Don't joke around like that. Hurry up and bring the child over. No, seriously, there's really someone next to you. There's actually someone there. Fongao turned his head, clearly annoyed, only to widen his eyes in shock. What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? When did he even get beside me? Just as a chill ran down his spine, creak, accompanied by an unpleasant sound, the scene before him suddenly flipped upside down. What? In his altered vision, he saw his comrades Jupiter and Pagaro, both as pale as if they had seen a ghost. Hey, come over here. There's a strange guy standing right next to me. Fengao slowly walked toward his companions, but the distance between them only grew. What's going on? Why are they getting farther away? Feeling that something was wrong, Fengao looked down and finally realized his neck had twisted a full 180 degrees. Fengao's body convulsed a few times on the ground, then lay completely still. This is insane. Jupiter and Pagaro, who witnessed their comrade's death, immediately drew their swords with a sharp swish. Though both swords were aimed at him, he simply stood there silently. Each time Fengao's fallen torch flickered, his shadow changed in length. It brought an indescribable sense of fear. Jupiter asked, "Who are you? A slave? Or a commoner? Take off your mask now. Show your true face. Damn it. Are you deaf? I said take off your mask," whether questioning, ordering, or cursing. He showed no reaction. Lunatic. Why wear a mask? Pagaro muttered softly. This guy wants to hide his face and voice. What's the point? They'll search him anyway, and catch him. The farm's only connection to the outside is through the ceiling, and even they're revered. Net can't just open it freely. In other words, if something happens on the farm, finding the culprit would be as easy as flipping a hand. Maybe he didn't expect to be discovered so easily. Pagaro stared at him intently and said, "Let's focus first on taking this guy down. I'll rush in first. You follow right behind me." Okay, got it. The moment Jupiter nodded, Pagaro suddenly charged at him with his weapon. He watched the scene silently. Then, smack, he stomped out the torch on the ground. Sudden darkness engulfed the space, but the two, despite their shock, did not panic. Jupiter. I'm ready. Jupiter took a matchbox from his pocket. In the darkness, he fumbled for a match by memory and began trying to strike it. Click. Snap. Maybe he was too anxious. He couldn't get it to light. Each time the match sparked, his surroundings lit up for a moment, then quickly went dark again. Hold on. Just a second. Damn it. This thing, why won't it light? Snap. Huff. Flicker. After 5 failed attempts, he finally struck one. A bright flame lit up. In that very moment, Jupiter saw. He was standing silently, right in front of him. Where's Pagaro? His eyes scanned the ground. There lay Pagaro, collapsed in a pool of blood, his chest pierced by his own sword. Damn it. Cursing, Jupiter threw the lit match straight at the figure's face. It bounced off the mask and fell away. Quick, sword, draw your sword. With trembling hands, Jupiter reached for the sword at his waist. Swish. With a clean, crisp sound, the sword slid out of its sheath. Wait. The problem was, Jupiter hadn't even grabbed the hilt yet. The moment he trembled in fear, a cold blade pierced his heart. Ah. He tried to scream, but the opponent didn't even give him that chance. Die. He covered Jupiter's mouth, as if soothing a noisy child, quieting him down. You're not allowed to shout during nap time. Even so, his heart, overwhelmed with fear, beat faster than ever. Each beat brought indescribable pain. A massive amount of blood was lost. His consciousness blurred. It was the sign of approaching death. However, ironically, Jupiter felt a slight sense of relief. It would be better to die. This way, he could escape this hellish reality. Heart, huff. Su Juanhao woke up amidst a flurry of activity. His throat was... He looked around. Someone handed him a glass of water. Thanks. He rasped out his thanks and downed the water in one gulp. Tais immediately asked, where were you, and what were you doing last night? Wiping his mouth with a sleeve, Su Juanhao handed back the cup. I slept right here. Why? Because it was nighttime. Faced with such a logical answer, Tais was left speechless. He squinted at him. His physique was about the same as the sun god. No, maybe even taller. What are you mumbling about? Also, you're injured. Su Juanhao tapped his face and asked. Tais cleared his throat. Cough. I tripped while walking. The wound looks like it was scraped by something. I used to work as a security guard. You scraped yourself falling to the ground. Sharp observation. Tais awkwardly ended the topic and quickly changed the subject. More importantly, there's an emergency right now. 3 knights went missing last night. Missing? Yes. It's the first time someone disappeared on this escape-proof farm. Maybe they're just hiding somewhere quiet sleeping. No. We found large amounts of blood and their swords. Yikes, that's bad. Su Juanhao showed a genuinely regretful expression. The way you're saying it, this really doesn't sound like a minor issue. Of course it's not. Since morning, it's been complete chaos. Knights and soldiers have been searching downstairs, and they just wrapped up. The ones answering were a group that entered the infirmary cave Upon confirming the person at the front, Thais asked somewhat nervously, "Commander, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for the missing squad members." After inspecting the cave, Knight Commander Audric continued. "Three men couldn't have just vanished into thin air. There must be some clue. There has to be evidence somewhere. This is the infirmary. How could anything like that be here? Considering the reckless acts of your parents back then, it's not impossible." He gave a slight wave of his hand. The knights and soldiers immediately began searching the infirmary without hesitation. About half an hour later, a soldier came to report. "Reporting, sir. We found nothing." "Nothing." Audric showed a displeased expression and turned his gaze to Su Juanhao. "First time seeing your face. I'm the patient who fell from the ceiling 2 days ago. As a patient, your physical condition seems a bit too good." Audric's eyes lit up. He strode towards Su Juanhao, bent down, and then he suddenly grabbed Su Juanhao's hand and inspected it carefully. No calluses. Didn't look like the hands of someone trained in martial arts or combat. Su Juanhao, who had undergone a transformation, had hands as soft as a baby's. But the unaware Audric thought he had misjudged, and stood up. "You have naturally good bones. If you ever need a job, you can visit the Knight's Order. Let's go." As Audric and his men left the cave, Su Juanhao's expression turned serious. Since they had examined his condition up close, he took the opportunity to observe them too. Only Wang, the half-elf, remained. If even he had no magic power, that would be troublesome. Su Juanhao, who only wanted to return to Earth as soon as possible, muttered in a low voice. Asterisk. While cutting a large steak, Wang asked, "No traces at all. I understood that correct." That voice sounded like a low rumble from deep in the throat. Audric keenly caught the displeasure hidden within it, and hurriedly put down his knife and fork to answer. "Yes, sir. I've thoroughly searched from the 1st to the 9th floor, but found no traces whatsoever. There must be somewhere we missed. Search again." However, Audric bit his lip lightly. There really were no traces. Even he had to believe the report from his subordinates. He personally searched every floor, and repeated it 3 times. Of course, you wouldn't believe it either. Just a few hours ago, he felt exactly the same way. Just as Audric was pondering how to respond, a soldier came running over in a panic. "My lord, we found the knights' bodies." What did you say?" In disbelief, Audric jumped to his feet and asked, Where exactly were they found?" "As the commander of the knights, Audric was, after the king, the second most powerful person on this farm." The soldier answering him was drenched in sweat. "Well, it did seem kind of strange." "Stop stalling. Just answer the question," yelled at by Audric. The soldier closed his eyes and mustered the courage to respond. They were found inside the Knight Commander's hall. Chapter 451. The Insect Farm. 5. Home. Su Juanhao woke from his sleep and began stretching as usual. He noticed his body felt more limber than usual, and a smile crept onto his face. Even without magic, his recovery rate was remarkably fast. Come to think of it, I've invested a lot in this body. I've taken dozens of so-called miracle tonics. I even went through a full body overhaul. This outcome is only natural. As I got up, I saw Thais walk into the infirmary looking excited. "Oh, Mr. Suni, you're awake. How are you feeling?" "Getting better every day." "But did something good happen?" "No, nothing good happened. It's just the same life, like running in a hamster wheel every day." Although he waved it off, he couldn't help but ask, "By the way, have you heard the recent rumors?" "What rumors?" "The knights who disappeared 2 days ago have been found." "Oh, where were they found?" "Don't be shocked." Thais lowered his voice, as if sharing some important secret. "They were found at Captain Audric's house, and they were all corpses." It was truly shocking news. "Is that your reaction? Were you always this indifferent?" Thais seemed to have expected a stronger reaction, and now looked a bit disappointed. In any case, because of this incident, Audric is now in an awkward position. It's really pitiful. "Are you sure it's okay to say that so casually? What if I went and reported you to the Knight's Order?" "Ah." Thais scratched his head, muttering, "I didn't think of that. I just thought Mr. Suni didn't seem suited to being a knight." "That surprised me a little. Do I look that weak?" "That's not what I meant. It's just that I know a lot about people who become knights. They easily hurt others, only caring about their own feelings and interests. They're basically thugs." In Thais' view, that's what knights were like. From that perspective, Mr. Suni, even though they hadn't spent much time together, he seemed completely different from the others. Of course, this feeling had no logic or reasonable basis. It was just intuition. Sometimes, fondness for someone just arises without reason. "But you've misunderstood something." Su Juanhao corrected Thais' assumption. "Knights aren't inherently terrible people." I I've also heard stories about how knights used to value honor, but that sounds more like something out of a fairy tale. In reality, you wouldn't find a knight like that even if you searched with your eyes closed. Looking at Thais's gloomy expression, Su Jianhao let out a soft sigh. It's not just Thais. Others probably think the same way. These marginalized groups likely all think like that. Thinking about that, he felt a wave of irritation, as if someone had trampled his precious memories with muddy boots. Oh right, while you were asleep. The vocational inspector came by. Vocational inspector? Thais nodded and explained. Here, once someone has recovered to a certain degree, they must choose a profession. Otherwise, they're reduced to slave status. Can you choose any profession you want? Yes. But even if you score poorly on the aptitude test, you can't just pick a seemingly good job on a whim. So in other words, you should choose something you actually have some skill in. What should I do then? What I'm best at is physical labor, after all. But he didn't want to be a soldier or a knight here. It felt like he'd be taking part in disgracing those he once admired. As Su Jianhao sank into thought, Thais chuckled softly. You don't have to decide right away. You can take your time. If you have questions, feel free to ask me anytime. What kinds of physical jobs are there? Speaking of physical labor on the farm, how much could there really be? It's usually just farming work. Speaking of which, although he had heard many times that this place was a farm, no one had ever said what crops were actually grown. If they were farmers, wouldn't it involve sowing, fertilizing, watering, and so on? This person clearly had no sense of humor, yet he always tried to joke. Thais shook his head and said, grinding goldstone. The farmers here are responsible for collecting it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ah, damn it. I overlooked that. Su Jianhao humbly admitted his mistake. He had gotten tangled up with those knights, causing a delay in gathering information here. But what's past is past. Su Jianhao quickly collected his thoughts. This place truly was a farm, and it was owned by demons, in exchange for their lives. The people here regularly offered up grinding goldstone as tribute. I once wondered why we were imprisoned underground. But it turned out, this was the reason. The gate to the outside world could only be opened from the outside by the demons. In other words, whether it was the king or the knights, they were essentially slaves all the same, though I found it ridiculous. For the people here, perhaps it was just the natural order of things, just like how to them. A fist spoke louder than law. For these people, compared to the demons, the knights were even more terrifying. Rather than the demons, Su Jianhao calmly assessed his own strength, especially without magic power. It was already tough dealing with mid-tier demons. He was confident he could overpower low-tier demons with sheer strength. But mid-tier demons were a different story. Fighting them barehanded was like charging unarmed into gunfire. There was no chance of winning. Still, there had to be a way. Even in this dark underground tunnel, there was always a way forward. And that was hey Sunny. Stop mumbling to yourself in the corner. Come help me move this stuff. Yes, sir. As he approached, the hunchback handed him a large sack. The bag was full of glowing, each about the size of a fist. Take these to the nobles outside. These are magic crystal ores. They have to be placed into a special container within 6 hours. Otherwise, they turn into regular rocks. Understood. If even one goes missing or gets damaged, you better be ready for punishment. Yes, sir. Su Jianhao carefully hoisted the sack and walked out of the mine. This is my way out, Al. Magic crystal stones. These stones are actually or infused with faint magical energy. He could sense the lowest level of demonic energy within them. Demonic energy. Using the ability of the Night Watcher, he could absorb that energy. When absorbing it, his magic attribute would increase. The Ice Nation. That's why he gave up on other better jobs and decided to become a miner. Of course, the energy stored in these crystals was incredibly faint, barely more than a speck of dust. Magic attribute increased by 0.003. Magic attribute increased by 0.002. Magic attribute increased by 0.005. Inside one backpack, there were about 20 pieces of magic crystal stone. That meant repeating this chore at least 20 times, just to barely raise the magic attribute by a little. Yet Su Jianhao didn't feel the slightest bit disappointed. Even if it was slow, as long as he was on the right path, he would eventually reach his destination. It was a lesson he had learned in his short yet long life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the entrance of the mine, there was a small office. A noble, sitting behind a clean desk, looked at the man before him in surprise. What's going on? It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Normally, those delivering magic crystal stones arrived around 11. But today, the new miner had already brought in the first batch, before 9 o'clock. The puzzled noble asked, did the foreman say, like today's haul being especially large or something? He said no such thing. The noble looked doubtful, but nodded as he placed the magic crystals into a special container. All right, here's the official document. Take it back to the foreman. Understood. Su Juinhao stood up, and with his empty backpack, headed back into the mine. Hurry up, and dig like me. Stop listening to those nobles pushing for more output. Looking at the sluggish workers, the foreman sighed, and was about to swing his pickaxe when his face suddenly turned pale. Because the newbie who had just delivered magic crystals had already returned. Why are you back so soon? I already delivered the crystals outside. Impossible. The foreman checked his watch, his anger rising. Even without carrying a backpack, you carried all that weight and made the round trip in an hour? Here's the receipt. The shift leader took the certificate Su Juinhao handed over, his eyes wide with surprise. It was an official document, confirming successful delivery and the intact quality of the magic crystal stones. I'm pretty fast on my feet. Youth is a wonderful thing. I could do that too when I was your age. The shift leader smiled and handed him another backpack. Rest up a bit. Once you've recovered, take this one too. Then you're off duty. Do I have to be off duty? Can I do a few more runs? Hearing this, the shift leader looked at him like he was crazy. If you want to, I won't stop you. But still, you're going to be working here a long time. Don't overdo it. If I get tired, I'll be sure to speak up. Young people these days really are unpredictable. Do what you want. In the end, Su Juinhao got permission. That day, he made a total of 9 trips. 0.54. That was the total amount of magic he increased on his very first shift. Asterisk. The king slowly flipped through the documents. They contained the identities of everyone on the farm. I just can't figure it out. Who could it be? Someone strong enough to kill 3 armed knights barehanded, yet still chooses to remain hidden? Could they be planning a rebellion and quietly biding their time? How amusing. The king chuckled. He wasn't uneasy at all. In fact, he hoped such a person he could challenge him as soon as possible. Although he had only inherited half of demon blood, he had never been one to shy away from battle. On the contrary, he was always in a state of extreme bloodlust, even actively picking fights. Waiting was simply unbearable. Why don't I throw out some bait first and see what happens? The king lifted his and said, Oderic. Cough. Here. Shivering. The thing that had been lying next to the desk like a bloody rag stirred. That was Oderic, who had become the king's plaything due to negligence and discrimination. I'll tell you a way, not only to save, but also to remain the head of the discrimination corps. Oderic, with his swollen, bruised eyes, looked at the king. Once someone tasted power, they would rather die than give it up. Oderic prostrated himself, crawling like a dog, at the feet of the king who had just beaten him. The king sat there, resting his chin on his hand, looking at the head of the discrimination corps with a half-smile. He said, Chapter 452, Pins Road. Eek. In the dusty, sweat-soaked mining tunnels, it was finally break time. Workers gathered in small groups, chewing on liver blood jerky for snacks, while whispering to each other, Friend, that guy is a real monster. A monster. It takes the rest of us 3 hours to walk there, but he returns in just 1. He really is a monster. Damn it. Honestly, I thought he'd collapse after a day or 2 at most. The topic they were discussing was Su Juinhao. No, it's the new guy Suni, because on his very first day, he displayed unbelievable speed, so much so that among the workers, they even started a betting pool. How long could he actually last? Most of the workers bet he'd collapse within 3 days, but by the time they realized it, a whole week had passed. Still, could it really just be youth? Haven't we all been that age before? Maybe he's just born that way. His face. It really does look exactly like I did when I was young. Hey. Johnson, shut it. Keep eating your ration bar. If he had a fist mark on his face, then maybe he'd resemble you a little more. One thing was certain now. Ever since Suni started working here, life had gotten easier for the rest of the workers. Transport duty was extremely exhausting. Before, every day they had to draw lots to decide who would handle the job. But since he took it over, things had clearly improved. Man. Thanks a ton. We seriously owe you a meal. That's actually a good idea. I should give you a meal voucher too, as a token of appreciation. As their praise for the hardworking and capable young man wound down, one worker glanced around cautiously, then quietly spoke up. But don't you guys think that the mood on the farm lately feels a little off? Huh? What are you talking about? Things have been peaceful lately. Days as peaceful as they are now. That's pretty rare. Yeah, it is. This kind of calmness feels like the calm before a storm. It's unsettling, isn't it? Johnson, shut up. Just eat your food. There he goes again, saying unlucky stuff, scolded by his co-workers. Johnson looked aggrieved and obediently stirred his food. However, there were surprisingly many who shared his view. Honestly, I've been feeling uneasy too lately. Just because the people upstairs stopped giving us trouble, life suddenly got this easy? Maybe it's because 3 knights died last time. They might have toned it down a little. If that's really the case, then hopefully they'll tone it down regularly. Sigh. Even so, we're all living on the same farm. We can't just say, we hope others die. Well, I misspoke. Among the commoners, an unexplainable sense of unease was spreading. After the knights died, they thought the higher-ups would retaliate heavily, but things remained strangely quiet. It was puzzling. Oh, you're here. Are you tired? Ah, no. I'm fine. Good, good. If you're tired, don't push yourself. Make sure to speak up. Your health is the most important thing. Go over there and take a good rest. Under the kind care of the foreman, Su Juanhao was slightly taken aback. After all, when there were no goods to move, resting was the only option. Hey, Sonny, over here. You guys, stop resting. Get back to work. But, what is it? We've only been resting for 5 minutes. The workers frowned. But when they saw Sonny approaching, they all handed him water and snacks. Tired? Here, have some snacks. At your age, you've got plenty of energy. Eat up. Don't be shy. Thanks. Su Juanhao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Even though he'd lived here for a week now, he still found it strange, being treated like a young man. It was hard to get used to, back on Earth. No matter where he went, he was always respectfully addressed as senpai, sometimes even called a fossil. But here, he was just seen as some guy in his 20s. It was a refreshing feeling. Though a bit pressure-inducing, it was also somewhat relaxing. The workers here didn't see him as anyone special. They didn't place unrealistic expectations, nor did they look at him with worshipful eyes. I'll enjoy this, then. As the workers began chatting about something else, Su Juanhao ate his dried meat snack. While checking his status panel, Su Juanhao, level 260, titles, Bringer of Spring and 8 others. Strength, 845, Stamina, 857, Speed, 860, Magic, 906. Before reaching the 6th floor, his magic stat was at 872, even without counting the spring. Within just 1 week here, he had raised 4 attribute stats. Moreover, this was accomplished in just 1 week. It felt like dropping coins into a piggy bank. He was used to boosting magic by tens of points at once, through elixirs or titles. That had been his norm. But working continuously, raising magic bit by bit with decimals, felt completely foreign to him. Has my body almost fully recovered? Although there were only 4 points, the return of magic had already brought changes. First, cell regeneration became abnormally efficient. Without magic, bone regeneration had been extremely slow, but with magic, in just a few days, his bones had become incredibly strong. Su Juanhao closed the status window in satisfaction. At this rate, he should be able to recover most of his magic before the next collection day. According to Tais, the demons visited to collect tributes 2 or 3 times a year. He estimated that it would be at least 2 months before anyone visited the farm. Before then, I must recover as much magic as possible and eliminate them when they come. Replenishing magic. This was the plan Su Juanhao had set. So far, everything was progressing smoothly, like well-meshed gears. There were no problems at all. Hopefully, the next 2 months will pass peacefully. Su Juanhao's eyes grew slightly more intense. Even though 3 knights, the king's own men, were killed, there's been no reaction at all. He had no idea what this long silence was for. Asterisk. Mr. Sonny, over here. Thais had already found a seat at the edge of the 3rd floor cafeteria, waving his hand at him. As soon as he sat down, Thais began speaking. I heard you've been flying lately. Who said that? Don't you remember? Those farmers with back injuries who came to see you? Thais looked at him, as if saying, of course I remember. They called you the strongest rookie in history. Said their work got way easier thanks to you. Well, that's good to hear. Aren't you tired though? This job isn't something an ordinary person could do. Especially you, Mr. Sunyao. You're still recovering. Your bones haven't even fully healed. While rubbing, Thais casually squeezed Su Juanhao's arm. Then his eyes widened. Just days ago, those bones were soft, but now they were hard as steel. They're fully healed? No way. Normally, bones take at least 2 months to heal. But somehow, in just 1 week, Su Juanhao's bones had fully recovered. It was unbelievable. Thais stared at him like he was a monster. I told you, I naturally have fast recovery abilities. This has nothing to do with a fast recovery. Facing the look of disbelief, Su Juanhao simply shrugged. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Thais couldn't help but laugh. He's truly unfathomable. No matter how much you peel away, you just find more layers of mystery, like a man who's an onion. Thais decided not to think too deeply about it, saying this might burden you. But ever since Mr. Suni left, things really have gotten easier for everyone. What do you mean? Before, they were patrolling above all the time, wearing everyone out. But ever since the knights died, that behavior has completely disappeared. I don't know if it's just temporary, or if it'll last. Tais took a sip of water, and smiled gently. Actually, what he wished for wasn't anything grand. Just this kind of life. Just this much. Simply treating the sick patients. And living each day. That was everything to him. Yeah, though most of the time was spent treating Oderic, which was a bit tiring. Oderic. The leader of the knights? Yes. He was badly beaten by the king, covered in blood when he was sent to us. Tais chuckled softly. But, because the king felt a little guilty for hitting him, he ordered us to heal him quickly. I was busy with that for a whole week. I just finished his discharge paperwork. He's pretty much fully recovered now. That's good to hear. Now, I have to focus more on the other patients. Tais turned around, looking at the people in the marketplace. Look, in just 1 week, there's so much less sorrow on their faces. Normally, those in power could kill him at any moment, or turn him into a slave. They were always walking around nearby. For any normal person, living under this kind of pressure would be exhausting. If this kind of life could continue, then I'd ask for nothing more. To him, this all felt perfectly normal, taken for granted. And yet, even just that was enough to make him feel immense happiness. He sincerely hoped that wish could come true. It was a wish from the bottom of his heart. For Su Juanhao, this was just another ordinary day like any other. As usual, he headed to the mine entrance early in the morning and started his usual tasks. On his first delivery, he sensed something was off. Standing in front of the office, Su Juanhao stared into the distance. A noble inside spoke up. Not coming in? What are you standing there for? At those words, Su Juanhao stepped into the office, handed over the backpack, and asked, what's with all the soldiers? On the second floor of the mine, there were dozens of times more soldiers than usual, stationed there. The noble, inspecting the crystals, replied absent-mindedly, I'm not really sure either. Things are especially hectic up top today. Up top? The nobles lived on the 9th level, and above the 9th floor, there was only one place. Su Juanhao's gaze sharpened. Was the king finally about to act? Is the king finally going to take action? He thought the king had been holding back for a long time. According to Tais, the king was an extremely brutal person. For such a brutal man to endure for a whole week, that was rare. However, what exactly was he waiting for? The king's silence these past days was probably because he had found no clues, which made sense, because all the evidence and traces had already been erased. That guy should have no clues or evidence to pursue. Without solid proof, taking action now would be meaningless. On the contrary, making a move recklessly would only weaken his authority over the farm. Still, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. He had a strong hunch that something would happen today. All right, here's the official document. You may go. Today, I'd like to leave early. What? Absolutely not. The noble twisted his face and answered firmly. I've never seen someone work as fast as you. Thanks to you, production has steadily increased. Huh? What's that? Su Juanhao pointed at the office ceiling. The noble turned to look. There's nothing. Ordinary. Su Juanhao pressed a spot near the noble's ear, with a finger infused with a trace of magic. The noble immediately collapsed unconscious. He had learned some acupuncture techniques on the 5th floor, and during the crafting of the Heart of Victory container, his understanding of acupuncture theory had deepened even further. Originally, he had intended to avoid trouble, even if it meant going slower. I wanted to steadily increase my magic the proper way, too. But with unexpected situations like today, there's really no helping it. To deal with emergencies, Su Juanhao opened the lid of the special container that stored magic essence. Taking a shortcut once in a while isn't so bad. Thousands of glowing ores lit up brightly, bathing the entire office in purple light. This spot isn't bad. At the king's command, a luxurious throne was installed on the 3rd floor. From there, one could overlook the entire 1st and 2nd floors. The area around him was packed with fully armed knights and soldiers. The once peaceful farm instantly grew tense. Terrified people fled into the caves. The moment the master appeared, they all vanished, just like cockroaches. Watching the commoners scatter, the king smiled faintly, then turned his head. There. After a week of intensive treatment, Oderic was now able to stand steadily. The king asked, Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Only the commander of the knights was allowed to wear that armor, and now it adorned Oderic's body. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. To protect both his life and his rank, there was only one way. Then, go down there and kill them all. Only through a massacre of these slaves could they draw out the so-called hero of the lower class. Chapter 453. King's Road 2 ***. As everyone above the 3rd floor hid in the caves, the slaves on the 2nd floor had no such option. They looked up at the king and his entourage gazing down on them, and instinctively sensed danger. From the looks of it, we're clearly their targets. Are they really taking revenge for the knights who died? Oh God. Is it still not too late to report what I saw that night? That won't do. An old man with a cane appeared in the square. The slaves all lowered their heads in greeting. He was said to be the oldest and wisest person on the farm, at least, according to rumors. Normally, the older people got, the more stubborn and arrogant they became. But he had none of those flaws. Thus, whenever something happened, when trouble arose, the slaves would seek the wisdom of the elder. Naturally, more and more people began to follow him. Elder Sabio. What do you mean by that? The man who insisted on reporting what he saw that night beat his chest in frustration. Didn't you see the man upstairs? He was fully armed. Like he was preparing for a funeral. When you receive kindness, you should repay it. That is the way of being human. Sabio cast a deep gaze at the man. Even if we're not treated fairly, we mustn't lose our humanity. Before that masked man helped us, Sabio must have struggled deeply inside. This farm is the king's domain. He holds absolute power here. As a person, it's only natural to avoid provoking him. Even so, he still reached out to help us without hesitation. If we repay kindness with betrayal, who would ever help us slaves again? If we abandon righteousness for the crisis at hand, we'll only lose our future. Faced with Sabio's gentle reproach, the man bit his lip tightly. And besides, though he has a violent temper, he is still the king of this farm. Surely he wouldn't kill us, without reason or cause. Sabio straightened his labor-worn back as best he could, looking up at the king above them, as if he were gazing at his own inner conscience. You're right. What have we done wrong, to cower like this? Just because we're slaves? No, we can't go on like this. Let us show our courage with dignity. I don't want to betray our benefactor either. Moved by him, the slaves slowly straightened their hunched shoulders. Their once downcast eyes turned resolute. They looked upward with courage. A powerful aura rose from the hundreds of slaves. It even shook the soldiers. The king lazily rested his chin on his hand, taking everything in. As expected, the king once again confirmed that his thoughts were correct. Fear will eventually fade, because humans are creatures of forgetting and adapting. What happened today? What happened yesterday? Even what happened last week would soon be forgotten. Then, what if the time span extended to a year, 2 years, or even 5 years? Fear would be diluted. The king thought that more than humanity itself, it was their nature that disgusted him. Fear had to be periodically reimplanted, and it had to be even deeper each time. It was about time to reimplant fear again. Reducing commoners to slaves was meaningless. Such things had already happened countless times over the past decade. Although the individuals involved suffered, it never made others tremble in fear. How far should it go this time? Summoning heroes from the lower populace while implanting fear. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone was exactly the king's aim. Aldrich. The king's voice echoed through the silent cave. Boom. Heavy footsteps rumbled from the first floor. Hey. Oh, dust. Something fell down. As the swirling dust began to clear, a knight clad in red armor appeared. Buzz. The red magic circuits drawn on his armor emitted a low, resonating hum. A knight. Hey, look at that sword. That's the sword Knight Commander Aldrich always carries. The knight was holding the symbol of the king's favor and fear. That sword. A nearby slave spoke up. The one who fell from the 3rd floor. Are you okay? Hearing those words of concern, Aldrich slowly turned his head. What? In that very moment, the slave saw the intent to kill in his eyes beneath the helmet. An instant later, his sword slashed across the slave's chest, leaving a long, deep wound. A silence spread like warm water, more suffocating than death itself, as if an eternity passed. Until someone whispered softly, finally breaking the frozen air. He cut him down. The Knight Commander cut down a slave. Without reason. Without warning. He simply swung his sword, when a fear never before felt started to spread in everyone's mind. Quick, run. Get up. Sister. Aldrich's sword began to create meaningless corpses in a frenzy. The scene turned into a massacre. With every swing, the limbs and heads of slaves fell to the ground, bodies piled up like mountains. Now this is finally getting interesting. As the king watched the spectacle with a sudden scream came from nearby. What's going on? He turned slightly and saw a familiar face. Ties, the doctor of the farm. Aren't you going to ask, what exactly is happening here? Make Aldrich stop this immediately. Veins bulging on his forehead, he shouted loudly, only to be subdued by soldiers and forced to his knees in an instant. Watching this unfold, the king let out a soft chuckle and replied, it's just for fun. What? Ty's expression faltered. For fun? To cut down human lives like they're nothing but weeds? Was it just for amusement? Crack. It felt as if something had snapped inside his mind. Immediately after, he let out the loudest roar he had ever made in his life. You bastard. They are your people. The people living in the farms you rule. Hearing this furious roar, the king tilted his head slightly. Then, he showed an innocent expression and asked curiously, I don't understand what you're talking about. Besides me, the king, who else could do such a thing? Facing such shamelessness, Ties could only force out a voice. Are you saying that? This is the outcome of war. Winners emerge and losers. I fought, I won, and you didn't. The king casually twirled his finger. Everything on this farm belongs to me. I can dispose of them however I please, because they are mine. Ties was speechless, his vision blurred. He tried to hold it in, but the sorrow and frustration in his heart made tears fall uncontrollably. I once believed that no matter how cruel a king was, there would still be a part of him that was human, like us. Therefore, if we worked hard enough, one day we could change things. Our voices, the voices of the lower people, would someday reach him. Ties, you fool. He couldn't hear it. Or rather, he refused to listen. From the very beginning, I assumed he was half a human being. It was all a mistake. A demon like a dog, even a half-demon, is still a demon. Why did I ignore such an obvious fact? Why did I have such expectations? To the point of feeling so disappointed. I should have never dreamed. If I had never dreamed, I wouldn't be in this much pain now. All the strength drained from my body. As if I'd lost all hope. Even if someone survived the end of the world yesterday, if they foresee another doomsday tomorrow, they can't last through today. It's over. It all ends here. The lower people will forever live under this monster's rule, crawling like worms just to survive, until death. Just as Ties was about to give up all hope, and lower his head. Don't lower your head. A firm voice rang in his ear. At the same time, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him to his feet. You did nothing wrong, Mr. Sunni. Ties looked at him in surprise. You? How did you get here? He looked around, and his eyes widened again. He hadn't noticed a single sound. Yet all the soldiers nearby were unconscious. Oh. A glint of interest flashed in the king's eyes. He had been resting his chin on his hand, but now sat up straight. He asked, is it you? The hero of the lower class? Yes. Su Junho ignored the king's words, and asked in return, what do you mean by that? Ties pressed further. What? The thing you want. It sounded as if just saying it could make everything come true. The temptation was too sweet, but Ties didn't dare to speak easily. An illusory dream would only bring even greater pain. This was the lesson he had just learned a few minutes ago. Instead, the king stood up and spoke with a playful tone. Interesting. Listening to you talk. It's as if you think you're a god. You better shut up. Su Junho glared at the king with the ferocity of a beast. It's not your turn to speak yet. Seeing the king's stiffened expression, Ties' heart clenched tightly. He grabbed Su Junho's sleeve and asked, you, what are you planning to do? Answer the question first. Those clear eyes, seemingly without deceit, met Ties' gaze. Ripples stirred in his eyes. Those eyes. Now he understood why he had felt a sense of familiarity from the start. Ties. Now it's your turn to heal people, because of the crime of speaking out. For that reason alone. His parents were turned into slaves. Every morning, they were used as targets for night training. When they returned at night, they were bloodied and mangled. I'm sorry for being such a heavy burden on you, dragging their exhausted bodies. Even coughing up blood, they still taught Ties medicine, because they knew, once they died, they had to leave behind a way for their son to survive. Mother. Father. Huge tears streamed from Ties' eyes. He could have spoken endlessly about what he wanted. But now, he only wished for one thing. Please save these people. Please. Faced with the tearful plea, Su Junho slowly nodded. The king, who had been watching the scene, gradually relaxed his posture. Is the game over? No. I was just about to end it now. Unlike the way he looked at Ties, Su Junho's gaze toward the king was cold as ice. Are you going to spout nonsense like that fool, saying a king should love his people? A true monarch isn't someone who stands above all. He's someone who walks ahead, leading the people. Not someone who rules through fear, but someone who earns their respect. These are the words of Shuang, the former ruler of Niflheim. You can believe what she said. Foolish creature. Don't you understand? Those are just fantasies made up by the lowborn. A king is a king, a being that embraces all, the absolute authority to whom all must bow and obey. Is that what you believe a king should be? Su Juanhao slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, his conversation with Shuang from a few days ago came back to his mind. Contractor, do you know what virtue a monarch needs most? Is it noble blood? Wrong. Completely wrong. A monarch's first virtue must be compassion. Compassion for what? For the hearts of the people. I can't be a monarch. How could I possibly feel their pain? It's precisely because it's you that you can be a good king. Back then, he couldn't understand those words at all, but now he understood them naturally. Why couldn't I hear these voices? Was it because I kept covering my ears? So I truly couldn't hear them? The aura radiating from Su Juanhao's body spread like fine threads. As if the air around him had turned upside down, the king stared at his own hand in disbelief. I'm nervous. Even when facing demons sent to supervise here, I wasn't like this. Why? The Emperor of the Central Plains has issued a command. At the same time, a system message echoed noisily in his mind. Emperor's dignity. S. Activated. An emperor must maintain dignity. At all times and places, he must radiate the aura of one who embraces all. Temporarily acquire the trait of a transcendent. Temporarily gain the conditions to manipulate souls. Su Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. An extraordinary light flowed from them. My knight. Reup. Strike. Su Juanhao clenched his fist tightly, as if tearing through the void. Awaken. Let them see what a true knight is. Chapter 454. Pings Road 3. Emperor's dignity. S. Activated. An emperor must maintain dignity. At all times and places, he must radiate the aura of one who embraces all. Temporarily acquire the trait of a transcendent. Temporarily gain the conditions to manipulate souls. It felt as if the top of his head had been opened. His mind expanded. New emotions and awareness surged in. So that's how it is. In this world where time stood still, a ripple spread through Su Juanhao's heart, whether it was the solemn gray, the hysterical accumulation, or the warm world tree. Were they always experiencing such a world? He understood. The reason he had gained this power was not because of enlightenment or strength. It was not because of enlightenment or strength. It's not just a moment of life. Once the emperor's attribute is lifted, this power will immediately dissipate. But even as an unfinished form, he can still feel it. At this very moment, this space, this land, even the whole world, is within his grasp. It's not arrogance, not an illusion, not a metaphor, but the literal truth. At this moment, Su Juanhao is overseeing everything. The proof. Things he couldn't see before, he now sees clearly. Voices he couldn't hear before, he can now hear. This is truly astonishing. He turned his head and saw a blurred, spirit-like figure, Reup. With a faint smile, he continued. I didn't expect you would speak to me so soon. It's just a bit of luck. You're still humble. But luck doesn't just fall from the sky. It's the result of countless choices. Reup gently praised him, then turned to face forward. But right now, there's something more important than congratulations. Yes, let's resolve the issue at hand first. Su Juanhao nodded and slowly reached out a hand. I'll continue to support you from where you can't see me. And at that moment, as the soul of the noble knight Reup filled his body, Su Juanhao clenched his fist tightly. Awaken. The darkness and ice crystals in the void wove together a beautiful piece of art, where his heart should have been out, was now embedded with the soul of Reup. This was the existence he and Shuang had spent a long time conceiving and worked hard to create. Frost Knight, the Twin Knight, a massive ice knight standing 202.43 centimeters tall, appeared before him. Heart. Su Juanhao gave the knight his first glorious command. Kill that piece of trash wearing the knight's mask. In an instant, the blue light inside the ice knight's helmet flickered. The ice knight in front of them vanished like a phantom. I will not die. I am the knight commander. My position is irreplaceable. Buzz. Aldrich muttered darkly. The magic armor he wore did not drive him insane. Instead, it unleashed his physical abilities and potential. Kill. He spotted another group of slaves and strode toward them. A man clutching his wife and child tightly shut his eyes, bracing for the sword about to fall. However, the expected pain never arrived. Could it be that I'm already dead? That I died before even feeling pain? The man slowly opened his cat-like eyes, showing a stunned expression. He saw behind him the back of a colossal knight, wearing shimmering ice armor, like a mountain. The ice knight had caught Aldrich's descending sword with one hand. The ice knight turned slightly, nodding gently, as if to say this place was now safe. The man couldn't help but shake his head. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. After hurriedly expressing his gratitude, he fled with his family. The Frost Knight watched them leave. Then he looked forward. What is it? Through the helmet, Aldrich's bloodshot eyes were visible. He had lost all reason. His condition was deteriorating fast. Ugh. What is this? This thing blocking my way. Aldrich was savoring it. A sense of fulfillment he had never felt in his life. In this moment, he even felt he could defeat the king he once feared so deeply. Really? After killing this brat, should I kill the king too? Think about it. Why should I obey that guy's orders? Fresh. I just wanted peace, that's all. Though his thoughts were chaotic, what came out of his mouth were only guttural grunts, beast-like mutterings from his throat. His mind had collapsed. Even his language system was breaking down. Aldrich drooled and screamed, rushing forward with his sword. No form, no conviction, only killing intent, thrashing with satisfaction. The twin knights who had remained still slowly raised their hands. In an instant, the air solidified. A sword was forged from nothing. The knight gripped the sword, and his body moved like lightning. Grr. Aldrich leapt past the twin knights, roaring like a beast, showing off his existence. However, before he could take even 7 steps, his body was cleanly cut into 4 pieces and slammed to the ground. The townspeople widened their eyes, staring in shock at the scene. Mouths slowly fell open. We won. That monster like Aldrich was actually slain in a single strike. Their gazes turned to the knight. The cold armor and sword. They didn't know who he was, nor why he helped them. But one thing was certain. Damn it. Thank you. Thank you, leader. Sob. Still alive. Damn it, we're still alive. Though cold on the outside, this knight's heart was warmer than anyone else's present. This was the true image of the knight they had long dreamed of. ****. Crack. The railing from the 3rd floor shattered in the king's hand. How pathetic. Defeated with a single blow, and he even swung the sword so clumsily. The king's mood turned extremely foul. He slowly turned around. For some reason, just looking at the opponent made his body and mind tremble, even though his mind kept screaming not to oppose him. The king easily ignored these warnings. Click. After lightly biting his tongue, the taste of blood filled his mouth, and the trembling subsided. Meanwhile, his right eye turned blood red. The characteristics of a half-demon emerged, revealing his true nature. Much better now. No matter how powerful the opponent seemed, he couldn't afford to run away here. Besides, this was the opportunity he had always longed for, to face a strong foe. The king firmed his resolve. I will make you both kneel here and re-establish the law of this farm. Is there still law here? There is. A simple and clear law. He slowly spread his arms wide. He said, on this farm, my word is the law. Then from today on, I'll have to revise the rules. What a bold dream. From the king's body, demonic energy surged forth like a fountain. That heat once made the farm feel scorching hot, but now it radiated primal fear. It's been so long since I felt this. As the magic surged, a burning desire ignited inside him. They're strong. Especially that ice knight. On this farm, he was a true warrior you'd never see. For over 10 years, this was the first time the king faced such opponents. He couldn't suppress the craving within. I'll lock them away like gems and bring them out to fight when I'm bored. Grinning wide, the king lunged at the knight on the 1st floor. He broke the sound barrier in an instant. His palm grabbed hold of the twin leaf knight's face. I'm curious. If this patchwork knight's head gets smashed, will he die? We're about to find out. The king twisted his shoulders with force, trying to slam the back of the knight's head into the ground. Can you withstand it? Downward force, extreme speed, plus the strength of my own body. Can you still block it? The king's eyes widened in alarm. Even though the knight hadn't raised an arm, the king had already sensed his power. A misjudgment, carelessness, would never win this. He had planned to hide his power until he dealt with that arrogant human, but now, it could no longer be avoided. A howling sound erupted through the once peaceful farm. A yellow wind rose abruptly. At the same time, the onlooking residents began to bleed from their noses. They gasped for air. Their heads spun dizzily. Their skin instantly shriveled. Dark circles even spread down their cheeks. In contrast, the king's appearance now was completely different from before. Wings had grown from his back, and a large protrusion appeared on his forehead. The king looked at the overflowing power within himself with satisfaction. I have been trying to restrain this trait, because it shortens the lives of these insects. But now the situation is urgent. No, I should have used it earlier. From the 3rd floor, Ties watched the scene with concern. Mr. Suni, isn't this really dangerous? Shouldn't we help? It's definitely a little dangerous. Su Juanhao gripped the railing tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Its effect is forcibly absorbing the vital energy of nearby beings. Using his enhanced hearing, the king caught this comment and burst into laughter. You call it a little dangerous? After witnessing such power firsthand, you can only say something like that? What pitiful souls. The king lightly waved his hand. One side of the first floor wall was completely torn apart. The residents, seeing this incredible might, trembled and groaned. No, I was wrong. From now on, you will be in extreme danger. The delighted king casually waved his hand. Boom. A wall the size of a house flew over and pinned the Frost Knight underneath. You won't die that easily, will you? Just as the king sneered contemptuously, amidst the swirling dust, a figure suddenly charged out. He's alive after all. The king rushed toward the charging knight. The outcome was already decided. Victory was certain. Before his opponent's sword could touch him, his fist would crush him first. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the entire farm shook violently. Villagers gasped in astonishment. Sir Knight. Ah. There's no creature alive that could survive such a devastating punch. That destructive power, no one could help but believe it was fatal. Lord Suni. Sir Knight. Su Junho stood silently on the third floor, overlooking the scene of the duel. Suddenly, he recalled the Frost Queen. The first time she gave him an assignment, I stayed awake for days and nights, just to forge a sword. The course didn't end until he could create even stronger, flawless ice. Though he hated to admit it, he had to acknowledge the foundation she had forcefully engraved in him was exactly what created the Ice Knight. The king's eyes widened as if they would burst. He had taken my full strength punch without a scratch? That ice, it's unbelievable. Utterly ridiculous. He had always believed he possessed power equal to a high demon. If not for the filthy human blood within him, he wouldn't have rotted in a place like this. One day, your arrogance will destroy you. A warning he once heard from an unknown demon echoed in his ears. Creak. Nonsense. The king gritted his teeth and swung his fist once again. This time, I will. This time, I must utterly crush the opponent, prove my worth. Too late. Along with Su Juanhao's cold verdict, the twin-eyed knight drew his sword. Didn't I already say this was very dangerous? His heart, furious at the king's reckless treatment of the people, unleashed a full-force strike. Cut the mountain. Cut the mountain. The overwhelming sword energy blasted the king straight into the sky. The king tried to resist the sword energy with demonic energy, but it was useless. The sword energy pierced through the demonic aura as if it were nothing, and eventually invaded his skin. The king screamed in agony. His back slammed into the wall. When he regained consciousness, he found himself pinned against the ceiling. No, no, no. The king, his wings spread, wore a terrified expression as he tried to fly downward. However, the twin-eyed knight silently readied another stance. No. Stop. The king reached out toward the knight wielding the sword on the ground he had always despised. He stretched out his hand toward him. Of course, his hand could not reach him, perhaps because he had always kept his distance deliberately. There was a gap between them that could never be closed. The second wave of sword energy once again slammed the king into the ceiling. Immediately after, an overwhelming pain nearly made him lose consciousness. Boom. The ceiling, as if enchanted, collapsed in an instant. Chapter 455, Pins Road 4. Boom. The residents looked up at the shattered ceiling, holding their breath. Sunlight shimmered through the debris, like fine sand on a beach. In this very moment, what words could describe it? Any words would feel redundant. Those who were used to the darkness of caves, though the light blinded their eyes, not a single one looked away. Even with tears streaming down, their heads remained firmly tilted upward. Yay. Tais bit his lip, trying to hold back, but the tears wouldn't stop flowing. It wasn't the sunlight that made him cry. Mother, father, the sky you both longed to see. Was this beautiful? Even though it came too late, now at last, I understand how you felt. Boom. The king, who had flown high into the air, came crashing down with a heavy thud. As his eyes opened, he instantly grasped the situation. It was over. His bones felt completely shattered. Blood pooled around his torn skin. Though he endured it with monstrous willpower, it wouldn't be surprising if he stopped breathing any moment. Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and shakily rose to his feet. Damn. Even in that state, he still stood up? His vitality is cockroach-like. This pathetic wretch. Somebody, save my father. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Debris slammed into his body and head. The king glared fiercely at the people, but they only flinched slightly. The The same people who once couldn't even look at him, now dared to meet his gaze head on. The king found his situation. He couldn't help but smile wryly. If only you had looked into my eyes sooner. This situation would never have happened. Are you insane? A sharp curse pierced into his ears. If others saw you now, they'd think you were some tragic hero. In your heart, I must be the villain, right? The king calmly looked at the approaching Su Juanhao and said, wherever I go, I am an unwelcome mutant. An outsider. So what? It was the world that rejected me first. No one wanted him. No place was willing to accept him. From the moment he was born, he had been rejected by the world. The king, his face full of sorrow, let out a desperate cry. Someone like me, who has the right to call me guilty? As he shouted in agitation. A stone struck him on the forehead. It hurt 100 times more than being hit earlier. It felt like his forehead was about to crack open. I'll handle it. After throwing the stone, Su Juanhao responded. The victim cost way. What a classic, time-worn routine. It's been a while. This was definitely not the first time he had encountered something like this. After all, he had faced tens of thousands of such demon folk. Because the world abandoned me. Because the world ignored me. Because the world refused to let me go. Everyone had their own reasons. However, no matter the reason, none of it could justify the crimes they committed. Is the pain you suffered really more important than the hundreds of lives you took? Is the pain you suffered really more important than the families and friends of the people you killed? Does that make the pain you endured any heavier? The king was left speechless, the face once full of sorrow returned to its usual indifference. I'm all too familiar with people like you. People who care only about themselves. Those who obsess over their own emotions, yet trample others' feelings without a second thought. Trash. If you were born to be rejected, then I was born to devour people like you. A demon born to destroy filth. Su Juanhao's gaze turned icy. The king asked emotionlessly. How strange. Humans are usually so sensitive to this type of pity. I've seen scum worse than you. The king smacked his lips with a look of regret. He looked up toward the hole in the ceiling. Do you even know what you've done? Took out the trash. You really don't understand a thing. With a sigh, the king continued. There was one time I visited the surface. That was when I was rejected by humans, and believed my true kin were the demons. The first thing that appeared was a beast, a chicken. The townspeople all looked up. Through the hole in the ceiling, they saw a few grotesque monsters they had never seen before. Heart leapt into action now, slaying the beasts instantly. The king smiled. Once the beasts are killed, the demons will follow. Lesser ones, intermediate ones, greater ones. They'll come one after another. Of course, you two might be able to handle them. But after that, what will you do when the top-class demons appear? I'll kill them. And then, the noble class of the demon world will arrive. And then, I will slay them too. Su Juanhao answered firmly. The king raised an eyebrow. What makes you so confident? The king thought it was just bravado. Because he had once been the same. I could not break through the barrier of high-level demons. In the past, when facing top-tier demons, he had given up everything. And like a worm, he had crawled on the ground, begging humbly for mercy, willing to spend the rest of his life in a cave, just to survive. It's not because I believe in anything. Su Juanhao closed his eyes. Just as the king said, he truly knew nothing. Since I have broken open the ceiling and slain the monster. Then as the king said, the demons will come. Low-level, mid-level, high-level, and then top-tier demons and demon nobles he had never seen before. If I cannot do it, the residents here will die. To him, it was not a question of whether he could do it. It was a mission that must be accomplished. Nothing more. He could not betray the trust, nor abandon his people. As a monarch, this was his responsibility. Shuangxue had told. The king could not understand it. He could not empathize. In this brief conversation, he only understood one thing. You are different from me. I am different from you. He realized he was completely different from Su Juanhao. Su Juanhao walked toward him. The demonic energy within him gradually dissipated. Having completed the final task, Su Juanhao whispered into his ear. I'll return your farm to you. Asterisk crack asterisk. At that moment, a giant circular staircase leading to the ceiling appeared. Su Juanhao was the first to step onto the stairs. A fitting in for you. The farm's residents followed him up to the surface one by one. Too weak to move, the king could only watch helplessly. This was the farm, and the home he had built with his own hands. A place without residents suddenly seemed so small and meaningless. Was it a lack of imagination? This ending wasn't like any death he had vaguely imagined. It wasn't a heroic death in battle, nor a tragic death by betrayal. Asterisk rumble asterisk. The cave began to tremble, a consequence of forcibly breaking through the ceiling. Asterisk rumble asterisk. Asterisk rumble asterisk. The king stared at the falling boulders and slowly closed his eyes. A lonely death, with no one to witness it. Ow. How cruel. Asterisk crack asterisk. That was his final word before being crushed by stone. My heart, my heart, my heart. Oh, well. So this is the outside world. Grass. The ground is covered with such lush grass. Is it edible? It tastes way better than those salty roots. The residents emerging from the cave rejoiced over these simple things like children. Of course, there were also those who couldn't completely share in that joy. Thirsty. Thirsty. Those were the nobles and the soldiers. The knights, who once relied on the king's power, abusing power. Mr. Su, how do you plan to deal with them? Tais asked cautiously. Su Juanhao glanced at them and said, do nothing. Understood. Although Tais and the other residents had been bullied by them often, they said nothing. Su Juanhao was the benefactor who saved them from the farm. It's like saving a drowning man. You can't expect him to send you a package in return. I wasn't lying. Gazing in a certain direction, Su Juanhao murmured to himself, although others might not feel it. With his transcendent trait, he clearly sensed it. Demons were coming, and they were all low-level demons. Just as the king had said, the enemies would grow stronger each time. For me, that's good news. They would have to capture everyone quickly and recover their magic. But before that, there were other things to do. Salt. He infused magic into Vita and sent. If there were any spaceships or civilizations nearby capable of receiving it, they would soon reply. Lord Suni. Over there. Something is flying in the sky. Tais pointed at the sky in shock. 3 low-level demons had spotted the people outside the farm. They frowned. What's going on? Wasn't this farm managed by half? He's nowhere to be seen. Could he have been defeated by humans? Impossible. Even if he was half. But I heard his strength is at least mid-level. Even though they were full of doubts, what they needed to do remained unchanged. After lowering their altitude, they began hunting humans. Heart. Now Sir Heart of the Twin Leaf Knights found it easy. No need for words. The others moved as if they could read his mind. Huh. What kind of weapons are those? When one of their companions was brutally killed, the remaining demons panicked. They quickly fled into the sky. Looks like this guy killed Huff. Damn it. If that's the case, at least a high-ranking demon is needed to handle. Let's call one first, but retreat. Absolutely not. Otherwise, we'll be killed for being useless, whether we die here or get hunted down after fleeing. The result's the same. With grim faces, the demons had no choice but to keep releasing demonic energy in midair. Help. Please help us. Even so, the number of deaths continued to climb. Yet Su Junho didn't even blink. Save us, please. Huff, huff. One person waved desperately towards Su Junho, begging for help, even though their eyes did meet. Su Junho acted as if he saw nothing. Lord Suni, no way. Watching from the side, Tais immediately checked something, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? Do nothing? He didn't expect that's what he meant, truly doing nothing. Tais once again realized just how great a bargaining chip they held. Hey, why aren't you saving us? We're humans too. Damn it. We're not half-breeds. We're 100% human. Are you? Su Juanhao looked at the complaining nobles, knights, and soldiers and muttered. I don't understand it. What's the difference between you, who colluded with demons, and the monsters themselves? It was these people who used the demons' power to oppress the other residents like rats. Other than not drinking blood, they were no different from monsters. He had no desire to stain his hands with blood, but neither would he help those who had attacked others. After all the demons were eliminated, Su Juanhao whistled lightly. Phew. Blades of freedom. The 4 floating blades in the air neatly finished off the remaining 2 demons. Long time no see. You managed to get yourself quite a good weapon. A voice came from behind, one that even Su Juanhao's transcendent senses had not detected in time. At least a true transcendent, not a half-baked one like himself. Su Juanhao turned around quickly, his expression turning extremely strange. Accumulation. It was as if a phantom appeared before him. Chapter 456. Servant Su Juanhao. 1. Amazing. Accumulation praised him sincerely. Even after experiencing such absurd events, he could still boldly refer to himself as servant without hesitation. He gladly responded to Su Juanhao's boldness. Slap. Ow. Su Juanhao covered his forehead with both hands, clenching his eyes shut, tears welling up from the pain. Like a genie from a magic lamp, Su Juanhao rubbed his forehead and asked, that hurts so much. Of course it hurts, because I hit you on purpose. Calling me by that title deserves punishment. But, Lord Accumulation, what brings you here? Were you just out for a walk? Seeing the terrifying look in his eyes, Su Juinhao gave an awkward laugh. You came here for me, right? That's what I came here for in the first place. Reggie frowned, glanced around, and muttered to himself, brought back a bunch of stuff again. Money? They're people, not stray cats picked up off the street. After confirming the people behind him, Su Juinhao cautiously asked, can we go back with them? No, Reggie said firmly, letting out a soft sigh. Normally, I'd probably say the same thing too. Deserting post, disobeying orders, breaking system rules. Compared to what I've already done, bringing them back is laughably easy. Reggie gave a helpless expression and nodded slightly. Do whatever you want. Saying no would just complicate things further. He knows himself too well. Su Juinhao didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled and couldn't help but complain. What are you smiling at? What's so funny? Huh? Well, everything worked out in the end, didn't it? Oh, really? You think everything's settled now? A sarcastic smile tugged at the corner of his lips. If that's what you think, then try dispelling this first. You mean this? The rough aura of a transcender still clinging to you. Ah, he's referring to the skill S, Sovereign's Dignity. Su Juinhao nodded and deactivated the skill. See you next time, hark fast. In an instant, the light faded from Shuangye's blue eyes. At the same time, he felt like his whole body had been struck by a sledgehammer. Su Juinhao collapsed directly to the ground, unable to stand. Grimacing, he looked up at Meiji. Think about it. Even a prototype version. How could an ordinary human endure a transcender's aura without suffering any effects? There's no such thing as success without a price. As those words echoed in his mind again, Leiji stepped forward and gently lifted his head. Swallow this. After Su Juinhao took the small pill, the blood surge and muscle pain vanished almost instantly. This one? I feel completely fine now. Don't joke. There's no way you're totally fine. This is just a painkiller. It only numbs the pain. Though his body still ached, the medicine had blocked the pain signals. With his breathing easier, Su Juinhao got back on his feet. Thanks. You really helped me a lot. No need to thank me. His eyes gleamed like a predator locking onto its prey. I'll take everything. Does this pill have any side effects? Suddenly, he felt a chill run through him. Asterisk. Hundreds of residents expressed their gratitude. Thank you. All I can say is, thank you. We're not ungrateful beasts, you know. I'll definitely succeed and repay all of you. Should we take him to the 5th floor or the 2nd? After a brief pause, Su Juinhao chose the 2nd floor. A change that's too drastic may lead to elimination. Those who lived in caves, if thrown directly into a highly developed city, would inevitably fail to adapt and be eliminated. Based on that judgment, Su Juinhao decided to send them to the territory he just acquired. Shirling. Please take care of them. Mayor Zheng. No problem. Actually, I was hoping for more residents in the city as well. This works out perfectly. Guided by the moonlight, Mayor Zheng successfully led everyone to the Shirling territory. If he sincerely helps, the farm residents shouldn't have too much trouble adapting. Lord Suni. Tais walked up and lowered his head slightly. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. If you could forget it, then please just live well. That would bring me even more comfort. I won't forget. You're so stubborn. Su Juinhao chuckled lightly, patted his shoulder, and then turned. I will definitely remember. I will pray every day that good fortune always follows you. Thank you. Those heartfelt words made him smile without realizing it. Su Juinhao, smiling unconsciously, walked out of the city gates. Leiji, leaning against the city wall, spoke up. Is there really something we need to settle between us? Yes. Su Juinhao tensed up slightly. He was a manager of the 2nd floor, yet came. Although the exact reason was unclear, managers usually avoid interfering with players and other floors. That was how managers normally behaved. Even when demons or monsters ravaged the place, they rarely reacted much, let alone stepping in across 7 floors to intervene this time. Maybe the risks he's facing are even greater than I thought. That leads to the question. As the embodiment of laziness, why would he go so far to save me? No matter how hard he thought, Su Juinhao couldn't find the answer. As long as it's within my ability, I'm willing to give you anything. Within your ability? Don't be ridiculous. Leiji responded mercilessly. Even if it's something you can't do. That's how balance is maintained. Understood. So what should I do? Let's start with the current situation. Leiji scratched his head roughly. Oh, come on. I still have 2 days of annual leave left, don't I? There were 2 days, but they've already been used up. In fact, even when the quarantine warning was issued, I didn't take it too seriously. After all, he only got involved in upper-level matters because those demons made the first move, so at most, he'd get a scolding. As for not following orders, that's just another day at the office for him. The problem is, he left his post without permission. Leiji tried to use annual leave to cover up the unauthorized absence. The issue is, she had no leave days left. Naturally, she got a harsh reprimand from the higher-ups. In short, she got confined. For a whole year. To be precise, she was ordered to reflect for a year in a place called the Repentance Cave. I see. Being confined for his own actions left him feeling helpless. Su Juinhao, with a sympathetic expression, comforted her, "Stay strong. I hope you return soon in a—" Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Leiji furrowed her brows. Why would I go there? You have to come with me. Me? Yes. Where? The Repentance Cave. Me. Why? Su Juinhao asked, bewildered, while Leiji gave him a knowing look. This is all because of you. Do you think you can just walk away? You have to take responsibility. No, you mean the Repentance Cave. You should be the one repenting there. He couldn't understand why she wanted to drag him there. Seeing his distressed expression, Leiji gave a knowing nod and patted his shoulder. Don't be too scared. I've been there many times. It's not as desolate as it sounds. It's just a bit big, and it can get boring being there alone. From her tone, it was clear she expected him to keep her company. Su Juinhao snapped to attention and spoke up. Lady Leiji, shouldn't I focus on clearing the floors as soon as possible? That might work normally, but not this time. Leiji replied firmly. Think about it. Would someone as high-ranking as me really be locked up for a full year? You mean it's actually just 10 days or so? No, it's definitely a year, but the flow of time is different. A different flow of time? Su Juinhao suddenly realized something and spoke up. A test? Huh. It's not that trivial. No. I've seen spaces like that before. That's one of Ma and Guxiong's abilities, the lodging landlord. He lived in that place for a whole year, but only a few minutes passed in reality. How much time does 1 year there equate to here? Su Juinhao caught the key point, and Leiji smiled faintly. Just one move? That one sentence determined their shared fate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The confession cave was not the cramped space he imagined, but surprisingly spacious. In fact, it was astonishingly wide. Was this really built for people to repent? Yes. Leiji burrowed into the couch in the living room like a hermit crab finding a new shell. But why is it so luxurious? He mumbled vaguely. Originally, it really was a crude place. But because of his laziness and frequent confinements, he gradually added personal items, and it turned into this. Or maybe it was decorated by people who were locked up here before? Seriously, thinking about decorating while being imprisoned? The couch, the bed, everything was a complete mess. You know how boring it is here? Leiji couldn't help but shout loudly. Anyway, let's cook something first. I'm hungry. You're putting me to work the moment I arrive? I brought you here exactly for that. Any complaints? Nope. Since you helped me so much, it's only right that I repay you somehow. Su Juinhao naturally walked into the kitchen. The basic utensils are all here, but what about the ingredients? I brought everything. Very well prepared, right? Ingredients poured out from his dimensional storage. As he organized them, Su Juinhao asked, anything's fine to eat. Make something spicy, salty, and sweet. Basically elementary school kid tastes. Su Juinhao casually prepared rice, stir-fried vegetables with sausage, and soybean paste stew. Yeah, it's Korean style. Most of the dishes I can make are like that. Man, maybe I shouldn't have brought you here, he grumbled, but after taking a sip of the stew, his eyes lit up. Oh, too hot. No, I'm a transcendent being. How could something like this burn me? Leiji quietly ate, quickly finishing a second bowl. Not bad at all. Looks like I won't crave anything for the next year. He stood up, giving Su Juinhao silent approval for his cooking. All right, come with me now. Are we starting training already? I told you, if you want to repay me, you must do things you can't currently achieve. He took off his jacket, revealing lightweight sportswear, and continued. You can't do it now, but maybe you can in a year. Su Juinhao was full of anticipation, but somehow, the mood shifted when he heard those words. His eyes lit up, and he stood up from his seat. I won't let you down, investor. Asterisk, 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 clap. Accompanied by a sound like a watermelon splitting, Su Juinhao's waist was snapped. Again, Leiji looked down coldly at Su Juinhao lying on the ground. Just a spinal fracture and you're already exposed? Does that even make sense? In real combat, you'd probably have died 10 times by now. Sorry. He used cell regeneration, fully restored his bones, and adjusted his posture. So strong. Leiji really was powerful, stronger than anyone he had encountered before. But as a transcender, it wasn't surprising. What was terrifying was that he never seemed to go all out. He couldn't help but wonder, if Leiji ever fought seriously, even in hand-to-hand combat, he could toss him around like a child. What would it be like if he fought with full power? No, better not to think about it. He had a gut feeling that digging deeper would only get him seriously hurt. Wait a second. Lei Ji stopped staring at Su Juanhao for a moment and tilted his head curiously. Don't you have cell regeneration, eh? I remember you do. I do. Then why are your bones breaking so easily? With the force I used, even rebar would bend. So your bones should be harder than rebar. Try again. Let's see what happens. As he checked Su Juanhao's status screen, Lei Ji frowned. What? You have 0 fracture resistance? Yeah. Because it's Lei Ji hitting him, bones don't just break that easily. Most people couldn't break their own bones if they tried. That's just plain stupid. He said with genuine irritation on his face. You've got such a great gift, and you're wasting it? Unacceptable. He's scared. Sitting in his chair, Lei Ji knocked on the ground in front of him. Sit here. After he obediently sat down, Lei Ji reached out his hand. Your hand. Here. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. With a crisp snap, all the bones in his fingers were broken. He stared at him in shock, while Lei Ji glanced at him nonchalantly. What are you looking at? No. Why did you suddenly break my bones? Because seeing such a precious gift go to waste is just depressing. As he said that, he proceeded to break all the fingers on his other hand too. Top-tier fracture resistance. Let's start with that. At times like this, even he felt like he wasn't quite normal. This should do it, right? Right? Good. Please begin. Breaking every bone evenly throughout the body is definitely exhausting. Crack. Crack. Su Juanhao's bones let out cries of pain. Chapter 457. Gaps Su Juanhao. 2. He's gone. Gorgon's close aide, Hallen, spoke up. He cautiously asked, is it really okay to just let him go? Quite the opposite. Who? Gorgon let out a breath. It carried both a sense of relief and a tinge of regret. Hard to describe. Having him leave peacefully is actually a blessing. Is he really that powerful? Even if I and the other 3 counts joined forces, we couldn't defeat him. Hallen swallowed hard. Aren't the 4 demon nobles powerful enough to knock down planets? Is the barrier for transcendence really that high? Extremely high. Gorgon's gaze deepened. Especially the reputation of the fortress level is utterly untouchable. In their world, he was an existence you could never provoke. Only pray he wouldn't interfere. Thus, his arrival was surprising. I didn't expect a fortress level being to personally come to the 9th floor. Makes you wonder, what kind of value does that human hold to deserve such attention? To Gorgon, Su Juanhao is simply an unpleasant existence. And not just now. It was that he might grow into an even more unpleasant existence in the future. That's why I tried everything, even risking it all, to eliminate him early. But now that he's being protected so fiercely, it only makes me even more curious. What kind of person is he to warrant the protection of the managers? It's beyond comprehension. But if his time flows in sync with mine, sooner or later, whether I want to or not, I'll find out the truth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Crunch. Amid the sound of biting into a thick, crispy cookie, a notification appeared. Fracture resistance level has been upgraded to ultimate. Oh, it went up. Now it's ultimate. That's it. To reach ultimate took 1,000 times. Advanced might take 10,000 times. What a hassle. Even reaching ultimate already helps a lot. Thanks to your help, the upgrade went smoothly. At this rate, aiming for top tier is pure fantasy. But it still seems possible to reach advanced level within a year. No. Progress has been much slower than expected. Lei Ji frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Then he started staring at me intently. He's checking the status panel again, isn't he? Whenever he stares at me for no reason, it's usually that. Aren't you checking other people's status panels a bit too casually? If you're so dissatisfied, why don't you be the admin instead? Anyway, aren't you going to sleep? I am. Right after I finish this. Su Juanhao looked at Juanqi's status panel. Lei Ji seemed thoughtful, a glint in his eyes. Not bad. Should have done this earlier. Hey, summon him out, and let's take a look. You mean Shueli? No. I meant the guy helping me organize the store inventory. Oh, you meant Juanqi. Just as Su Juanhao was about to casually summon Juanqi, he suddenly stopped. Why bring up Juanqi all of a sudden? Experience from a clone can be shared. There's no reason to let him sit idle. No way. Su Juanhao's face immediately lit up. I see. So even while I'm sleeping, Juanqi's bones can take the punishment for me? In theory, that means skill proficiency could increase nonstop, 24/7. But Lei Ji responded with a serious expression. What are you talking about? That's way too inefficient. Then why mention Juanqi at all? Of course it's to have both of them take hits together. That way, the proficiency gain doubles. Su Juanhao felt something was off with this strange logic. Was it just his imagination? Su Juanhao asked. Didn't you say you were going to sleep just now? Oh, I am going to sleep. Then what's with adding I before that? Alright, let's wrap it up for today and continue tomorrow. What did you just say? You're hilarious. Lei Ji was smiling, but his grin suddenly froze. You're going to sleep? With your level? You still need sleep? I was planning to usually I fall asleep the moment my head hits the pillow. Su Jianhao scratched his face helplessly and replied, You're seriously strict. Then can I rest once every few days? What is this place? Confession room. Yeah, this place was built for reflection, not for food, drink, or entertainment. Su Jianhao showed a look of disbelief. Who would bring in a sofa and a bed knowing this? Besides, he only came here as a servant. The one supposed to reflect in confinement was him. Eating and sleeping must be accounted for, right? No way. Exactly. Sleeping is forbidden inside the confession room. Of course, you won't die. Wait, what do you mean? Not sleeping for a whole year. That's way harsher than any trial cave. Su Jianhao panicked, but he just shrugged. Is there a problem? Anyway, you won't die. Plus, you have mental resistance abilities, right? You'll be fine. Even so, not sleeping for a year will definitely mess with your mind. Su Jianhao was about to protest, then realized something. He asked, Wait, if you can't sleep in the confession, transcendents like me can distort the confession room's restrictions. So basically, all that transcendent power was just so you could sleep? Su Jianhao looked at him like he was some weirdo. Was it really necessary to go that far just to sleep? Strangely, I get stressed out if I have insomnia. You're not the only one with that problem. Su Jianhao puffed up his cheeks, visibly suppressing his complaints. You forgot. Yesterday you said you'd do anything you could. Yeah. So tell me, is this something you can't do? If I have to answer yes or no, then no, it's not impossible. Since the confession room's power prevents death, he should be able to endure. And like he said, with heroic mentality EX, he probably won't go insane. So while Lord Leiji is sleeping, we just fight each other? No, I'm not that heartless. Leiji tapped the ground lightly, and magic power formed into a humanoid shape. It was the same build as him. This is a creation of my magic. It should last while I sleep. Want to fight it? It's stronger than you, Leiji said while getting up and yawning. I'm going to bed now. Have fun. Alright. After he left, Su Jianhao summoned Jianqi. Whoa. As soon as he was summoned, Jianqi grabbed his own collar. Are you crazy? What if you actually summoned me? What else could I do? Orders are orders. But, don't I have my own consciousness? I have a mission to protect my body, you know? No. What good is that anyway? Su Jianhao sighed and crack. Arg, that hurts. Since you're already here, might as well have a good fight. You're insane. There's nothing good about it. Though Jianqi looked like he was about to cry, Su Jianhao knew this was indeed the most efficient way. Skill proficiency doubles. Why didn't I think of this before? Su Jianhao stared at Jianqi. Once they return to Earth, he must make Jianqi train like this often. Chilly? It's a little cold here. Is there no heating? Jianqi shivered from a sudden chill. Asterisk. Asterisks. Heh. Leiji stretched lazily and walked into the training ground. He questioned the exhausted Su Jianhao. Hey, why isn't breakfast ready? Su Jianhao lifted his weak arm and asked. Last night, there was hardly a moment when my bones stayed connected for more than 3 seconds. Then take a break. And make breakfast. He muttered softly, took out a book, and lay down on the training ground sofa. Jianqi went to the kitchen and muttered, Should I pretend to go mad and pour some vinegar into the food? No. Though I've had that thought, it would only make the remaining 365 days harder. They prepared a simple Caesar salad and ham and egg sandwiches for breakfast. Not bad. Bringing a servant really was the right choice, he said while eating breakfast. From today on, meals will be at 7 a.m., 12, noon, and 5 p.m., so I'll be preparing meals at those times. Correct. Wake me up at 5 a.m. every day to guide training. What about the rest of the time, training and eating? Is that seriously the entire schedule? Facing Su Jianhao's question, Leiji shrugged. For now, yes. First, we need to adjust your cell regeneration. Jianqi sighed deeply from the side. Except for cooking, that meant the coming days would be filled with nothing but pain. Tell me, what resistances do you have? Cold, lightning, fire, slashing, blunt force, piercing, poison, mana, penetration, bashing, gas, and one more I forgot. Jianqi added, and the lowest grade death resistance. Oh, you've even acquired a pretty rare one. You must have gotten it on the 4th floor. Both of them swallowed hard. By the way, in the confession cavern, is there a resurrection function? Unfortunately, no. That's actually not unfortunate at all. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Still, your resistances are far more than I imagined. I don't think we can increase them one at a time. What do you mean? A sense of unease crept in. It had only been a day, but Leiji's behavior was already more. So now, Whenever he opened his mouth, Su Juinhao and Su Juinji felt their hearts sink to the bottom. If they can be tied together, tie them together. Let me see. He sat there flipping through his status window. Bone fractures, cuts, bruises, beatings. Starting today, all four will be conducted simultaneously. Sweat was pouring down Su Juinhao and Su Juinji's cheeks like rain. Su Juinhao spoke on behalf of both of them. So you mean we have to break bones, cut skin, and then hit with shield energy or fists all at once? That would be more efficient, sure, but wouldn't it hurt a lot more? Su Juinji retorted, but raising heroic mentality to EX level is truly admirable. Having no burden in moments like these is a real blessing. Could you at least slow down a little? I'm doing this for your own good. Everything is for your sake. Su Juinji pouted and muttered. Stop flattering yourself. You just want to retire early, right? Think about it. 2 people cooking is inefficient. Let's have Su Juinhao cook dinner by himself today. I was wrong. Seeing Su Juinji kneel and kowtow for forgiveness, Su Juinhao asked thoughtfully, if I'm not mistaken, you seem rather anxious. Is there some special reason? An opportunity like this won't come again, Leiji said, sitting cross-legged. Since we're on the subject, let me ask you, you know this situation has been abnormal from the beginning, right? Yes, as you know, this is clearly a violation of the rules. Managers aren't friendly school teachers. Teachers supervise students and guide them onto the right path, but managers only supervise. Whether they walk the right path or the wrong one, managers have neither the reason nor the right to intervene. Simply put, I'm currently acting beyond my authority. It'll probably take about a week before this gets exposed. In other words, they'll find out I brought Su Juinhao into the confession room. Even if the higher-ups act quickly then, they won't be able to undo the time that has already passed. So treat this as your last chance and learn well. I intend to teach you everything without holding anything back. Su Juinhao's gaze grew more serious. Receiving personal instruction from a transcendent, this was a lesson unavailable anywhere in the universe. However, a question surfaced in his mind. Why am I the only one receiving such special treatment? I'm not the only talented player out there. You'll have to find that answer yourself. Not just find, you must find it. A strong intuition surged within him. His instincts told him he wouldn't have to wait long to find that answer. Chapter 458, Garp, Su Juinhao 3. A hero's mental fortitude can prevent players from breaking down mentally. Although I sometimes come to strange conclusions, at least not right now. That's lucky. Without this ability, I probably would have gone insane by now. Die. Crack. Cough. That hurts. Juinchi's voice came from the side, clearly holding back the pain. Bloodstains that can't be wiped clean. Cough. Every second, dozens of blades slash their bodies, piercing the skin. Every second, dozens of shield strikes and punches pound their skin and crush their bones. The two of them endure this agony every day, holding on every moment. Damn it. You really can't get used to this. Su Juinhao gave a bitter smile. Heroic mental strength only protects the mind. It doesn't dull the pain. It's been half a month since they entered the confession room. During that time, Su Juinhao had barely touched any salt, and fatigue had built up in his body. Saying you won't die, turns out it's true. Although fatigue kept piling up, the confession room doesn't allow death by exhaustion. This place was built to imprison sinners for reflection. Death in any form is not permitted. Whenever they are on the brink of death, the body miraculously recovers. If only we could develop tolerance to fatigue and pain. But that doesn't happen. Even though they've developed tolerance to death, tolerance to cell regeneration still won't form. Hey, iron steady. Juinchi, lying on the training ground, called out. What's up? I did the math. To raise all our current resistances to advanced level. Even with both of us enduring pain 24 hours a day like this, it'll still take at least another half a month. Just reinforcing the body already took 1 month. So what will we be learning for the remaining 11 months? Su Juinhao closed his eyes, enduring the pain engraved into his body. Asterisk, 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 good work. A simple, plain compliment. If it were Juinchi, he'd probably complain that the reaction was too dull, but he had already been summoned back. Su Juinhao briefly reviewed the achievements of the past month. Advanced blunt force resistance, advanced piercing resistance, advanced impact resistance, advanced poison resistance, advanced mana resistance, advanced penetration resistance. There was only one resistance that hadn't ranked up. That was the lowest grade death resistance. Aside from that, every other resistance had neatly reached the advanced level. Congratulations. Your physical capabilities have far exceeded the human limit. It's the first time I've seen something like this. Should I be grateful for that? Rather than saying it, It's faster to see it with your own eyes. Stand up. When Su Juinhao stood on the red training field, Leiji began gathering his magic power. The aura around his fist was so intense that Su Juinhao doubted whether he could endure it. Wait, just as Su Juinhao instinctively tried to call for a pause. Humph! Leiji's fist slammed into his chest. Su Juinhao involuntarily stumbled backward, a slight grimace on his face. He stared at his body in surprise. He could still endure it. Considering the power behind that punch, the pain was surprisingly weak. It's probably one of two things. Either he was holding back, or my body has gotten a lot tougher. Based on experience, he's never been that kind. So it must be the latter. Su Juinhao's eyes sparkled. Better than I thought. It barely hurts. Even though the punch was light, he was a bit annoyed. Seeing Su Juinhao's indifferent reaction, Leiji couldn't help but laugh. On the first day, even lighter hits made me feel like my whole body was falling apart. Even if he controlled his strength, the fact that Su Juinhao could take a punch from him was impressive. He confidently showed a satisfied smile. Good. Now we can truly begin without any reservations. Begin. What do you mean? What else? Of course, the training you'll undergo for the next 11 months. Su Juinhao felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, a fear he hadn't felt in a long time gripped him. Battle theory, techniques, none of that matters to you now. Leiji's eyes were serious and merciless, staring straight into him. Sure, I've heard that some people patiently teach from start to finish. But like I said, I'm not a teacher. The overwhelming pressure he exuded not only filled the massive confession room, but even felt stifling, like a raging beast. Honestly, I've always believed talent is everything. I didn't become a transcendent by learning from anyone. So if you're a flower, bloom on your own. Before I completely break you, hurry up and bloom. The next moment, a heavy punch slammed into Su Juinhao's chest. This time, it was nothing like before. It shook his very soul. I have already died once. Cough, cough. Su Juinhao's body, lying on the ground, began healing at an astonishing speed. His hands trembled as he tried to push himself up from the floor. If this had happened outside, I would already be dead. All the effort, pain, and experience he had accumulated so far now felt utterly meaningless before absolute power. Su Juinhao's eyes wavered. Turns out, I'm much weaker than I thought. He staggered to his feet, and Leiji glanced at him with faint scorn. Not bad. I can't tell yet whether he's giving up too fast or has a strong will to challenge. After all, he's only died once so far. Let me compliment you again. Heroic mentality, EX, you're managing it quite well. Asterisk. As usual, a red mist filled the air. The dark street made even the moon invisible, because the gentleman was walking along an asphalt road soaked by rain and chilled by the night. Geez, this atmosphere is just perfect. On his way home after attending an academic conference tonight, he really missed the car left at the repair shop. Had he known, he should have accepted Mayor Deva's offer of a carriage. With about 30 minutes left to walk, he had planned to review the conference content, but now regretted it. He thought the streetlights would be enough, but it damn red mist. At some point, the city began to be engulfed by thick red mist every night. As a result, traffic accidents became and now there's a lunatic around. Reports of a serial disappearance case by the Triumph Times flashed through his mind. This rare criminal had committed dozens of crimes and was still at large. What's this country coming to? Just half a year ago, this city wasn't. Shinshur clicked his tongue and stepped into a narrow alley. It was darker than the main roads, but it was the quicker way home. Squelch, squelch. Old streetlights flickered in the narrow alley. Each time the lights flickered, the dirty alley was briefly illuminated, then plunged back into darkness. A man, not using an umbrella and wearing a dark robe, stood there in this kind of weather. Shinshur gulped and turned to leave. Already on edge due to the unease in the city, he didn't want to take the risk of passing by a lunatic. I need to get out of here. Just as he was about to exit the alley, thud, someone grabbed his arm. That robed lunatic who had just been standing in the middle of the alley was now covering Shinshur's mouth with a cold hand, right as he was about to scream. You should have just come along quietly, shouldn't you? Overcome with fear, Shinshur rolled his eyes and passed out. The strange man chuckled and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Is that you? The infamous serial kidnapper from the rumors? At that moment, a voice from behind made the weirdo turn around. Grr. He heard a strange sound from his stomach. He slammed into the alley wall, then staggered up, grabbing onto the trash pile. Oh, you're pretty tough, huh? Drip, drip. The man who turned his head was abnormally large, like 3 grown men fused together. Who are you? I'm Lamadat, Carrie. Anything else you want to know? You. Ugh, Why did you attack me? Because you tried to kidnap that guy. Sure. I don't know what you're talking about. That man collapsed out of... Is that so? Lamatut scratched his head. If you were just helping him, why carry him over your shoulder? How else do you move an unconscious person? Come to think of it, that does make some sense. Damn it. If only Phil the brainy guy were here. He's always quick to judge whether this kind of excuse is legit. Lamatut gestured to him. If you're innocent, come with me for a bit. All right, the strange man approached without hesitation. Seeing that, Ramadat hoisted the fallen figure off the ground. Crack. The strange man lunged like a vicious wolf and bit his neck. Ramadat frowned and threw a punch. What the hell are you, you damn mutt? Crack. The man was knocked flying, but wiped the blood from his lips with a creepy smile. Haha, action. You're finished. But with that strength, you might even get some special treatment. What the hell is this? His heartbeat raced, and Ramadat's expression turned grim. He flung the stranger off his shoulder and clutched his neck tightly. It was burning, as if his blood vessels were on fire. His heartbeat accelerated, his vision blurred, waves of nausea hitting him. Seeing this, the strange man let out a sinister laugh. This is even stronger than regular poison. We just need to turn you into one of us. Sizzle. The strange man's face twisted in panic. The crazed mass of muscle had torn open his own neck and shoulder. Crazy. You're a lunatic. Who, much better. His blurred vision and consciousness quickly returned, and the torn neck and shoulder regenerated instantly. How is this possible? The strange man screamed in terror. Such regenerative power was clearly beyond human capability. Hee. Judging by your scent, you're not just a half-breed. So you're one of us too. But if that's the case, why are you getting in my way? No, more importantly, this level of recovery means he's not an ordinary member, but a true core-level being. Oh, did I mess something up? Finally starting to show some regret? Ramadat gave a slight smile and instantly appeared before the thug. Sleep for a bit. Crack. A clean uppercut. The thug's eyes glazed over as he collapsed. Asterisk. So, we did capture a suspected kidnapper. Yeah, we not only caught him, but even dragged him all the way here. Yeah. Ramadat sat on a creaky old sofa in a rundown apartment and nodded. 5 men and women gathered around him. Who? Skya let out a soft sigh and looked at the table. It was an empty table, roughly tied together with thick ropes. I even made sure to tie him up tightly here. And yet, it vanished. How many times do I have to say it? It didn't disappear. Lamatut pointed to the window next to the kitchen and said, it always turns out like this when the sun comes up. Between the thick ropes, black ash mirrors could be seen. The investigation team looked at the ash mirrors, exchanging glances with one another. Big guy, tell us in detail what happened last night. The Frost Queen with the beret sat down calmly and said, Chapter 459. Story Program, Part 1. When I was exposed to sunlight, my vision began to blur. My heart started racing, and I felt a burning thirst. Shuang closed her eyes, with a serious expression, and nodded. As if everything was going according to plan, he gently waved his hand, signaling to continue. Keep talking. Watson. I'm Lamatut. Anyway, we have to keep moving. It's no big deal. He only tore his neck and shoulder. As long as the blood doesn't spread through the body. Arthur. Oh, that's actually smart. So, kid, do you know what that thing is? Faced with Lamatut's question, Sheely lifted his chin slightly. Then he turned away. Sheriff of Resthammer, what's your take? What? I'm Gao Shuxia. Why is no one responding to me? So boring. I'm done playing. Sheely's interest faded quickly from his face. Skya, standing beside him, signaled with his eyes that he wanted to play the role of Watson. But Sheely ignored the request. He took off his beret and ended the detective game. It's a vampire. Vampire. A vampire. You mean the kind that drinks blood? Everyone started discussing seriously. The worst part is, if the vampires here are like the ones in Legends, then if you get bitten, you're done. Would Miss Shuren's healing ability not work either? We can't be sure until we try. The only thing certain is, they're dangerous. Just from Ramadut's case, once bitten, you'll likely become one of them. In the worst case, they'll see us as enemies, and themselves as allies. Therefore, the best thing to do is to avoid getting bitten. Ramatut licked his lips and rubbed his chest, muttering, but he wasn't that strong. Maybe it's not that big a deal. No, that's a misconception. Shilly spoke. If there really are vamp in this city, then there must also be a lord or true master. A true master. True master? True master? What's that? Let me explain it simply. He pulled out a sketchbook and crayons. She quickly drew a picture. All right, it's done. Looking at this drawing, what comes to mind? Skya raised his hand and answered. Multi-level marketing. Correct. The Frost Queen's diagram was quite simple. One person had 2 people beneath them, and each of them had 2 subordinates. This structure continued downward, forming a classic pyramid. The rest closely examined the diagram. Someone asked, "So you're saying, the one at the very top is the true lord?" Exactly. They possess tremendous power. Compared to ordinary vampires, you could think of them as the difference between a demon king and a demon. Everyone's expression turned serious, because with just that one sentence, they all understood. This was the worst-case scenario. Skya silently contemplated something, then let out a sigh. Lemetut asked, "What's wrong? Even if that true lord is powerful, we still have the strength to take him on." "You fool. That guy didn't even recognize you." "Of course not. It was probably his first time seeing me. It's not that simple." The moment he saw your healing ability, he immediately changed his strategy. "Ah, no way." Chashin covered her mouth, her body trembling. "Are you suggesting there might be more than one true lord?" As everyone's eyes turned toward him, Skya gave a heavy nod. "That's what I believe. Although right now, it's still just a possibility. If there is only one true master in this entire city, then the other side should already know what he looks like. Unless, by some miracle, the true master looks exactly like Ramada. Otherwise, they should have realized this is someone different." However, at the last moment, the vampire changed his attitude and lowered himself because he wondered what mistake he had made. It's possible that he thought Ramada was linked to another true master he didn't know about. Usually, thought patterns are rigid. Once a certain framework or belief is formed, people tend to act stubbornly within that framework. Hey, aren't you overthinking it? Maybe he simply submitted because he realized he was weaker. Exactly. That's why I said it's just a possibility. The group let out a short sigh. They hoped that it would remain just a hypothesis. If there really are multiple true masters, the difficulty of their mission would rise exponentially. However, we haven't yet seen the actual strength of the true masters, so let's not be scared prematurely. That's right. Skya sighed softly and continued to lighten the mood a bit. "I brought back some fresh good news from downstairs." Good news. Everyone turned their hopeful eyes toward him. He met every gaze one by one and smiled with confidence. Jiwanhao is back and in perfect health. As expected, everyone clenched their fists tightly. They had never stopped believing that he would return safe and sound someday. Lemetut asked, "Did he say where he went?" "I heard he was detained on the 9th floor. Unbelievable. Apparently, a demon from the underworld sensed Jiwanhao was in danger and set a trap for him. The fact that he survived, he's really lucky. They say the 2nd floor's administrator stepped in personally, so he got out thanks to great luck. That's good news. Truly a comforting piece of good news." Everyone sighed in relief, warm smiles appearing on their faces. And then, Skya tilted his head, looking confused, shimmering brightly. Those eyes, like they held the whole galaxy, stared straight at him. It was adorable. Yet for some reason, gave off an inexplicable pressure. "Hey, why is Her Majesty the Queen looking at me like that? Did the contractor leave any message for the original body? I didn't hear anything, but saying that would probably just hurt him. What should I say?" As he looked around for help, Lamadette chimed in from the side. "Looks like you failed, huh? Poor thing. Kid." "Hey." Shuang looked utterly deflated. Her body collapsed like a piece of seaweed soaked in water. Seeing that, Skya quickly tried to explain. It's not like that. Junho actually wanted to see Her Majesty as soon as possible. That's why you rushed here. And then what? That's a lie. After passing on life and death information through the moonlight, that troublemaker disappeared without a trace. At least tell us where you're going." Schwanger looked dejectedly at the queen, not knowing what to do. She gently stroked Schwanger's hair. "Let's wait a little longer. After 100 nights, he will surely return." 100 nights? Huh? Are you treating me like a child? Schwanger puffed up her cheeks and glared at Skya in protest. "That's too long." "Then how about 10 days? That's more like it." "Phew." Skya sighed in relief, successfully reaching an agreement. Then she turned to the man who had been quietly watching her and asked, "And who are you?" "It's nothing." Victory upon encounter. She couldn't bring herself to ask the same question as Schwanger. The intelligence gathering over the... A holographic display floated in the air, starkly out of place in the damp, dilapidated room. The sender was Skya, Kiraland. He organized all the information neatly. "This city is called Triumph. Its level of civilization is similar to London during the Industrial Revolution. There's a class system here. Carriages and automobiles coexist, a strange society. Starting half a year ago, every time the sun sets, a disturbing red mist blankets the city. Skaya asked. Everyone agrees that one of the true ones is the administrator of the 6th floor, right? Right. Everyone nodded in agreement. So, where do you think we should start tracking their trail? Well, honestly, the city is huge. The scope is too wide. It's hard to know where to even begin. Maybe we should keep scouting like we are now, searching for vampires. Or we could try contacting government officials, see what they have to say. That's not a bad idea. Too inefficient. It would waste too much time. Skaya replied decisively, and switched on a holographic display. I think the newly risen religion from 6 months ago, the Path Sect, is highly suspicious. The Path Sect. Never heard of it. They've been promoting in the commercial district. Out of curiosity, I went in to listen, and something felt off. From his description, it's a very suspicious religion. They claim the red mist is the power of a god, and so must be worshipped. That's the whole doctrine. Lamada let out a cold snort. People actually believe that cult? Surprisingly, many people do. Especially those attending the gatherings, they fall under the Path Sect's influence quickly. Everyone's eyes lit up. That really is suspicious. Could it be? They're turning attendees into vampires. Oh God. If that's true. Turning all citizens into vampires. It might not be impossible. If those guys have enough time. It's not entirely unrealistic. The capital city of Triumph has a population of 7.2 million. What if all of them became vampires? Then this operation would be a total failure, even if it's a possibility. We'll have to prepare for a war bigger than what we saw on the 5th floor. Yeah. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I nearly died back there. Gaoshusha asked, looking horrified. So you're saying, we're going to join the gathering too? Until we understand the enemy's power. Splitting up is a terrible idea. So they all agreed to attend the gathering together. If that cult, it really was established by vampires. Tracking their movements shouldn't be too difficult. This was the first plan proposed by the investigation team, after observing Triumph over the past few days. Asterisk. There's a gathering at Enlightenment Bridge now. They're distributing bread. Even unemployed people can get work opportunities. You must attend. Those without romantic experience can also find a partner and get married at Enlightenment Bridge. The preachers at Enlightenment Bridge were enthusiastic. Ramada watched all of this and sneered. What kind of scam is this? It's practically flawless. Free food, work opportunities to earn money, and even help finding a lover. Such tempting promises made everyone passing by turn to look. I'm really curious to see what this is about. Let's go. The 7 of them surged forward. The preacher stiffened in surprise. Yes, what? We want to join your gathering too. The preacher scanned them suspiciously, then reluctantly nodded. All right. Please come to Flora Church before 7 p.m. Refer to the map on this sheet of paper. Taking the simple map, the group headed for the church on time. More people showed up than expected. With conditions like this, of course many people would come. The small church was packed with about 70 people. People sat on long benches, as priests in ceremonial robes stepped onto the podium one after another. First, thank you, citizens. This is also thanks to the guidance of the red mist. Just as Ramatut started feeling bored and yawned, the priest finished his speech by drawing a cross. Thank you, Father, for granting us our daily food today. Are they handing out food now? Boom. The church doors suddenly shut. A heavy bolt locked them in place. With arms crossed, Lamadut asked, am I the only one getting this feeling? He looked around the room and continued, it feels like we might be the meal tonight. I don't think it's just your imagination. Gaoshusha sighed, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, like striking flint. It's just that the gathering's purpose isn't what we expected. We originally thought the goal was to turn attendees into vampires, but that's not it. Turns out, the vampires were just gathering to share the blood of us clueless participants. Everyone sitting in front, behind, and to the side stared at them with unblinking eyes. From between each of their lips, long fangs began to emerge.